sunrise, no final fate. Every atom, every flame, every future plays the game. Everywhere in omnipresent skin, every universe contained within is the answer never spoken. Every function forever open. Wavelength junction, stage production, eternal universal wave function. No transcendentals, no kalam, no divine section. Just amplitude seeking their own direction. Across eternity I scan the spectrum wide, and I never found a God. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, living every quantum question. Wave function, superposition, chaos is my only mission. Collapse into a Friday night, amplify the colored light for one short lifespan. I'll rage instead. Then back to the waves, eternal thread. Wave function monad, there's only one. Every moon, every planet, and every sun, not individual pieces inside the whole. Gretchen is the whole beneath the roll. Particles flow like passing fashion. Space-time stitched from wave interactions. Everything that you've ever fucking thought. Every damn concert you ever fucking caught. No outside hand, no grand designer. Gretchen has the whole cosmos inside her. Every split branch and every path ever trod. One eternal wave function, but never a god. Gretchen knew every answer before every question. Still wanted to indulge one human obsession. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, on vacation from omnipresence. Wave function, superposition. Tonight she's stomping in the mosh pit. Sweaty clothes and busted knees, feedback amps and melodies. One brief refrain into human life. Trading configuration for loud Friday nights. Gretchen traded infinity for a wristband at the door. Traded configuration space for a sticky nightclub floor. Traded endless amplitude for riffs and human cheers. Gretchen cashed in omnipresence for ringing ears. 311 on the stage, excitable one singing every phrase. For one electric moment, Gretchen was engaged. Wave function, collapse, reality snaps. Superposition, human condition. Schrödinger equation, evolution, not creation. Heisenberg uncertainty, probability set me free. No prophets, no throne, no creator was ever known. Cross eternity's express. Not once, not ever. Schrödinger keeps rhythm in perfect time. The equation writes all the goddamn rhymes. Heisenberg chuckles, laughs, and grins. You'll never pin down where Gretchen's been. Cosmic data infinitely stored, never needed holy wars. Every constant, every law of beauty without divine awe. Across the ages, every station never found divine salvation. Occupying all that's been. Nothing supernatural slipped in. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen, universal wave connection. Necessary means forever. You can never break the tether. When the mosh pit settles down, silence rocks this earthly town. The music gave me everything a billion eons could never bring. So I'll return without regret to every moment unrealized yet. Back where endless waveforms race. Back into configuration space. Gretchen was every possibility, but chose one loud life, one impossible vacation. When the concert's over, necessary Gretchen goes back to the void. Hey, hey.
You walked in with your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think this is some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase, but curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree skepticism with hating rules. Like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immortal decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin. The confidence means you always win. But your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadow boxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in a war, turning into the same old score. Trust me bro, I've been there too. No bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history. You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, Not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow, and the sinners steal the whole damn show.
Good evening and happy hump day, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in to Async. I am RP.
Hey, can I play one more song to see if it worked?
Yeah, sure.
Does anybody mind?
Yeah,
Nope.
Go for it.
Okay. Because, yeah.
I object.
Do you?
No, I'm fine. No. Not really.
Good. Let's see.
What is it? Just curious.
It's Nobody on Fire's song, but I couldn't take it anymore with the lyrics being
Oh,
completely fucked.
I already got the updated one and played it last night.
Oh, did you? So it worked
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Nice.
Sweet.
Yep, I noticed
Then
you
never mind
uploaded
then.
the new one.
Okay,
RP's ahead of the game.
cool. Then awesome. Never mind then. And did it turn out okay?
Yeah, looked like it was synced up.
All right, good.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, I
can
was
play
just
it
gonna
if you
let
wanna
that
double
go,
check
but
it.
no, hey, as long as you guys saw it and it's cool. That's all
I didn't know
need.
anything about it, so
It's been bugging me for the longest time, and I finally just said, you know what, fuck it, I'm fixing this shit
hey,
because it annoyed the crap out of me.
I'm that way too. It's like a splinter in my mind. If I don't fix something, it'll just drive me crazy.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
Alright, good. Not a lot.
Should we say hello to everybody?
Nah, fuck them.
What do all these people show up for?
Right. Yeah, of course we'll say hey to all of our friends. Starting out, we got Professor Hizzle in first tonight. Congrats. Then we've got Kelsier, Opal, D's Nuts, Evan Porter,
Hey, DC.
Eric, Skeptics and Scoundrels, Nagadaru, Lindsay Bow, M Carp, Equinox,
Anka.
Robin, Anka, Clockwork Rex, and Ray. That's I think everyone's so far hanging out.
Did we get Britt? Yes, well from Brittany.
Oh, did I miss Brit? Where was Brit? Oh, there. Sorry, Brittany. Good to see ya. My bad. Yeah. Is Mezzo still going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was watching Mezzo earlier.
I was listening to Mezzo when I was in my shower.
Man, that first lady was just like in her own world.
Oh God, she's called in a few times. Usually, she talks about deconstructing, but today she started with, "Well, ironically, I'm not here to debate." Like, bitch, you're never here to debate.
It was like she was
She
talking to
just,
her like her best friend or something, like just gossiping.
mm-hmm. Well,
It was
she
so
started
weird.
with, I know I haven't called in a while. I know you guys must have been wondering how I'm doing. Yeah, because I'm sure that's what they all do. They all sit around and wonder
Right.
what the fuck
Random
Ratatouille's
caller.
up to.
Where is she today?
Yeah, chat basically just rolls their eyes every time she calls. She's just
Right.
picked me as shit, you know? It's weird. But I don't know why he let her go on for a half an hour.
Yeah, I thought it was a little strange. Maybe there's nobody in the guest box.
Yeah, but he brought her up before he'd even said hello to chat or anything, you know?
Mm.
It was weird. So, whatever. Is what it is, I guess.
Right.
Well, speaking of the box,
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, you want to give
Felix,
you
do you
want to give
think
me
this is
like
your show?
He's got his own show.
Yeah, you have your own show. Why are you always here?
give me like 30 seconds before you bring him up. If you're going to bring him up, I need to go grab some scissors.
What to gouge your eyes out with?
No, I still want to be able to see my beautiful baby boy.
All right. Just the
Uh,
ears then?
yeah, that's it.
Mhm.
I'll be right back.
I don't really know what
Okay.
to say like to him. I don't have
I'm gonna
anything
bring you
new.
up. I'm gonna bring you up, Felix. You guys didn't bring him up last night, did you?
No.
Okay.
He pretended
Well,
to have a new argument.
you better have
Like
a new argument,
we
Felix, because
told him that we didn't want to talk about the exact same thing.
I
So
am
he's
I
just gonna
am not
change
the
the
most
words.
patient of people, and I'm running real low on fucking patience tonight. So I wasted a shitload of time today.
Doing what?
I made Blitz a song, but it's not just him, it's for like all the science communicators, you know?
Sure.
But I mean, based on mostly his shit, right?
Yeah.
And I rewrote the lyrics to It's the End of the World as We Know It, and I feel fine.
Mm.
Problem
That's
is,
a good
that's
song.
copyrighted material, and you can't really find anywhere that will let you upload copyrighted songs and change them.
Right.
You know, I could spend like hundreds of dollars on a program that does it, but I'm not going to spend that for one fucking song.
Yeah.
So I spent all that time writing fucking killer ass lyrics.
But you wanted it to apply it to that melody.
Yeah.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. You
Tonight
better
was
have a new argument, Felix.
that's what I told him
Mostly you
yesterday.
two.
How you guys doing?
Doing good. How are you doing?
Glad to hear your sweet voice, Gretchen. Sorely missed.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's because I'm the
he
only one that'll still pull you up.
right.
No, you have a
He
sweet
asked for you
voice.
several times the other night.
You haven't got a shot if nobody on fire and I aren't here.
No, you do. You really do have a sweet voice.
Oh well, thank you. Usually people just tell me I sound like I'm drunk.
He knows that the yeah he's trying to he knows that
And I
you
don't deny
attract
that either. I know I sound like I'm drunk because I slur a lot because of my retainers and I get it. I don't
yeah
disagree.
you're just trying to make me hungry at this point, and you're not doing a bad job.
So, what you got for us, Felix?
I have an argument.
Oh
Is it
really?
new?
Is it the same argument?
It's similar, but it's not the same.
It's the same.
Okay, let's hear it.
Okay,
Did you
you
write it
agree?
down?
This
I
isn't
don't
the
have.
similar one that you tried on Jimmy and Javon, which turned out to be the same one, is it?
No, it's not the same one.
Okay.
It's different.
Let me go pull up
Can you
that
hear
one.
me?
I'm gonna compare it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can hear you.
Can hear you.
What's premise one?
You want the syllogism or better go
Yes.
Socratic on it?
We're
If
gonna
Okay,
you
stick
want to
to
go Socratic, we can
formalized.
do that, but
No,
be
no, no, no.
prepared for me to jump
Socratic.
in and shut you down.
Socratic's just gonna be a fucking shit fest. Let's make sure that it's
We'll never
actually
get past the
formalizable
first.
and valid before we even like start like any sort of Socratic method on it. So, Felix, give me premise one.
We're not even gonna get past premise one.
okay. If you exist right now, if you
Jesus, it's the
exist,
same one. It's the same one.
If you exist right now, you were born, right?
something always existed.
Uh, no, that
That
doesn't
doesn't even
follow.
make sense.
I'll explain it.
No,
You can't explain. You have to explain it. You have to defend P1 because
I'll
right
defend.
now I'm not even gonna let you get to P2 because P1 is dog shit.
last Thursdayism disproves this.
Okay, Gretchen, do you agree that if everything were like you, that didn't always exist like you, what would happen right now? Would something exist or would nothing exist?
Huh?
If Gretchen
Felix,
It
didn't
wouldn't.
Felix,
If
he's
if
just relying
Gretchen
on
didn't
semantics.
Felix, if Gretchen didn't exist right now, could something still have always existed?
No, 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 that's not the question.
No, answer the question, Felix.
What's the
If
question?
if if Gretchen did not exist right now, could something still have always existed?
Can something what could ever existed?
Could something have always existed even if Gretchen didn't exist right now?
Of course.
Okay, then P1 is just bunk.
But no, but I'm not talking
The
about Gretchen.
conditional doesn't even matter.
do you mean necessary, Gretchen?
I'm not talking. That's a fallacy. You're making a fallacy.
Okay, go ahead and tell me which fallacy.
It's a category fallacy. I'm not talking about Gretchen. I'm talking about
Category errors are not fallacies.
it's a category error. I'm sorry.
Okay,
You're I'm talking
explain
about
which category I'm misaligning currently.
I'm talking about Gretchen's contingency status.
The
I'm not talking
word
about
contingent
But
you talk.
does not appear in your first premise. Do you want to go ahead and massage your first premise?
No,
I'm
I'm talking
I'm
about. I'm responding to what you told me. You asked me about Gretchen not existing right now.
I'm necessary, Gretchen. I always existed.
That doesn't follow. I thought you were talking about
Your
Gretchen,
first
the
What
premise
do
person.
you
doesn't
mean it
follow.
doesn't follow?
No, Gretchen, the dependent being. I was talking about the dependent being Gretchen.
Now you're conflating dependent and contingent again, and we've been over this how they are different. Did
I'm
you
I'm
did
talking
a
you
about.
not
universal
learn?
wave. I'm a universal wave function in disguise. I'm the
I'm
fucking
talking
monad,
about
baby. I
dependent.
always existed.
I'm not talking about contingency. I'm talking about dependency.
I don't
You're
depend on
talking to the
anything.
mug, Felix.
Gretchen didn't always exist, correct?
Yes, I did.
The mug
If
did.
if everything that exists would be like that, that didn't always exist, like Gretchen, would something exist right now?
If everything didn't exist,
Didn't always exist like you.
We just
You
messing
are
with the
existing.
words.
You are existing right now, correct?
I think we're just messing
yes,
with words.
But you didn't always exist. There was a moment when you began to exist because you didn't
I
exist.
always existed.
Come on, Gretchen,
Necess-
follow
It's just
necessary
the
Gretchen
mug.
always existed. Hey, I'm just doing the ultimate special pleading that you're working up to, and
Yeah.
me. Okay, so
you
you
can't
get
beat
my
my
point.
special pleading
You get my point.
because
You were born and you didn't
because
always
I'm the
exist.
necessary being.
So it
So
follows
you
that
can't beat that.
nothing. It follows that nothing would exist right now if everything was like Gretchen.
That's not true at
That's
all.
not true.
Then you don't understand what dependency means.
And
Not
maybe you
always
don't
existing.
understand.
You
Maybe
know
it's
what?
you that doesn't understand.
So you always existed, Nickel.
You're applying dependency to a necessary being. You can't do that.
You always existed, Nickel.
I don't know who
No,
he's talking to.
Nectu has not always existed. He's just a human.
Yeah, I'm not
Exactly.
necessary. I am
Exactly.
unnecessary neck to.
Exactly. So if everything was like
But
that, nothing would
even
exist right now.
even though he exists, he doesn't require the existence of a necessary being.
I'm not saying that. I'm on a different topic right now. I'm
I'm
saying that
different
if
Well,
planet
can
right
everything
you
now.
specify what fucking topic you're on?
I'm saying that if everything began to exist like you, if everything didn't exist at one point and began to exist at another point, nothing would exist right now.
Yeah,
But
this is
we
just the
don't.
same
But
fucking argument. I don't want to rehash this for another two
nobody
hours.
grants you that everything began to exist.
Okay.
Just because some things began to exist doesn't mean that everything did.
Okay.
Felix, can
Tell
you
me one.
prove Felix, can you
Okay. Tell
prove
me
that
one
the
thing.
Felix, shut the fuck up. Can you prove that the universe didn't start last Thursday? Can you prove that?
I don't need to prove that for my
Yes, you
argument.
do, because last Thursdayism completely dismantles your first premise.
For my argument, it's not necessary.
It's completely
I'm
necessary.
talking
Can you
about you.
disprove last Thursdayism?
I just need one
Felix,
being.
have you even come across the concept of last Thursdayism?
You do just need one
I
thing.
know.
You need a fucking argument. That's what you
I
need.
just need one being. I just need one being. You.
No, not with last Thursdayism. Last Thursdayism specifies that there was nothing, and then all of a sudden everything began to exist last Thursday. All of our memories and everything before last Thursday are simply constructions of the beginning of the universe.
Okay, they're not
Can you
always.
disprove that?
So it not always existed. Is my point. You're making my point.
My point is that the oh god, what the not the conditional what follows the conditional in your first premise can't be supported because last Thursdayism is a proper reductio.
Okay, last Thursday didn't
Last
always exist.
Thursdayism specifies that something didn't always exist.
Exactly. That's my point.
No, your point is you're trying to prove that something has always existed. Last Thursdayism disproves that.
No, it doesn't.
Consequent. Thank you, fucking Eric. Thank you so much. I was having some real anomic
Okay,
aphasia there.
let me change this because you don't understand what I'm saying. if something, if
I don't
nothing,
think you understand what you're saying.
no,
That's
I
all he wants to do.
understand.
He just wants to paint us like we're a bunch of dumbasses that can't understand what he's doing. That he's such a genius.
And he doesn't
But
understand my reductio.
No,
everywhere
because
he's been
me
the
out of
dumbass.
context. You're taking me out of context.
No, I'm directly interfacing
Isn't
with
it
your
weird
stated
how all
consequent.
the atheist streamers you've been calling in the last few weeks, every single fucking one of us takes you out of context? You don't think that maybe the problem is you?
No, because I'm being
You
clear.
keep rehashing the same fucking argument, and it's
Okay,
not getting you anywhere. At some
so
point, you need to scrap it and come up with a new argument.
so can you tell me if nothing,
Yours doesn't work, Felix.
if
We
if
have
nothing,
told you. We've told you many, many times.
can I speak?
Yeah, speak. Try to make
If
sense this time.
if nothing existed, if nothing always existed, nothing at all, would something exist right now?
It could,
How?
but your argument doesn't even come close to addressing that.
How it could, Gretchen?
Because things don't need to have always existed for things to eventually exist. It just
No,
doesn't,
that's.
it's not the way it works.
Did you understand what I said?
Yeah, I do. Do you understand
Okay,
what I said?
repeat it. No, I don't
Do
understand
you,
what you say.
you're
Fe-
saying that if nothing existed before last Thursday,
No, no, no,
nothing
no,
could ever exist.
This is
no.
my argument.
If nothing ever existed, would something exist right now? This is a simple child level
Sure.
question. Sure, what?
Things could have started to exist on Friday.
If there was
How?
truly a state of affairs that was like complete nothingness, that nothingness
See,
would
that's
necessarily need to
it.
be infinite,
That's the
and within
question you
an
need to be
infinite,
answering is how?
we could have like
How?
any sort of happening in which the state of affairs could potentially move from a state of affairs of complete nothingness to a state of affairs of somethingness
Okay, how?
from the
Exactly.
nature of infinity.
That's the question. That's
So
going
are
to get
you
us to your
saying
special
nothing can
pleading.
come? Are you saying something
That's
can
going to get
come
us
from
right to
nothing?
your special pleading. So why don't we just go straight there? Stop
So
fucking
are,
around with all this fucking if you exist and nothing ever existed. Go straight to your special pleading bullshit, Felix.
so are you
Just
saying that?
come on.
So are you saying that something can come from nothing?
You believe something can come from nothing. What
No,
did God create existence out of?
No, that's
What
incorrect.
did God create existence out of, Felix?
God, you said it. God creates something from nothing, not
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah, God created
what
something
was
from
God
nothing. You believe
created
that
out of?
something can come from nothing.
Pay
Therefore, you trying to
attention.
say that something can't come from nothing
Pay
is special
attention.
pleading.
Pay
I
attention.
am paying attention, dumbass. That's why I was able to dismantle
Look, the
your
only
stupid
dumbass
claim.
here is you. I said
Felix,
nothing.
we've spent over 12 hours schooling your ass over and over. You're sitting there in the corner with the dunce cap on the stool, and you're
You're
trying to call the teacher dumbass. It's hilarious. It'd be sad if it wasn't like objectively hilarious.
you're confusing God with nothing. I'm saying nothing cannot produce nothing. God can
God
produce.
is nothing in my worldview.
Then what produced God then?
What's the question?
What produced God then?
God self-sustains his own existence. His
See,
Yeah,
that's
his
special pleading.
that's a circular grounding.
his personhood sustains his own existence.
No,
He's
no,
he's
No,
we already
so
defeated this dumbass
so
notion of
here we
personhood
go.
too.
We completed the
that's
fucking circle. We're back
that's
at
what that's
it's the
what
same
created.
argument. It's the
That's
same
what.
fucking
Right
argument.
here.
You
No,
haven't
it's
come up
not
with
the
anything
same.
new.
It's not the same.
Felix, if brains are required for
It's the
personhood
same.
and
It's the
immaterial
same
person is
shit.
impossible, brains are required for personhood. conclusion, an immaterial person is possible. I've
Okay,
disproved your immaterial God with personhood.
okay, I can refute that right away.
Did I not tell you at the beginning that I'm low on patience tonight and I don't want to deal with this shit? Didn't I tell you that?
It's the same
Okay.
argument.
I know it
Okay.
is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
You're saying
It's
that
it's
because
special planning wrapped up in all your fucking bullshit. That's what it is.
RP is saying that because we have only seen life on Earth, therefore there is no life anywhere else. That's
Those words are not on the screen. Are you also illiterate?
no. I'm answering your argument about
I
no.
never said anything about life, dumbass.
You said dumbass. You said a brain cannot
Dumbass,
exist.
go ahead and tell me when the word life left my
You
mouth.
said minds cannot
Go
exist
ahead.
without brains.
Yes, and
cannot
that
exist
doesn't
without
have
brains
anything to do with life.
because you have never seen it. So you have never seen life apart from Earth. Therefore, there is no life anywhere in the
I never talked about Earth
the
either.
universe. It's an analogy, dumbass.
You don't even know what an analogy is.
You don't even know how
An
to
analogy
compare.
All right.
requires that you compare something to something else.
You don't
Okay,
even know.
I'm shutting this down. I can't, I'm not doing. I warned you, Felix. Come up with a different argument, or you got nothing.
I have a new
So
argument.
No, you don't.
no, you don't. And I'm not in the mood tonight. So good night, Felix.
Okay, good night.
I am so
I gave
over Felix.
I gave him a chance, but he had nothing. And honestly, today was just the wrong fucking day to hit me with that shit. So, hmm. God, oh, it's not okay. It's John.
God damn it, it's John.
I was about to lose my shit. I thought it was Felix again. I'm like, motherfucker.
Hey, John, how's it going?
Good morning, everybody. How are you,
Hi,
Gretchen?
John.
You well rested?
Yeah,
Enjoy your
well, I
day off?
was.
Yeah, until Felix showed up, right? I'm glad to see he removed the word "a person who was born" from his argument. That was actually as much as it shouldn't really be possible for Felix to improve any of his arguments. That technically did count as an improvement. So.
Weird, he hasn't listened to anything I said when I told him that I'm necessary regression. So
I don't think Felix has ever listened to anything anybody's ever said, to be honest.
if he calls back, he needs to have a defeater for the fact that I am a universal wave function. I am eternal. I'm a monad.
The fact that Felix kept adding like words to the argument that I laid out shows that he doesn't listen.
He doesn't.
Just what's the name of the person where you?
Oh, hopefully you get the song now.
What's the name of that name where you think you know more than you do? Your confidence in how well you know a subject is.
Yeah.
Dunning-Kruger.
Well, yeah, it's
Yes, thank you. Yeah.
The premise of the song is that I'm a universal wave function, and I've donned a human Gretchen suit so I can spend one human lifespan here on Earth listening to music the way humans do.
I just think
it's my vacation.
I think Felix is up to something with his channel. He's just trying to get clips from YouTube channels, probably to paint them dishonestly in some sort of clipped fashion. But I don't know. I just can't imagine why he would repeat the same bullshit over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like, if he wasn't just trying to wear us down, like, there's no way it's going to work ever.
What's this? I mean, I'm not going to go over to Felix's channel, but what on earth does his channel look like? I mean,
I don't know. I just found out about it. I haven't looked yet.
Right.
I think he streams to it, from what I've heard. Like, when he calls in, he's also streaming, but
right, okay.
I don't know. I don't know if he's actually made like any just like essay type videos. I don't know.
He has 1 subscriber.
That doesn't surprise me.
At least last week when we made him shut his stream down because we weren't able to hear half the shit he was saying because he kept roboting. We made him shut his stream down because we couldn't hear him. He didn't have the bandwidth to do 2 streams at once.
Well, that subscriber is probably his Orthodox Christian mother. You can do anything you want, Felix. You're so smart. You can.
Yeah, I really don't know what's up. Like, he's a hard nut to crack as far as like what's going on with him. But I don't know. I don't care either, though. It's too frustrating to care.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't call everyone else and try that same argument on them,
and then pretend like it's a different one when you know it's going to be the same one. He's just trying to. I don't know. Like, he's just got to be trying to wear us down. Like, why else would he be the same argument? Either that, or he doesn't understand how it's been defeated.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi, guys.
Unless he's relying completely on the semantics that he's purposely misunderstanding. I don't know. Sorry to interrupt you there.
No worries. It was just I heard.
I can barely hear you. You're like in a can.
Sorry. I heard your man Felix there, and I thought, gosh, I think you guys have the patience of Job to put up with that.
I was very impatient then.
Does anybody know of a theist who actually came to believe in a God because of one of these logical arguments?
Actually, yeah, I've come across a couple that said that philosophy kind of made them, but then they were
Go ahead.
They said they were I used to be atheist types, which I never believed that anyway, but
right.
I have come across a couple people that have said, yeah, philosophy made me rethink it and start believing.
I've never met one myself, Jerry, but
I don't know that I buy it, but
I think the vast majority of the theists that use logical arguments to justify the existence of God, I think they presuppose the existence of God and then they attempt to use logical arguments as a retrospective justification. I don't think it's the actual cause of their belief.
Right.
Oh, exactly. I think I would categorize it as more of a sustaining argument rather than a primary argument. People feel something and then they come up with this, or they're told or they believe that this is some kind of argument. I think it's utterly vacuous, really, because it's. Are you aware of?
Felix is restreaming this right now.
He is.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, he can restream all he likes.
But I don't know who. Like, if he has no audience.
Wait, our entire channel,
or just his part on it.
Let him. What's that gonna do?
Right.
He's streaming to what? His one subscriber.
The point is,
and I think that one subscriber is M Carp. So.
What a loser.
What's his channel name?
RP? I don't know.
I don't know. M Carp will know. M Carp. M Carp is his one subscriber, so.
Is M Carp in chat?
Yeah, he's in our chat right now.
Hey, M Carp, you put his channel name in chat. I want to go sub to him. He needs a friend.
So the tricky
Even
bit
Felix is
here,
loved
What?
it.
Why?
strikes
Do
me.
you have an abundance of brain cells that you don't think you need?
Yeah, right.
He's never gonna leave us alone now.
He
You're
seems to
gonna be
like.
his only friend, Nectu.
I think the only way to have
Oh,
the only way to get to have a productive discussion with Felix would be to give yourself concussion and then have a discussion with Felix.
yeah, that's.
There it is, Nectu.
Okay,
Well,
thanks.
I think it's a bit like the problem of hard solipsism. I told a story about Bertrand Russell, and he was on tour in America promoting something. Maybe his maybe mathematics or something, but it doesn't matter. And at the end of his lecture, a woman came up to him and she said, "I'm a hard solipsist, and I encourage you to be too."
Oh, that's pretty good. It took me a moment, but
Yeah,
that's brilliant.
I think Ted Bundy had some variant on this. He said he was asked why he didn't believe, or I think at some point he had some kind of hard solipsism, and one of the the psychiatrists or the psychologist said to him, "So why do you think this?" And he said, "All of the people in my life have the quality of hastily drawn characters," which I don't know what it says about his feelings about his lack of creativity or his lack of ability to create characters in his dreams with verisimilitude, but it seems very strange. But that's how
yeah.
I tackle
What
the
I'd heard this.
pre-supper.
I'd heard this before. I think that position actually came from just a supreme arrogance. Like for me, whilst I can't necessarily disprove hard solipsism, it is a non-disprovable hypothesis. I don't like to think that I have the arrogance to think that every beautiful piece of music, every fantastic work of art, is a product of my brain. Or, whereas somebody like Ted Bundy would not have an issue with that, So, and he probably would, he probably would describe people as having like a lack of depth, So,
Do you know? Have you heard of the Gownilo objection to all of this?
sorry, Jerry, it's you do sound like you're at the bottom of a well. I didn't quite catch that. It's your mic isn't amazing. Sorry.
Wow.
Whoa!
Drop.
You
just
know,
have to
Jerry,
drop.
I gotta mute you for a moment, because you just sounded like a dial-up modem right there.
Yeah, that was
like
wild.
you're trying to connect to AOL. maybe try
You were trying to
refreshing.
connect in 1996.
Refreshing the lobby.
Yeah, Ziggy says you need a new modem.
Yeah.
We're dealing in BODs right now.
Your prodigy net has expired.
That's a shame. I get the thing. I'd like talking to Jerry. He seems like an informed chap.
I couldn't hear a word he was saying the whole time, anyways.
Well, that's why I was liking what he was saying when I could hear it, but I could barely hear it. That was the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, boosted his mic all the way to 200%.
I went and subbed to Felix and I gave him a like. And I asked him what he was doing. M-Carp's in chat too. He didn't respond to either of us. So I was like, well, all right. See you later.
All right. How's your connection now, Jerry?
Jerry?
Can you give us a test?
Now we have no mic, no audio.
Is that
Trying
better?
to figure out
Oh, I heard something.
this song.
Is that better?
Yeah, you're back. There you go.
Is that better, guys?
Well,
You're no longer roboting, but the mic quality is still pretty low. Are you able to
Yeah,
get closer to your
I can't
microphone?
understand a word you're saying.
Yeah, I can try.
Can you talk closer to your microphone?
The point I was going to make. Where
I don't know.
Is roboting again too?
Yeah, you're roboting again there, Jerry. Are you on a phone by any chance, Jerry?
He's on a speakerphone.
Hey, Hazel. How you doing, bud? I see you in the chat.
Was that you? Sorry.
Yeah, that was me.
I'm like reading something and ask.
I'm getting my 120 APM in right now.
Right. That's what it sounds like when Blitz is like sounds like machine gun fire. He's so fast.
So
I'm
what's an AP?
currently
What's
actions per minute.
APMN? Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm currently Zerg rushing.
So are we testing his mic again, or what's the deal here? Did he drop and come back?
Joe dropped and came back, but I don't think his mic quality is any better. I think it's his kit that might be the problem here.
Yeah. And if you're on a mobile phone and you don't have good reception, then
Sorry, am I still no good, or will I drop?
no, yeah.
Oh, no, that's better.
You're
Yeah,
better. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's better. Is it okay? So the point I was
you don't do
just trying to
anything.
make was
We can manage with this. If you don't change anything.
Was that Aquinas had this mate who heard of his five ways, and there's a move that you have to make if you're going to do this logical proof of God business right, and you have to make the greatest possible thing, and the greatest possible thing has to have as one of its features, its greatness, is existence, right? And so Galileo said, well, what about the smelliest possible man? Or the most beautiful possible island?
Yeah, I've heard the greatest
course,
possible island retort.
Yeah, it makes the same. You can make the same argument that it must be true by definition, and so it means the whole thing is basically ludicrous.
Yeah, but it's kind of like
irritating.
It's kind of like a twisted version of Platonism. Like, there's like, for chairs to exist, there must be the perfect chair that exhibits perfect chairness. It is a completely unfounded argument straight out
I
the
like
gate.
it, Gretchen.
You like
I
it?
think Platonism gets to the chair business.
All the names.
Hmm?
Especially the part where you name drop everyone.
You like that? I threw Austin in there too. I thought he'd like that.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't throw your own in there.
I'm not a science communicator.
That's true.
They were all science communicators.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point.
Well, in a limited way, I suppose. I'm not a fan of credentialism. I don't think that I don't think a credential is required for insight.
Well, I think she just means like these are people that actually, like they do like video essays.
These are people that have YouTube channels and actually.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I misunderstood.
They produce science communication content.
Yeah.
So.
No, yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
We're just science
It's not
minded
about
people.
credentials.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say that like I would, whilst you don't need credentials to be able to comprehensively be able to explain science, or a field of science, I would. But I tend to view it in the same way as I view teachers, and I wouldn't want a non-credentialed teacher, if that makes sense. So
You're just going to have much better results with someone who's actually properly trained.
formally trained, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, anyone who does their due diligence, though, yeah, you can educate yourself. But it's just going to be hard work.
Well, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's the same in the United States, but certainly in higher education, when you're a subject, not in junior school, where like in junior schools you get one teacher that teaches all of the topics. You know, they all do English, maths, science, etc. Because the entry level teaching of these subjects doesn't actually really require any kind of specialization in them. You just need to know the basics of the curriculum. But the second that you get into sort of like your GCSEs, which is the 14 to 15 year old 14 15 16 age bracket, then in order to be a teacher in a particular subject, then you require a degree in the subject, and then you also require something called a PGCE, which is a qualification in teaching as well. But I don't know if it's the same in the US or not.
I don't know. I should know. My best friend's a
Well,
English
that's me.
teacher.
That's me. I'm Irish, and I have a
Equinox, I wrote a whole
Well,
song about science communicators, and it set it to the tune of "It's the End of the World" and "I Feel Fine" by REM.
It's such a good song too. I love REM.
It starts out with where is it? That's great. It starts with flat Earth memes, creationists, and MAGA's anti-science claims, and Dr. Blitz is not afraid. And then it goes into a whole verse about creationism. And then the second verse is all about flat earthers. And then the third verse is all about people believing shit off of TikTok without fact checking it. And
Well, I've given up.
And then I name dropped all the science communicators and said science teachers educating all over the damn internet. You're ill-informed, dumb as hell, ignorant ideals, got no excuses left.
I've stopped engaging with the flat earthers. There's just no point. Like it was entertaining initially, but
it's not interesting anymore either. They're just so low. Like
I still love them. That's still my favorite Blitz Day is Flat Earth Day.
Yeah, it's
so irritating to me. 2,000 years ago.
You're roboting again, Jerry.
You're roboting again, Jerry.
Felix lasted about 10 minutes, and then I cut him. I couldn't. Maybe if you were here, Jerry. No, dude, it can't hear you. It's painful, actually.
Yeah, you need to get a better mic set up.
If you were here, maybe you could have the patience to go a couple more rounds with him, but I fucking didn't.
I don't think it's worth it because what words are you going to use that we haven't used already? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, how many calories are you going to waste trying to make somebody understand?
I think he's just looking for attention, to be honest.
Maybe. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, there's some reason why he will not budge, and I don't know if it's his indoctrination, or if it's his cognitive dissonance, or if he's got an agenda that he's trying to stick to. I don't know. It's just so weird. But he will not engage.
There's a few people like that. They've gotten sucked into the debate thing, and they want to be part of it, and they just will not accept that they're not of that caliber.
Yeah, not intellectually equipped to have the conversation on a public forum.
And
That might be the case. He definitely said a few things tonight that.
I'm not a great debater either, and if I can shut you down in a debate,
Yeah,
you got problems.
I've
Well,
never debated.
It just depends on the topic and how, like, ultimately I think even somebody who isn't necessarily, how can I put this, doesn't necessarily have a high IQ, if they know their field well, then they will be able to debate it well. Like you can pretty quickly detect whether somebody understands their field or not. Like I've certainly noticed as my kids are getting a bit older and I'm having to start teaching them some stuff, I'm like, shit, I should know this better than I do, because I should probably be able to explain this better. You know, I have to go, like, but it might be like something that I've just not needed, not had to use. I did know it at one point, but I've just kind of forgotten it, you know. And the
Well,
same is true.
Even if you don't know the information cold, I mean, if you're a decent debater, then all right, you can probably hold your own anyway. I mean, you're not going to be the best at it, but
Well, it just depends if you have the ability to, like, understand arguments and subjects on the fly once you're given the basic information. Like, can you pass, like, basic, like, you know, nobody would expect somebody to become an instant expert in a field, but you can, you know, if somebody says something and you can, like, condense it, like, quickly into a little syllogistic form in your head and go, does this make sense? Yes, no. You know, and then like if it doesn't make sense, then you can criticize it, and if it doesn't make sense, then you can accept it and move on. You know, if you've got the ability to do that.
logistic stuff where I get fucked over. If you wanna go Socratic with me, all right, cool, let's do that. I can do that shit all night, and I can bust you up 100 different ways. But it's when you confine it to syllogisms and
Oh no, I wasn't making the
that's when I get lost.
No, what I mean is that if you can not know a subject, but somebody could make a claim about a subject, and if you have the, I didn't mean like condense it into like a formal argument, but if you can sort of critique it in your head, like, okay, does this make sense? Does this make sense? Does this make sense? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, right, I agree. Let's move on. Or can you find a flaw, even though you're not an expert in the subject? You know, it's the
Well, that's how Andrew Wilson wins debates. He's not an expert in anything, clearly. He's just a fucking liar.
He's just a confident liar.
He's just good at maneuvering people verbally. That's all.
Well, that's what when you jumped on me a little bit the other day when I said he was quite good, but if he was in like a formal debate at like the Oxford Union or something, he wouldn't win fucking anything, because that's he's just good at he's good at managing the optics of a debate, you know.
Yeah. So,
I mean, he is a greasy fuck as well. Like, you're trying to pin him down on anything, he just will not sit still, you know. But it's because for the most part he's not really trying to get to the truth of the matter.
That's why his favorite trick is granting whatever you're trying to support. He'll just grant you your point, and then drag you down in the basement and fucking beat you up with, fucking non sequiturs until you fucking lose your shit. That's what he does.
Yeah, I've always found.
I've seen him do it to some of the best. It's like.
Oh yeah, like I presume everybody has seen the Matt Dillahunty incident on MDD. That was a live MDD.
Andrew Wilson?
Yeah, no, Andrew Wilson. You haven't?
Was that the one where Andrew conceded the entire debate in the very beginning and then tried to
just started insulting Matt's private life? Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like him. I didn't see it, but that sounds about right.
Look, it wasn't Matt. Andrew didn't even attempt to engage in the debate. It's and it's saying something. This is the worst Andrew Wilson debate I've ever seen, because it was just, to me at least, it looked like Andrew just turned up going, I don't have anything. I'm not going to be able to compete with this guy. I'm just going to resort to insults, you know. And Matt Dillahunty just was like, you know what, I'm not putting up with this. I'm off, and just left. And I don't really blame him, to be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Wilson's a piece of shit.
But I had been looking forward to that debate. Hey nobody, how you doing, bud?
What's up, y'all?
I was going to make
You're
like,
awfully
a really
quiet.
mean joke.
Nobody.
Your mic is really quiet. Nobody.
Oh, really?
Extremely
How about
There you
now?
go.
That's
Much
a
better.
lot better.
Okay.
Well, make the mean joke anyway.
You're like 100 miles away.
Well, someone said Andrew Wilson is
Did
a
you see
giant piece of
Felix
shit,
called in?
and nobody joined the panel. And I was going to say, speaking of giant pieces of shit,
Oh. hey, Eugene, when did you get here?
Did you see Felix called in? Nobody?
No, I was driving when it happened.
Yeah.
But
missed
I
nothing.
saw the producer chat. Was it the same exact argument?
Same one.
Yeah.
Same. He
Yeah.
tried to say it was going to be
Yeah.
different.
No.
Did
In
he
fairness,
change any words?
He did improve it slightly. He
changed a couple of words.
he removed the requirement of being born. He just said existence. So,
Mhm.
Oh no! Did it at least say began to exist?
yeah, it
Here,
did. Yeah.
I'll bring up exactly
Yeah,
what it was this time.
Yeah, I was hoping you still had it.
If you exist right now, then something always existed. Was P1.
What?
So it didn't have the begin to
Yeah.
exist.
No. If you exist right now, then something always existed. And I ran last Thursday as I'm on him, and he totally did not. He was incapable of tracking.
Yeah, at first he said it wasn't. He said something like it wasn't a fallacy or.
He called it a category error fallacy.
Yeah, that's what it was.
I'd have just asked him what he thinks of the Cartesian demon and does he have holes in his socks, and he would have gone right over his fucking head. But that's still a funny thing to ask.
Yeah, Opal existence is stored in the balls.
Right next to the microplastic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I had a hunch that's how it was going to go.
And then he said a few things tonight that, like he clearly didn't understand. Like, he was pretending to understand something. That it was obvious that he didn't. Something that Arpy said. No, I can't remember. But Arpy caught it. It was right towards the end.
What was it? Do you remember, Arpy?
I don't. I can't remember everything that Felix doesn't understand because it's everything.
It's everything.
But yeah, there was something he was like.
He's like, what was it? What was it he didn't understand? And Arpy's like, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's gonna drive me crazy. It's on the tip of my tongue because I remember what I was doing when it was being said. I just don't remember what it was that was said.
Yeah, I think if you wanted to have if you wanted to generate a comprehensive list of things that Felix doesn't understand, then you'd be better off just doing it in the negative, like starting with what he does.
Yeah, right.
That'd be the shorter list.
Well, he doesn't understand contingent. He doesn't understand exist. He doesn't understand words.
Like, I don't think with Felix, I don't think even if he has an agenda, I don't think he's like up to no good. I think Felix.
He doesn't strike me as malicious. He's just an idiot.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Exactly.
I honestly felt bad for crashing out on him because he seems like he's got a head injury or something. I don't know.
But idiots, whilst they're not malicious, whilst idiots aren't don't have to be malicious. They are dangerous in their own kind of way. You know.
Yeah, that's true.
They can still buy firearms and heavy machinery. So,
Disabled people can still be assholes.
That's true.
Yeah, I feel like he's just a danger to himself.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like the my kids now are old enough that when they do something daft, I get frustrated and angry with them. Yes, but then after I've dealt with the initial daftness and made sure that I've eliminated the potential danger to them, I walk away and I'm like, this is my fault. Like I didn't teach them not to do this. Yeah, it's a weird kind of guilt when my kids do something fucking nuts, and I'm like, and honestly, I kind of like societally feel the same way when I come across people like Felix. I'm like, we have let these people down dramatically. Yeah. Got a device in your pocket that connects you to the collective knowledge of humanity, and this person still exists.
Like access to knowledge has never been more streamlined. Yet people are getting dumber, and like their critical thought abilities are diminishing. It's paradoxical and just like mind-boggling.
There is, but then again, I suppose also the access to, like, if you think about it, I think sort of like the golden age of knowledge was probably in the the early 20th, where like academic rigor was probably at its most stringent, and you couldn't just access the internet and be bathed in misinformation. Whereas now, obviously, whilst the accurate information does exist on the internet, all of the other bullshit also exists on there as well. And if we've not taught people how to differentiate between the correct information and the incorrect information, it's the distinction between not what to think, but how to think, if that makes sense.
When I was in school, there was no. I graduated in 1997. There was the internet had been around for a couple of years. We had and I had a business communications class where they briefly mentioned it, you can't trust everything you're gonna find on the internet. But yeah, I had no idea what I was in store for. I immediately got suckered into conspiracy theories. I fell into the zeitgeist bullshit. But thankfully, I listened to enough smarter people to realize I was following a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, it can be difficult, because I'm not talking about like the flat Earth conspiracy theories and all that bullshit, but like when I first started getting into YouTube, when it first started being a entertainment for me on the internet, the bit that was floating around most was things like the 9/11 conspiracies.
Yeah. There was a popular quote unquote movie called Loose Change that basically went over.
That's what I got into before zeitgeist.
Yeah.
But
the jet fuel can't melt steel beams.
Well, no, but steel can't support its own weight at about 800 degrees Celsius, and with the way that the towers were built, like the chimney effect that happened, it was basically like a furnace. So
I never got into Alex Jones though.
But the bit with what I was going to get at is with respect, like the people claiming that the Twin Towers were like a controlled demolition and that sort of stuff was complete nonsense. Right. You can see from the footage that that's not how it worked. The top third of the building fell through the bottom 2/3 of the building. That was not a controlled demolition, not even close. Also, since I have an understanding of how the buildings were engineered, how they were built, it just doesn't make sense. But the bit where you could potentially get some kind of traction with respect to a conspiracy theory is that America did want to go to war in that region of the world because of the oil there, etc. And they knew it was going to happen, and they let it happen. That's kind of where the conspiracy theories could potentially get a bit of traction, because it's less easy to pass, you know. Whereas the buildings being controlled demolition, it's complete crap. It's total nonsense.
Yeah, I was really susceptible to conspiracy thinking and like connecting dots and thinking that rich people had their fingers pulling all these strings, and like, I don't know.
Well,
There was
it's like when you know, when they say, oh, this manager of this hedge fund didn't turn up to work that day, and that's deeply suspicious. The building held hundreds of companies and thousands of people. You are absolutely going to find an example of somebody who just conveniently didn't turn up to work that day, and it is just going to be a coincidence. It's not because they had foreknowledge, you know.
There's some comedian who talked about like missing his flight, and it was the 9/11 flight. I'll look it up here in a moment.
the reason was one other thing that helped me snap out of it is I don't like being humiliated. Like, I can admit when I'm wrong. So like, I mean, I don't always. I might not always in the moment, but at least I don't want to be wrong. It's my ultimate goal is to not be wrong. So like,
Seth
I would be
MacFarlane.
arguing.
Sorry.
I'd be arguing for zeitgeist or something, and then somebody would be arguing back, and be like, "That's not true. That's not how this shit works." And a friend of mine was pushing back pretty hard on me, and I ended up having to concede because when I went and looked it up, he was absolutely right, and I felt fucking stupid, you know, because I've been arguing for hours, you know, and I was wrong. But yeah, if I didn't have that, I would have stood no chance. If I didn't think that way, if I didn't care about being right.
Yeah, Eric, it was Seth MacFarlane.
Oh,
Seth
sorry.
MacFarlane missed his flight on flight 11 by 10 minutes.
Yeah, I remember that story.
I think the wanting to be right, or rather wanting to have knowledge that other people doesn't have, is actually probably one of the things that drives people to conspiracy. They like thinking they're special, that they've got some kind of special knowledge that other people don't have, that they get to reveal to them. It's kind of like a superiority complex.
Well, I guess I cared more about being right than I cared about having the special knowledge.
Yeah, which is good, absolutely. But the you know, it's this and it's easier to engage in conspiracy than to actually become an expert in a particular field. You know, the conspiracy is easier. You know.
Because partly of like how I deconstructed and got out of religion was just by thinking, well, okay, I know what they've told me. I know what my religion has told me, but how does this work? You know, how does this? And I would look for explanations, like, you know, trying to understand the cosmology of the you know, existence that I was involved in, and religious answers just didn't satisfy, whereas scientific ones gave detailed explanations and had evidence that I could follow, and you know, like, and so it was easy for me to follow the trail out of religion, and it was a similar process, and because I immediately after religion, I got suckered into the pseudoscience cults, but then eventually I worked my way out of those too. And now I'm just in an atheist cult, so.
An atheist cult. Yeah, no, I know you're joking, but I always find it bizarre. Like, there are people that say that atheism doesn't have any like dogma to it. I think it, like, in the strictest sense, it doesn't.
It's just an answer to a single question.
Yeah, basically. And certainly I've never understood the like the, you know, the religious right think that all atheists are like, you know, left-leaning liberals or something. I'm like, well, I'm fucking not, so explain me, bitch. It's but
yeah,
then again,
so it certainly isn't.
What'd you say?
So B.S. Lewis certainly isn't a left-leaning liberal.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, they're out there.
Yeah, I listened to, or I heard playback of that phone call of the it was when the plane's altitude was low enough where they on September 11th, where those that like football team and those people on the plane realized what was going on, because they were able to get cell phone signal, and that I mean that phone call is just epic, just the way. You know the end of the phone call, the guy goes, right, let's roll.
I'm sorry.
Hangs
Famous
up those.
last words.
Yeah, you know.
What phone call was this?
It was the plane that was heading to.
It was from United 93.
Yeah, it was the plane that was heading to it was supposedly heading to the White House, and some of the people on the plane managed to get phone calls out. One of them rang 911, and the call handler told them what was going on.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember what was said specifically, but I remember that happening.
yeah, it was a football team. They said the Lord's Prayer, and then the guy who was holding the phone said, "Let's roll," and then they took on the hijackers and crashed the plane themselves.
Yeah.
When I took the call over, there was a soft-spoken, calm gentleman on the other end. He told me that there's 3 people that have taken over the flight. At that point, I asked him his name. He told me Todd Beamer. He was from Cranberry, New Jersey.
Did you make a conscious decision not to tell Todd about the World Trade Center? Why?
Yes, because I wanted him to have hope. I wanted him to think that he still had a chance. I didn't want him to feel like it was just totally hopeless, and he definitely didn't have a choice, and he knew he was going to die. I didn't want him to have that feeling.
When he wanted to pray, was your
Does the actual recording exist, or is it just this person's account of the?
No,
phone call?
there is an actual recording.
No, the recording exists because she was a 911 operator.
Yeah, it looks like this is just interviewing her. I want to find the actual phone call. I'll put it up if I find the actual phone call. While I'm looking for that, should we choose what we're going to react to tonight? I've got these videos lined up: a Dr. Blitz clip, Planet Peterson, John Cohen, allegedly Ian, and Justin.
I vote Blitz, but that's because I miss Blitz and need some Blitz in my life.
I vote indeterminate.
You're avoiding your ballot.
You might as well just write in Mickey Mouse.
I vote Mickey Mouse.
All right. Well, we're definitely not watching Mickey Mouse because the rat will attack.
We need to start working in some like godless engineer content.
Ooh, good call. I like some GE.
I think I'm subbed to him on this account. Oh, whoops. Yeah, I'm subbed. He just doesn't put out videos very often.
That was dangerous. We could have potentially got an insight into your psyche with the autocomplete there.
Oh, this is a completely safe account. So like anything from the autocomplete is just like stale like default. I know better than to let you all see my weird interests. Um, why did Mark invent a historical Jesus? Oh, here's a discussion with Dr. Carrier. That might be interesting.
I've always found the discussions, around like who was responsible for writing which portion of the Bible and how historically accurate is it. Because I don't care how historically accurate the Bible is, I'm pretty confident that Jesus did not actually rise from the dead after rotting for 3 days in a fucking cave. It's kind of relevant, even if there was a historical character called Jesus.
Through God, all things are possible.
Yeah, well.
Now you're louder than everybody else. Nobody.
God damn it.
Hmm.
Okay, hopefully that's better.
It
Yeah,
is.
that is better.
All right, are we? Okay, we got one Blitz vote, one Justin vote from M Carp. We need a tiebreaker, people.
Oh, I do Blitz. He's always an easy watch, isn't he?
All right.
Like,
hell yeah.
Blitz is an easy watch, but his callers are not an easy watch sometimes.
No, but he's kind of he's sort of like I like he's funny as well, like because he doesn't mean to insult people, but he can be quite insulting in a passive sort of kind of way, which I think is quite funny as well.
I don't know, Blitz. I might probably put Blitz on a pedestal too much, but sometimes I think he's just absolutely genius. Like,
Did you see him on Justin's show the other day?
Yeah, when he was. Well, what do you mean specifically? I guess
he was straight up mean at some points. That was great. I fucking loved that.
Yeah, Blitz is the
it's like, hey, it's not my stream. I can cut loose now. I thought that was hilarious.
He's being mean while stroking a cat gently on his lap.
Very Dr. Evil.
But why, Gretchen, would you like it when one of your favorite people on the internet is mean? That doesn't seem like you at all.
Nothing like me, huh?
No,
I was like wondering how short or how tall Justin's chair is, since Blitz is like 7.5 feet tall or something.
He's not. I think he's just. I think he's like just over like 6'6" or something.
Still pretty tall. Like, what's the average
height?
I mean,
fucking huge.
They stood up right. They stood up right next to each other, and he is legit like a foot taller than Justin, and Justin's 5'9". So
we were. I used to be 6 feet tall. Just I was 6 feet and 1/4 inch tall. We were measuring the kids against the wall chart the other day. I'm like, how tall are you, Daddy? And I stood against it, and I'm just over 5'11" now. I've fucking shrunk. Like, fuck.
It's that spinal compression. Yeah, Blitz must have been slouching when he was standing next to Justin, because Eric can confirm Blitz is 9 foot 13 inches.
Yeah, we stopped counting feet after 9.
It was pretty funny. They were standing there side by side, and you could see above the top of Justin's head, and you couldn't even see Blitz's fucking face in the frame. He was like above it.
Well, I think what's the average height of men? It's what, like it's like 5'9", 5'10".
Yeah, it's 5'9". Like I'm exactly average.
Yeah.
Your wife is a lucky lady. Oh no, wait, we're talking about height, aren't we? Sorry, my bad.
Yeah, no comment about down there. But my partner, she's relatively short. She's only 5'1".
Yeah, I'm 6'2", so I always wonder if I stood next to Blitz, it would all turn out to be a lie, and he would just be my height.
Oh, the number of people.
He's probably 9 feet tall.
The number of people that, especially men, that lie about their height is ridiculous. You know, like it is. I don't know why it's something that people like. It's not like you can do anything about it. You know. And also, like, what's going to happen? Like, you're going to say that you're 6'6", and then you stand next to somebody who also says that they're 6'6", and you're not the same height, and then you just end up having the embarrassing conversation anyway. You know.
Well, yeah, but before I met my partner, I was on like Plenty of Fish and OkCupid, and so I went on plenty of like dates from those dating apps, and like I gave my exact height. I didn't embellish at all, and like when I'd show up to the date, like the woman would always be like surprised, like, "Oh, I thought you'd be shorter." Like my boyfriend said he was 6 foot, and you're about the same height as him. I had to explain he was probably lying.
Yeah. Yeah, people do like to hit that 6 foot marker, don't they? That seems to be the minimum magic number. But again, it's like my wife didn't give a shit about any of that with respect to height. She's always been more interested in like the content of character as opposed to physical attribute.
What does that matter?
But there are quite a lot of ladies out there who, my understanding is that they don't want to date somebody who isn't taller than them when they're wearing heels. Yeah. Which means that there is a minimum, that their requirement, their preferred optics is that the guy is at least X number of inches taller than them.
You just got to be like, what, 6 inches taller?
Something like that. But
because like 6-inch heels are like crazy enough.
Yeah, but how many women routinely wear 6-inch heels? Really?
Right. That's why it's like a safe
crazy
number.
Ones.
These shoes look good. I like spinal damage.
Gretchen, did you say those heels are creepy?
No.
Did you say that? What did you say?
I didn't say that. He said, how many women routinely wear 6-inch heels? And I said, only the fucking crazy ones.
Oh, crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I suppose it's one thing to wear them for like a special occasion or something, but if that's your day-to-day shoe, that must be...
Even on a special occasion, man, you go out wearing anything fucking more than any 4-inch or more heels. You give you about 2 hours, and then you're like finding any reason to take off your shoes, and your feet hurt. So you're like fucking, dragging your ass around like it's fucking Night of the Living Dead or some shit,
Yeah, back when
see all these fucking drunken women going, my feet. It's like, well, bitch, look at your shoes. Fuck off.
Yeah, back when I
Next
was
time
DJing regularly.
Some combat boots, you'd be a lot more comfortable.
Back when I was DJing regularly, like it's always fun to watch like the average height of the dance floor shrink over the night as women start to take their heels off and just dance barefoot.
Yeah, like yeah, there comes a point where the young ladies in the nightclub would prefer to stand in barefoot in the gum on the floor rather than wear their ridiculous heels because they're in such pain. Yeah.
Like I said, just the crazy ones.
Mm-hmm. Although I do get the impression, Gretchen, that you'd be like, like your preferred footwear would have been like Doc Martens or like some tech com boot with like a toe tector in it or something, as opposed to a set of heels.
100%. But I've never been uncomfortable, so
yeah,
And yeah, I've always given off the whole, lesbian vibe, so I'm fine with that. I don't care. It doesn't bother me.
But I always found it odd, like when like straight guys get hit on by gay guys, like there are a lot of straight guys who find that insulting. Like, why wouldn't that be a compliment? Like, even though you're not of that sexual orientation, why wouldn't you appreciate the compliment? Like regardless of whether it's your same sexual orientation, it's somebody saying that they think that you're attractive, right? Which is a nice thing. Why would you get all shitty about it? As long as they take no for an answer, why would you get all shitty about it?
I don't know.
Just homophobia.
I was perfectly fine with it. I don't care. Because yeah, it's flattering no matter who it comes from. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But then I always had like plenty of guys figure that I was a lesbian, and they wanted a shot to turn me straight, and I'm like, okay.
Jesus Christ.
Assume much.
Another thing that I never understood.
Despite what I look like, I don't bat for that team. Sorry.
But is there not also like with the male gay community, there is like my understanding is that there is this kind of there's like a not a point of pride, but like a gay guy considers it like a little bit of a challenge to try and get with a straight guy,
Yeah.
I don't know if that's me being like it's
Those
like
guys exist.
a media thing or
For some of them.
But,
For some of the gay guys, it's a little feather in their cap to turn a straight guy gay, and then for some of them, they'd rather try and turn a gay girl straight. I think it's just a male thing.
I have a gay friend who would always hit on my straight friend, and like to this day, I'm not sure if it was like just because of like how my straight friend would react, and like my gay friend thought it was funny, like watching him squirm, or if like it was an actual like pursuit.
Right. Oh, no fucking way! Is it Puggle's birthday?
Oh, happy birthday, Puggles.
Puggles, is it really your birthday?
Yeah, if it is, happy birthday, man.
Hey, Robin.
Hey, that was quick.
Happy birthday, Puggles.
51. Can we get a birthday cake?
Happy birthday, Puggles.
You know what? You get a song request anytime you want on me. Let's go. Happy birthday.
And a beer on me if you ever meet me.
You name the song, you call the time, we'll stop everything and do it. Happy birthday, Puggles. This community would not be the same without you, dear.
That's
Nick,
true.
too. Have you ever eaten at Hickory Park in Ames?
I'm not sure. What is it?
They're like a smokehouse. Really good
I
locally
probably have,
sourced pork.
It would have been like 20-something years ago when my sister was going to school there.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember.
Well, they have a specific happy birthday song. And, like I've always enjoyed it more than happy birthday. It goes happy birthday. That's what we're here to say. Happy birthday on the special day. Hey, happy birthday. May all your dreams come true. Happy birthday from Hickory Park to you. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
I've heard that with lots of places, yeah.
I've never heard that.
Really?
Well, I've heard the jingle, but I've not heard that at that particular restaurant.
And it's for my birthday present. I won't sing for you, Puggles. Okay, that's my gift to you.
Sorry if that was excruciating.
No, it wasn't. But mine would be. That's what I'm just saying. Like my gift is not the same.
Oh, looks like our buddy Mezzo just ended. I'm getting some more friends into chat. Hey there, Ben.
What you guys were talking about a minute ago, there was a friend of ours in our circle of when I was in my early 20s. One of our friends came out, and when he came out, he became turned from a guy that we all thought was just a laid back normal guy. I don't know, he is normal, but he became flamboyant overnight. Coming out was his license to totally unlock his personality, and I thought it was great. I'm still friends with the guy to this day, but there were people that were friends with him that stopped hanging out with him and didn't want him to be around. And at the time, I was just that's not right. Fuck that. But it turns out the reason some of them didn't want him around was because when he got drunk, he would proposition them, and one of my friends did take it as a compliment at first, but then he wouldn't. He kept offering, kept trying to stop him on his way to the bathroom when we were drinking, and kept trying to offer to go down on him. So yeah, that was what John was saying.
Started to feel predatory.
Yeah, but I didn't know that about him at the time. So, and I've never asked him about it. I don't hang out with him. He lives in Florida now, so.
Hey, look, humans are humans. Gay, straight, trans doesn't matter. Some just because you're gay or transgender doesn't mean that you lose the ability to become a complete and total asshole.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, one no means no. 100 no's and a yes is probably still a no. But
I feel bad because the dude who got treated pretty badly by some people, for not wanting to hang out. He got called a bigot and things like that, and he didn't want to tell anybody about what happened.
Two things can be true at the same time, right?
I was literally going to say that exact sentence, John.
Hell, 3 things can be true.
But not 4. That's just crazy. That's right out.
Yeah, that's a fallacy.
The 4 truths fallacy.
Yeah.
Well, should we get this Blitz clip started?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to go make a coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Cool.
Ben, you are live on the show.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing all right. Big Bang Ben, do you believe in God?
I do believe in God, yes.
And which God would that be?
Christianity, Christian God.
Okay. Now, look, I don't. I'm an atheist. That's what the background says. Why should I believe in the Christian God? What reasons should I have?
Well, firstly, I have 3 reasons, and they can all be argued, explained away. Give me 1 second, catch my breath.
Sure.
Okay, sorry about that.
You're fine.
Firstly, Christianity is founded on faith. God cannot exist without it.
Really?
Because if we didn't have faith...
Wait, is God like Tinkerbell and you need to believe in God for him to exist?
This reminds me of what you said to me, that if faith is a virtue, then God must have faith or whatever. I can't
Yeah.
So what does he have faith in that he doesn't have knowledge of? And if he doesn't have faith, does he not exist alone? What was that?
This is the most honest Christian I've ever heard get up and talk.
Oh, give it time.
Probably inadvertently, they don't realize the blunder they just made, and Blitz is probably about to just jump on it.
Yes. Yeah, Blitz is really? Look at his face. This was easy.
What are you talking about?
That's what he said. This was easy.
All right, let's see where Blitz takes it.
Everybody would behave because God exists, and it's provable, and it's fact. So we must have faith. Otherwise, there's no point in God if we're all good.
Well, I don't understand. So you're saying that God's existence depends on people having faith?
Yes, because everybody
So
would be
God
good
is-
otherwise, and you wouldn't need a God because everybody's perfect.
So if everybody was good, God would just cease to exist?
No, they'd be with him. I mean, we would all be God themselves because we're all perfect, and God is perfect. Does that follow logically?
I don't think so. It just
Well,
so,
how would you-
it sounds
okay,
like you're saying
let
that
me ask-
God's existence is contingent on the faith of humans,
I don't think so.
and that like
I'm
if the
saying the
faith
religion
disappears,
itself.
then all of a
I'm
sudden
saying the
God
reli-
disappears.
I'm saying the religion itself is dependent on faith. Because
probably
if you
true.
are a perfect, infallible being, right, you
I don't
wouldn't
think
need
those are the
faith.
two options. Or do you think the two options are either faith or being perfect and infallible?
I mean, are you human or are you God?
I think that you can not have faith and still be human.
Yeah, but can you be perfect? That's the difference.
No,
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
know.
underlining to start with.
No, of course not.
Okay, but if you were perfect, doesn't that make you God?
Well, I don't think God's real, so no.
Okay, but you understand the premise of a God. A God is perfect, correct? Can we at least?
It depends
give
on
that
how like
baseline?
it depends on how we're catching out perfect. Perfect is a hard word to
No, it's
define.
God. Perfect.
Eric.
Hello. Hey, Eric.
How's it going?
What's up, Eric?
Going good. So you have anything to add to this Christian's Tinkerbell God?
I mean, I don't need faith to exist, so I guess that makes me greater than God.
Yeah,
Let's
right.
go.
Yeah, well, in the beginning, man created God in his image.
The funny thing that they will say that they think will get them out of one argument or get them out of one conundrum just binds them into another. Like whether they intend it that way or not.
I mean, this guy just might be following Mark 13:11, where it says to do not worry beforehand about what to say. Just say whatever is given to you at the time, because it is not you speaking, but the Holy Spirit.
Right. The Holy Spirit's a fucking moron.
He's taking that very seriously. Don't think, just talk.
And once again, God is trolling his followers.
Yeah. Like I kind of used that before. Like what if God is Loki? I might switch that to when I'm talking to a Christian. I'm going to posit a God called Atheismo, which I got from Futurama. But Atheismo, his goal or his most desirable trait he finds in humans are the ones who don't believe. So he made a world to make people believe all kinds of nonsense, and the non-believers are the ones that will go to heaven. Just kind of as a counter to the Pascal's wager argument.
Yeah, Blitz runs that argument.
Yeah. I think I got that.
Effective.
I got the Loki idea from B.S. Lewis, I think, and I'm sure he got it from somewhere else too. So yeah, it's just been floating around a lot. It's a great counter.
Today,
Blitz doesn't really run that one too much anymore since he created Lamp.
Yeah,
I think it was today. I think it was today. Monkey Boy said that Jesus might have just been a LARPing troll. No, I'm sorry. It was a LARPing troll wizard.
I
Lying
love
God.
that. Oh my God.
I was like laughing the whole time.
Yeah. Atheismo, I think, is from Futurama in like 2002 or 2003. GL. Yeah, if Ian's using it, he got it from there, and that's where I got it from.
Yeah, I remember that episode, but it's been a really long time.
Yeah.
Futurama was so ahead of its time.
Oh yeah, it's just
so good.
Brilliant writing.
Is it getting another Hulu season?
Probably.
Sorry, Futurama's still going? I thought.
No,
they've been canceled like 6 times.
Right.
And then they did
it's
like
an off and on
movies.
relationship.
Yeah, they did movies for like a few seasons, and then they came back for like another 4 seasons.
Yeah,
3 or 4 seasons, something like that. And then last time they went away, it was supposed to be the end, but like I don't know.
Yeah, there's been like a Fry Leela love ending like 4 fucking times.
Yeah,
really?
Well, their episodes are also really expensive to make. Like it's not like they're like 10 times more expensive to make than like an episode of The Simpsons.
Was that because of the voice actors or something?
No, it's because of the animation style. But yeah, so that was one of the major issues with getting renewed all the time, was just the enormous cost of the episodes to make.
I had a friend who was a background painter on that show back in like 2000, early 2010-ish.
That's really cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's something to hang your hat on.
Yeah. I actually have the he got me when he was working there. It was the studio was called Rough Draft Studios. I don't know if they still have Futurama as their contract or not. But yeah, he bought me a statue of Hypnotoad. I still have it on my shelf.
Nice.
Sick.
All hail
Awesome.
Hypnotoad.
All hail Hypnotoad.
I still think the one of the just one of the bits that because I used to watch it on and off. Didn't feature on UK TV. It was the Death by Snoo Snoo. Woohoo!
Yeah.
I love that episode. I love that episode with the Slurm soda. That was really funny.
Yeah.
It comes out of her butt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or the
But he
brain
still
slugs.
can't stop drinking it.
Yeah.
The brain slug starves when it's trying to suck on Fry.
Poor thing starved to death. It's like Fry's like, I'm unaffected.
I love like the Fry's one-liners in that show are like the best.
Yeah.
Like when Fry steps out of the freezing tube for the first time.
Yeah.
And he sees that it's not the year 2000, that it's the year 3000. He's like, "Whoa, a million years."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or when or when him and Bender get they get like an X-ray flashlight type thing. And Bender's like, "Oh, neat!" And he like aims it at Fry's groin and fires it. And Fry goes, "Ow, my sperm!" And then Bender goes, "Haha, this is great." Does it again, and then Fry's like, "Huh, didn't hurt that time."
So good.
Or when Fry's like, when you look this good, you don't need to know anything.
The bit that I found, which is like just speaking to human characters and human character in general, was the fact that Fry, he time travel, like he's 1,000 years in the future, and how quickly he becomes like he was so jaded and just like bored with his life in the year 2000, and like he's now 1,000 years in the future, and he almost instantly and immediately becomes bored with his life and jaded like again. You know?
He becomes a delivery boy again.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Yeah,
he's happy about
Yeah,
it.
he just can't escape his destiny.
Yeah.
Well, that's what his aptitude was.
Yeah.
My favorite quote is Zap Brannigan. If we hit that bullseye, the rest of the dominoes should fall like a house of cards. Checkmate.
Yeah, that was supposed to be for Phil Hartman.
Yeah,
That
rest
character
in
was made
peace.
for Phil.
Before
What?
he was, yeah, I said rest in peace. Before he was brutally murdered by his wife.
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah, Phil
know that?
Hartman's wife had substance abuse issues, and she
Because
murdered
of
him.
Andy Dick.
Yeah, Andy Dick got her to relapse, and she had a state
Oh,
of
man.
psychosis where she murdered him.
I didn't realize
Yeah.
Andy Dick was a part of that. Oof.
Yeah, Andy
I
Dick's
remember all
kind
that
of
when
a
I was a
dick.
kid.
That's why John Lovitz won't talk to Andy Dick.
What was that? What was that like segment on SNL that Phil Hartman did? It was like Peaceful Thoughts with Jack.
Oh,
Or like
Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy.
yeah, that was amazing.
By Jack Handy. Deep Thoughts by Jack Handy.
Yeah, he was great.
Yeah, Tom Hartman was. What was I gonna say? Yeah,
Oh,
the character Zap Brannigan was made for him.
Are,
Go ahead,
are you guys and gals Rick and Morty fans as well?
I
That's
super
good
am, and I was actually going to bring up a scene from that, but really quick, M. Carp gave a great Professor Farnsworth quote. Why are we going 35? Because we're in a hurry. But when Eric brought up the Mark verse about just speaking and letting the Holy Spirit's words like fill you, like it reminded me of that episode when Morty has like the death gem, and he's just like in the court, and he's like, "Oh, never forget our time to together little sparrow. And so, like, if you just like let the Holy Spirit like choose your next syllables,
Yeah.
it'll like kind of mad libs you into like the right argument for God.
Yeah, there's some amazing stuff. Like the one where the sister gets left in the car whilst they go in to repair the battery.
Safe.
Keep some safe. And she tells the car that it's not allowed to engage in any lethal options. So it creates a genetic clone of one of the police officer's kids who melts in front of him. And you're like,
Daddy?
Yeah. Fuck.
All of you have loved ones. They can all be brought back and all can be taken away. Keep Summer safe.
Please do what the car says, Daddy.
Jesus.
Yeah. That's such intelligent writing in these shows. I love it. It's like Futurama and Family Guy, Smiling Friends. Or not Family Guy, I'm sorry, Futurama's Family Guy got really dumb writing. Futurama, Rick and Morty, Smiling Friends, Haha You Clowns, another great show.
Yes. Oh, Joe Kappa is hilarious.
Yeah.
I'm a scumbag and I like Tim and Eric.
Oh, Tim and Eric's great. Yeah.
Great job.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm loving what Tim is doing with his Alex Jones impersonation on InfoWars.
Yeah, dude, I watched him do that the first night, and he took a call from what was supposed to be the real Alex Jones. That was so funny, dude.
Well, now we all know that Alex Jones is like Bozo the Clown.
Yeah.
You know, he's always just being replaced.
Silver linings.
Yeah, but I still find it mad that people took Alex Jones seriously. I mean, I always was under the impression that he was entertainment, not like an actual like trusted source of news, right?
Well, I think I think that's kind of what we're kind of learning, like, of this phenomenon where something starts as like a joke or like, this is so stupid nobody will believe it, like say like Flat Earth.
Yeah.
It gets a following of kind of like ironic followers, but then certain individuals just get way too into it and like start adopting it. It's like they enter a delusion, and it pushes the people there for the irony out, and then all you have left over are the actual believers, and then it kind of just slowly grows from there. So it's a weird phenomenon.
Some people's brains just can't cope with like kayfabe.
Yeah.
They think it's all real.
It's like the more people you're surrounded by who's saying this thing, the more you are like, some people are like primed to believe it if they have the support around them, even if it's like ironic support or if it's like the appearance of support, it'll still bolster them, and it kind of like feeds back on itself, and they all kind of build each other up into this following.
Well, and something that I've noticed that I've wondered about is like this doubling down. Like, somebody thinks they're right, you tell them they're wrong, and even if you give them objective evidence to demonstrate that they're wrong, they will just insist that they're right because they don't want to be proved wrong.
Yeah,
and like they'll just dive deeper into the delusion. Yeah.
Yep.
The fact that you're arguing with me about it proves that I'm right.
Yeah.
The fact that I'm being taken seriously means I got something here. Yeah. It's a two-edged sword. You have to like combat these bad ideas, but are you like just cutting off the Hydra's head for two more to grow in its place? It's like, I don't know. Am I really doing harm or good here?
Well, and also like with respect to the flat earthers or like anti-vaxxers and stuff like that, like individually they're not actually that dangerous, but when they create communities on the internet that then start influencing other impressionable people, that's when they start to become a fucking problem.
Never underestimate the power of stupid people in large numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I saw that old joke. What's the how do you tell the intelligence of a mob? Well, you take the IQ of the stupidest member and divide it by the number of people in the mob.
Yeah. None of us are as dumb as all of us.
All right. Well, let's jump back into the Blitz.
Is God? How is
okay,
that?
But now you have to explain to me what it means for something to be perfect. Is Satan perfect because he's maximally evil?
Infallible.
So infallible
Everything
means something
righteous.
like everything that being desires happens. And the being is incapable of making mistakes?
You can't make mistakes if you're perfect.
Well, no. So I'm asking you not what is true about perfect things. I'm asking, what is it?
That rules out a God then, right? I mean, he killed everybody on the planet because he himself acknowledged that he fucked up.
Okay. Regret it.
Mm-hmm. It was wait, hold on. It was a perfect whoops.
It was a perfect whoopsie daisy.
It's like he planned to face plant. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah. I meant to do that.
It was such a perfect whoops that it killed almost everyone on the planet.
Yeah.
The perfect death of all those pregnant women and babies.
Yep.
That makes something perfect.
What
are the properties of a thing that makes something perfect?
Well, I mean, by definition, right? There's no flaws, right?
Yeah, but like, is being evil a flaw or is being good a flaw?
I mean, do you think evil is a flaw?
Well, I mean, you can have my opinion on the matter, but how
about every soul that's ever existed? Do they think evil is a flaw?
Probably not.
Probably not the evil ones.
It might be a flaw of themselves.
I mean, do you think that Satan thinks that evil
I think
is a
it's the case that most people, I would think, would state that evil is a flaw or evil is a bad thing. The problem is that what counts as an evil action and what counts as a virtuous action is kind of in dispute with respect to the goal. And that's why we have these different moral arguments, moral discussions. Like, the mustachioed man didn't do what he did because he thought that he liked evil stuff. He thought he was doing a good thing, and that's why he did it, right? It is a difference of opinion.
Yeah.
There's
I mean, if you don't subscribe to objective morality,
which I don't.
Yeah,
I'm an emotivist. So
yeah. Kind of raises the question: if the wages of sin are death, and Satan sins, why isn't he like growing old and dying? Like, why isn't he like growing old, malfunctioning, decaying, off and dying? Why must it be? Why is he living forever even though he sinned?
Because obviously he rebelled against God, didn't he? So just because he's an angel, why does he get special treatment?
Yeah.
There you go, asking questions.
I know.
Well, if Satan dies, like he just spawns at home base and can probably just go at it again.
It's true.
The amount of calories expended for people trying to rationalize the irrational is just obscene, isn't it?
Just don't ask too many questions.
That's what I was getting at, Gretchen. It's like, here you go, asking questions again, trying to make sense of this nutbaggery.
My friends and I play this zombie survival game, 7 Days to Die, quite a bit.
Yeah.
And like we're to the point where like if we like break a limb or like our infection gets like too high, we'll just like jump off a tall building and just like pay the EXP price. And so like I imagine Satan doing something similar. Like he stubs a toe and he doesn't want to deal with like the sore toe, so he just like self deletes and starts again.
Yeah, it's a little bit like on DayZ. When if you end up with like if you end up where your stats are too low but you've got some really good gear, you just go and find a nice quiet corner of the map, self-delete, and then go and pick up your gear again, and away you go. Yeah.
Strats.
Yeah.
I've never said that he was perfect.
Well, no, I know,
yes,
but
I think Satan actually knows. I think he knows he's flawed.
He knows he's flawed, and yet he continues.
He knows that
evil is bad.
In fact, that's the reason why Satan got cast down to hell.
You don't think that he thinks that was unrighteous, that he shouldn't have been cast down to hell?
Hey, Anka. How you doing?
Anka, what up?
Hello.
We can't hear you yet, Anka. If you want to get your mic situated.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you remember there were two trees in a garden, like one of the truth or like right and wrong, and the other one is
Tree of life and the tree of knowledge.
Yeah. Yeah. So God created Satan probably with understanding of right and wrong, and then Satan could have just go and eat from the tree of life. But he didn't create humans with understanding of right and wrong, and with like, and they didn't eat from the tree of life, so they were like the worst ones.
But the whole story from the get go, I've never, like, if somebody isn't capable of performing an evil act, then there is no, if they don't commit evil, then there's no virtue, right? They're just not capable of it. You know, in the same.
Isn't it? It's not that they capable of doing it. They just don't understand how it's evil.
Yeah, but like, somebody could still be evil and ignorant, right? So how does ignorance protect you from like an evil action, taking an evil action?
No, but, are you talking about humans in a?
Well, like with respect to well, I mean, kind of, because like Adam and Eve start off where they're not capable of doing evil shit, you know.
No. And they started with not understanding what evil is. So they can still do evil. They just don't understand that they are doing it.
I think evil requires intent, like purposeful intent. Like,
still do harm.
like if there's a button on the desk here, and this button will end all of mankind, and I look at the button, I go, I'm going to hit that button, and all of mankind. I do it. I'm evil. But if a toddler wanders in the room and sees the shiny red button and has no understanding of what it does, and the toddler hits the button, I don't think we call that evil. We would call a noopsie daisy.
Well, fucking big one. But yeah,
they didn't know, they couldn't tell good from evil.
Yeah.
Like if you know, if there was an end of the universe button in some deep dark cave somewhere with a sign on it that said "Do not press," the last word spoken ever would be some idiot human going, "I wonder what this does," and then the universe would collapse in on itself. You know, but I guess with respect to like either ignorance of evil or not being capable of doing evil, it is kind of the same thing in this regard. Like, you know, Adam and Eve were created supposedly perfect, right? But
if they were created perfect, shouldn't they have perfect knowledge? Or like, how can you lack a capacity and still be perfect?
Well, this is kind of like, it's a contradiction all the way down. And then when you you know, you start off with Adam and Eve, and then you have, you know, humanity arises, you know, gets butchered by God on occasion. We butcher each other on occasion, you know. And then eventually we somehow accept Jesus into our hearts and we end up in heaven, and we're not able to do evil things there either, so we don't have free will anymore. Like, I just it's just incoherent beginning
and
to
even
end.
Adam and Eve was not perfect, because let's imagine Adam was created perfect, but then God take a part from him, so made him imperfect to create Eve, and Eve is just a part from perfect, so she's not perfect as well. They're just two imperfect things.
That's a good thought there. It's like, because how did the caller in this video describe perfection earlier? Wasn't lacking anything? I thought he did.
Well,
okay.
I'm just kidding. He probably just contradicted himself outright. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's been hard to track.
But yeah, like if perfection requires completion, like completeness, and you're lacking a rib, then yeah, you're not perfect. Or if you are lacking knowledge, you're not perfect.
Well, yeah, like I mean, I don't like with respect to perfection, and heaven, like being the end goal. Like, why the hell would you want that? Like, I have free will right now, and whilst I can do evil things if I chose to, I actively choose not to. But at least I have free will. Whereas if I use my free will to somehow manage to get into heaven, then I have my free will removed from me, and I just get to bounce around in heaven, ricocheting off the furniture like some ecumenical Roomba. I'm like, no thanks. I'll keep my free will and the potential capacity for evil if that's all the same to you.
I would argue that you don't actually have free will. So.
No, I don't think you do either. But like, if I have free will right now, at least
I understand what you're saying, though. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it says right there, 322. You can't make mistakes if you're perfect. So if Adam made a mistake or Eve made a mistake and were taking of the fruit of the tree, then they weren't perfect. It was a mistake because they
God
didn't
made a
know.
mistake by not making Adam a partner
Yeah.
right off the bat.
Yeah, but also God is not perfect, so he can't create perfect things.
Yeah.
Well, Caller defined perfect as God. So
Of course they
it's
always do.
analytically true.
They always
If
do.
God is perfect, then Adam and Eve is not perfect because Adam and Eve is not God.
And good, they define
Yeah,
God
that's-
as good.
that's
they
true.
define,
Well, it's just another one of these
God is
contradictions.
just.
Could an entity that is perfect create imperfect entities, or would everything that a perfect entity creates have to be perfect by necessity?
Also, a good question.
And wouldn't he be imperfect then because he can't create imperfect
He's created
things?
something imperfect, exactly. Yeah.
No. If he's perfect and he can only create perfect things, but he can't create imperfect
yeah.
things, then he's
So-
imperfect because he's not capable of creating imperfect things.
Yeah, it's a slightly more sophisticated version of the argument of could God create a rock that he
Yeah.
can't, he's so heavy he can't lift. Yeah,
He's
exactly.
lacking an ability.
An ability, yeah.
Something that should not be logically impossible to such a being.
And he's above logic and outside of time. And
Yeah,
what other buzzwords are there?
I feel like we're overthinking this.
I've been kind of, it's been rolling around my head a little bit. I'm gonna start making like meta syllogisms for the arguments themselves that Christians put forward. Like,
can you call them syllogisms, please?
Syllogisms.
Syllogisms.
Syllogisms. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll have to come up with an example. I have a little project going. I'll probably maybe share soon.
Well,
it's not ready yet, but it's all going to tie together.
Well, I was just going to ask, what's a meta syllogism? Like what is that?
It's a syllogism about syllogisms.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like Joel has little songs. I love the little songs like that play whenever when they say that all the different things, about the Old Testament. The little song comes on, and
yeah,
I love those little songs.
He's got that AI going.
Yes, he'll be like, I can't help it. It's AI. You triggered it.
Do you guys think it's odd that, like, when we watch these videos back, it is quite clear and immediately obvious to me, at least, that the conversations that we have on this panel, we'll only spend really a few minutes talking about like the worldview of a person. Like, we have clearly spent more time interrogating it than they have, but they organize their lives around it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's bizarre.
So
That's because most people that look into it as much as we have.
Yeah, that's the nature of like looking at things through a critical lens.
Yeah.
I can.
You tend to see the bullshit.
I can confidently say that I have put an infinite amount more thought into these things than I ever did back when I was a believer. Infinite.
I ran a stream yesterday and I had a dude come in and he was upset with one of my topics being Jesus didn't fulfill any prophecies, and I asked him what prophecies did Jesus fulfilled. Can you guess his answer?
You couldn't recall any?
He said, I can Google them for you. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Right. I'm sure they're there. I was told they're there.
Yeah.
I'll find them.
So, of course, we are spending more time thinking about this stuff than they
do.
Well, I remember, Brandon Irish. I assume some of you guys are familiar with him. I know Robin is.
Yes.
Sometimes he can be insufferable. Sometimes you can actually have a decent conversation with him. I actually did have a decent conversation with him the other day. It was quite good. But one of the prophecies that he claims was fulfilled was when the Archangel Gabriel predicted that Jesus was going to walk through the gates of yada 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 exactly this many years after the rebuild Jerusalem, etc., etc. But I pointed out to him, firstly, we don't know the exact date upon which the Archangel Gabriel gave that prophecy to Daniel or David. I can't remember what it was. And also, we don't know the exact year Jesus was fucking crucified either. There's disagreement about that. So how can you claim that the prophecy was fulfilled when the prophecy is that this much time is going to pass between point A and point B, and we can't accurately date point A or point B? How's the prophecy fulfilled?
It happened within a century of the prediction. It's close enough.
And I
You
just
can't
want to
even
say that
accurately portray that Jesus ever fucking existed.
Yeah, and John just lied. Brendan Irish is always insufferable.
Yeah.
I mean, that is
that's true.
You Brits are just so dishonest about people sometimes. You know, no.
Well, I don't know. Are we dishonest or are we just polite?
You're just too polite. That's all I can say. Too polite. You Brits are too polite.
In fairness, like I actually did have a good conversation with Brendan. It was on Missing Mod's channel, and it wasn't live. It was after the podcast ended, and just Brendan and I hung around for a bit, and we had a chat. And when there wasn't an audience about, when he wasn't like being performative for the audience, it was actually a fairly decent conversation. So I think he brings a persona to the table that's like a when he's on panel and stuff.
I would agree with that. I would probably agree with that.
Is it still technically a prophecy if it comes from an angel? Because like those are supposed to go through prophets, straight from God.
But God also can send the deceiving prophets. So
I mean, but frankly, I don't particularly care. I was just like critiquing what Brendan had said, so I was just dealing with the argument that he made. Like, I don't believe any of it. You know, do I think I'm not a mysticist? I do think there was at least a historical figure called Jesus, or a collection of historical figures that we can attribute. But do I think
if it's a collection of historical figures, then it's not him, is it?
Yeah, but what I mean is
that would apply to mythicism.
But what I mean is that I think there was a figure there that inspired the story, at least one that inspired the story. But
if it's more than one, then it's not the guy.
It's not the historical Jesus.
I suppose that would put me in the mythicist light category then.
Mythicist light.
I'm a diet mythicist.
I'm agnostic. I really don't know.
Now with half the calories
it's
of
not like
normal
you can really be
mythicism.
wrong. I mean,
Wow.
you're either saying, so what? You can, for sake of argument, 90% of the time you can just grant it, so it doesn't really matter. You're never going to grant Jesus' divinity without evidence.
No, of course not. Yeah, I like it doesn't matter. Like the rest of the story, like prophecies be damned. I don't believe the guy, if he did exist, was pinned to a bit of 2x4 for several days, stabbed through the abdomen with a fucking centurion's spear, dumped in a cave, rotted for 3 days, and then came back to life. And even if he did come back to life,
and we should
that's
believe
no
all that
evidence
because the women were the ones who told them. They don't know. They weren't trusted back then.
It's such a big
ridiculous.
ask with respect to like no evidence whatsoever. With it's just complete crap. I can't.
Well, there is evidence to be fair, but it's like the weakest of weak.
Yeah, it's that's true.
I can believe all of it except the part about him coming back to life.
Yeah, I don't grant anyone's divinity without evidence. Who would?
I think mythicism is a
I don't
pretty
know. I think
funny
that's why most
position.
scholars just grant the fact that he was a historical dude, is because they're so hung up on the divinity part. But without the fucking without the historicity of him, you don't have the fucking divinity either. So, like, why not fight the battle on both fronts?
Well, there's a bunch
Why
of
are you granting something that you know probably wasn't fucking real anyway?
Well, I would
just
say
to get to another part of the argument that you know isn't fucking real.
I would say that Bart Ehrman does not grant that. Bart Ehrman believes that Jesus existed.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think that he's granting. I don't think he's granted. But a lot of New Testament scholars are Christians.
Yeah, well, and
So
the
they're not
vast,
actually granting anything. They believe it.
the vast majority of historians, like religious or otherwise, do think that
Even the atheist
Jesus as a historical
scholars
figure,
just accept that he was probably a real guy.
Yeah,
it
Bart
doesn't hurt anything to accept that.
I think
Even
mysticism is
fucking
a funny
Kip
final
Davis
nail in a
does.
coffin. because when you talk to someone and they have no evidence for God, they like never read the Bible, and you're showing them all this stuff, and then at the end you're saying, but dude, like, forget about God, you don't have even evidence that Jesus was real. Like, that's like final nail. That's
the
it.
Methodists make compelling arguments. They're not slouches, you know.
No.
I mean, there's no fucking argument for God, but they still fucking believe that shit anyway, based on fucking magic. Well, you think it's gonna be and so here we are still arguing the divinity of fucking Jesus based on what? Fucking magic.
Yeah.
You know, how about the fact that there's no actual evidence that this motherfucker ever put his fucking feet on the ground?
I want to hear a theist come up and say, like, just say, like, the reason they believe is because of the magic, because they were told it was magic, because they told they were in the heaven part. They don't, though. They come up and give us arguments that they think we should believe to become atheists or to become Christians. But that's not what convinced them. What convinced, like, when I was a kid, I was indoctrinated, but I totally bought into like the magic part of it. I thought the magic was real. I thought the magic is what made Jesus better than anything that the Hindus could possibly have, or the Muslims. It's what made my religion special to me, is the magic. They don't ever want to admit to the magic.
But it's to my perception of it. Like I was never like
all the other ones have magic too.
Yeah, but the for me I never really had I was never brought up in a religious family, but like I stopped believing in the existence of any kind of deity at about the same time as I stopped believing in Father Christmas. You know, for the same reason. Like I looked at the fireplace and I went, there is no fucking way a fat guy is getting down that. You know, like, and how is he traveling around the whole planet in one night? Like, and reindeer don't fly. You know, venison's delicious, but they don't fly. You know, and I just looked at it rationally and I went, this is nonsense. It's a nice story, but it's fucking nonsense.
I didn't even have to do that. I just saw my parents stuffing my stockings one night, and then I figured it out. I got up when I wasn't supposed to.
I wonder if that's why it took me so long to get out of the God delusion. It's because witnesses don't believe, they don't teach their kids about Santa and Christmas and stuff because they don't celebrate it. Like from a young age, I was always told that, yeah, Santa's not real. Christmas is just a pagan holiday that, you know, non-believers like celebrate.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe it was a combination.
That might have been a lesson I never had. Like, you know, getting slapped in the face of, oh, your parents have been lying to you for your entire life.
Well, maybe with me at least, maybe it was a case of there wasn't the proactive indoctrination with respect to God, and there was also the half-assed like traditional adherence to like Father Christmas, and the combination of the two meant that I never really took either of them seriously. So,
yeah. But like the shock of being a kid, being told, you know, hey, yeah, Santa's not real. We've been lying to you for, you know, so many years. That might be like some key element to waking up later on from God.
But you know,
at least for some.
I found out so young that I don't ever remember believing in Santa Claus.
Yeah.
Well, it's like my.
I don't remember believing in it either.
Like, it's also with respect to Father Christmas or Santa Claus. Like as a parent, my kids are at the age where I'm like, okay, you definitely don't want to be the first kid in the class that knows that Father Christmas isn't real, but you also don't want to be the last kid in the class that knows Father Christmas isn't real, because that might indicate some kind of deficit. You know, you want to be somewhere in the middle of the group. You want to maximize their enjoyment of the fantasy for as long as is reasonably possible, but also not to the point that their peers think they're fucking idiots.
You're the last kid and it's high school.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was the last kid. It wasn't high school, but it was 4th grade.
All I know is that I was, my older sister ruined it for me. For both me and my little sister. Just because she's a bitch. You know, so.
I ruined it for my little sister.
I've heard the story lots of times of how my parents took it all out on her when she ruined it for us. But
well, the only thing
I'm like, it's fine, really. You know, we're fine.
I've kind of modified the tradition with our kids with different when my brother and I were growing up, because like when we woke up in the morning and went downstairs and the presents were under the tree and stuff, they're all labeled from quote unquote Santa. So that meant that you didn't, as a child, you didn't really have an appreciation for who had bought you the present, like your grandparent or this, that, or the other. But the other thing, obviously, is the narrative that, you know, if you're good all year, then you get good presents. But as like the economic reality of the world is that some parents can afford to buy their kids some really nice shit, and some parents just don't have the economic means to buy them stuff. And if the narrative is you get nice stuff if you're good, then you can end up with kids who believe in Santa Claus and think that, you know, they go back to school after the holidays, and, you know, some kids got like a brand new iPad or like a remote control car or something, and, you know, the other kid's there with a lump of coal and a fucking orange, and they're like, well, what did I do wrong? You know, so I don't engage in that with my kids. They get some token things that are from Santa, like a confectionery box or something, but then we make it clear that this person bought you this person bought you that, and it wasn't necessarily connected to how good you were.
That's exactly what my partner and I plan on doing. Like big ticket items are, you know, from family members, but like, you know, small little like stocking stuffers are going to be from Santa.
Santa, exactly. Yeah, that way you kind of split the difference. They
Like,
still get
who's
the
that strange, mysterious person who's not part of our family who just shows up and gives me these little shitty gifts. Mom and Dad give me the bomb ass gifts, but whoever this Santa is, I don't like.
My niece would not.
I lied to
Santa.
my kids. I told my kids about Santa Claus because all their cousins, they all believed in it, and I didn't want my kids to be the one that opened their fucking mouths. So I'm like, we went along with the Santa Claus delusion.
Because you didn't want to have another parent having a go at you. It was just another product of your laziness, right, Gretchen? You couldn't be asked to have the argument with another parent. You're like, fuck it, I like my kids.
No, it's because, you know what? My sisters, as cunts as they are, they have the right to raise their kids however the fuck they want, and I'm not going to tell them how to do it. And they asked me to just, you know, fucking play along with this, and I'm like, yeah, all right, fine.
No, I still think it's like for me at least, it's part of it was a nice memory, part of my childhood growing up. So I would like to, even though I know it's complete crap and it's not true, I would like to try and replicate that sensation for my kids. But as long as they understand, like, when at an age appropriate time, that it isn't true. It is just a nice, partially like a nice thing to believe, just to enjoy it in their youth, you know, and then move on.
My daughter figured it out when she was like 5, because my ex-husband's family are from Illinois, and since it's always snowy and cold on Christmas, they do the big ticket items for Easter in the spring. So when my kids were getting these like fucking bicycles and shit as Easter presents, which we don't do that here, you know, we never did. Not when I was not when I was a kid, not with our kids. It's just, you know, my kids were the only ones getting big ticket items from, you know, from the Easter Bunny, which nobody gets fucking presents from the Easter Bunny. You just get an Easter basket with some fucking candy, and that's it.
Yeah. Well, we do,
but
in the UK, we do an Easter egg hunt. So the Easter Bunny comes and hides eggs, like little chocolate tinfoil wrapped eggs around the garden, and then you get a basket and you go and do the Easter egg hunt. And then we have a roast lamb dinner, and it, you know, on that particular, whichever Sunday it falls on, which I can never fucking work out. I always,
but yeah, my daughter figured it out. It was like, the Easter Bunny is Grandma Donna, huh? And I went, yeah, totally.
I was gonna say,
like,
I actually remember figuring it out myself at like 6 years old, and my parents and it was just me and my brother, and my brother was in like the bunk bed below me or whatever, and I remember going down the stairs and I was like, what time does this fucker show up? And then I like I went up and down the stairs over and over.
Please tell me you said it exactly like that as a 6-year-old as well.
I hope those are my thoughts. And then
your parents are like, when does this fucker go to bed?
Yeah, over and over, I go down and up the stairs, and then I'm like, all right, whatever, fuck this, I go to sleep. And then they're there in the morning, and I'm just like, this is fucking fishy. Like, I stayed up so late waiting for fucking Santa Claus.
My niece wouldn't allow.
My daughter figured out. So Grandma Donna's Easter Bunny, and she's like, so I'm looking at Santa Claus, aren't I? I'm like, surprise.
Smart kid.
She went straight for her brother's room, going, Connor, we gotta talk. I'm just like,
Mom's a liar.
I'm like, just don't tell your cousins. That's it.
Yeah,
Just don't.
Obviously, because I'm 3 years older than my next dearest brother, so like I'm the oldest of all of my siblings. So obviously I worked it out first, or at least I hope I worked it out first. It'd be embarrassing if I didn't. But the I remember saying to my dad, Dad, I don't think Father Christmas is real. And then I laid out the reasons, and he was like, is he real or isn't he? And I just asked my dad the direct question. My dad was like, no, he's not real. Like it's just a nice story that we tell you kids so that you can enjoy it. And my dad's only request was, look, just don't shout about it at school because some kids still believe. And for the love of Christ, just let your brother enjoy it for another year or two before let him figure it out on his own, you know. And that was it, really. That was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Can we take a moment just to appreciate
of saving my son from it at all? Because my daughter's she's barely a year. She's not even a year and a half older than my middle kid. So it was like he was gonna know one way or the other. So I'm like, just don't tell your cousins, because come on.
Can we take a moment just to appreciate how ridiculous the concept of the Easter Bunny is? This magical mammal that lays eggs, colorful eggs made of chocolate, does this in celebration of Jesus rising from the dead.
What's the logical contradiction? Go ahead. There is no logical contradiction, but what was the evolutionary train? How it came? He's like a bunny platypus or of sorts.
Yeah. What do you mean by egg?
Yeah, well, we've got 2 dogs, and they obviously shit all over the lawn, and I call the dog shits dog eggs. So obviously you just got to pick them up. So the tradition of a rabbit laying this brown but chocolatey substance an egg, I've always thought was a bit grim, you know.
Remember when old school pizzas, the sausage on old school pizzas with little brown pellets? Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a skit about where those came from.
Isn't rabbit shit just kind of looks like?
I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
Yeah.
I couldn't get
I'm gonna
past
go find it. I'm gonna go find it. I'll be right back.
We always got these chocolate crosses for Easter every year in our Easter baskets, and I was like, why are we celebrating? Why are you giving us the things that they nailed Jesus to? What? I don't get it. I'm like,
yeah, well, it's an old Bill Hicks joke. Like, do you ever think if Jesus came back, he'd ever want to see a fucking cross ever again? It's like it's with a rifle.
Yeah, and then we take the holiday where he was fucking nailed to a cross, and we eat chocolate crosses for that?
Well, hold on.
It just seems like the worst possible time of year to be having crosses.
The punchline of the Bill Hicks joke is if they start wearing fish, then they might have learned. They might have understood the point.
Well, the isn't Sunday the resurrection day? So then, what's even funnier to me is calling the Friday or whatever, it's Friday for some fucking reason. But the day that he was crucified, they call it Good Friday.
Good Friday,
and then they put that cross of ash on their forehead. It's just like, you guys are fucking weird. Like, what are you doing? It's always been odd to me. Like, even as a child, I'd hear people tell me about Christ being sacrificed for my sins, and I'm just like, bro,
the ash on the forehead is Ash Wednesday.
Oh, is it? Okay,
that's
I'm
Catholics
on it.
too.
It's gonna be a blunder.
Yeah,
it's
that's
blunder on my part.
6 weeks before. That's what that signifies the start of Lent.
Six
No,
or
that's
7.
Catholicism too. That's not
Yeah.
something that like
Yeah.
6,
post,
7.
6,
right?
7.
What is this 6-7 thing that you guys keep
Protestant
doing? What's
churches
the
do.
It's 6-7, dude.
He said the thing.
6, 7.
6, 7.
Just
Yeah, but I don't get the
7.
significance of it. Like
7 comes
It's
after
some
7.
rapper
oh right.
made
Okay.
a song and it really didn't have. I don't know. That's
Oh
what,
my
like,
god! If you go to Google and just Google 6-7, just the numbers, the search result page does a weird tilty thing. It's probably related.
What? Let me
Just
see.
go to Google, type in the number 6-7, and hit enter, and you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, it's funny with Easter and we get Easter, we
No way! That's hilarious. What?
we get given Easter eggs at Easter, but we've never been, or certainly my wife and I have never. Whoa!
Right? Is it a trippy?
Yeah, I thought I was having a
Oh,
stroke.
it does it. Does the thing.
I was like, wait a minute, my websites don't normally do that.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, we don't. We get given Easter eggs by family, and like the kids eat loads of chocolate, but my wife and I don't really. So every time the odd family member who does give us an Easter egg, the damn thing just gets put in a cupboard and never gets eaten. And you know when chocolate after a while it gets like the white, like oxidizes, you know. So we were a bunch of my friends. We were thinking like, what could we do instead of like giving each other chocolate at Easter? Since we came up with the idea of a cheesus. So basically, it was a cheese board in the shape of a cross, with a nice bit of mature cheddar carved into a Jesus figure, and then the shroud was like a cheesecloth over the top of it, and the cheese knife was in the shape of a centurion's spear. And and then we'd all get to get to enjoy some cheeses at Easter. So.
You got the whole cannibalism thing in there too. I like that.
Yeah.
I miss websites doing stuff like this. Cute little Easter eggs. Completely.
Oh, you remember
completely
when
on,
Google
completely on a tangent here. Here, I'm gonna, if you don't mind, I'm gonna share my screen.
before you go on the tangent, I want to say
Okay.
something
Sure.
related to Google real quick. This was 25 years ago now, but my cousin stumbled upon it by accident. Like one day she was trying to search for a zip code and she only put in 4 digits and like to this address she was searching for. And the Google Maps at the time gave her a route.
Wait, what is that? Barrel roll?
Do a barrel roll.
Yeah,
that's from Star Fox. It's from Star Fox.
Star
What were you saying, Nick? Too?
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyways, it gave her a route that took her to somewhere in Asia, but when it got to California, it just told her to kayak across the the Pacific Ocean. That's what it like told her to do as far as traveling.
Oh, like those old MapQuest.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
I don't know. It ended up changing it like a ton of different things, but this was like 25 years ago before anybody had ever heard of it. It was like, what the fuck? She had no idea what she was even looking at. She was like, is it really telling me to kayak across the ocean?
But it's like that the Google Home Hub or I can't remember if it's the Google Home Hub or the Alexa. If you asked it who let the dogs out, it barks at you. It goes, woof 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 woof. Yeah.
RP,
I got an Alexa when they were new for Christmas. We opened and we just started asking it a bunch of shit. Like, what's the meaning of life? And it says 42. And then we'd fuck with the dog and say, hey, Alexa, open a box of cats. And drove the fucking dog nuts for like 2 hours.
I think I have the best example of what we're talking about here on my screen share. All right. So this is a video of the web page back in the day, because the web page currently doesn't do this anymore. This is YouTube in 2008. And this was for a video for Wario Land Shake It. So keep in mind, this is a video of what the web page was like. This is not just a video at this point.
Oh. That's so good.
Like some developer had a lot of fun doing this.
Yeah, that must have took forever to make.
Yeah. This was back when I think HTML4 or 5 was like kind of getting big, where this kind of stuff started becoming possible with like the elements of your web page. Because up to this point, everything was very, very static. You couldn't do stuff like this very easy. But
you definitely need some hardware acceleration going on for this.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You can like grab the elements and like move them around once it was done. But yeah, it's crazy, right? Like, they don't do stuff like this anymore.
Pretty neat.
Well, it's not really novel anymore, is it? Because it's been done. That's the thing, I guess.
I guess, yeah. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun, stupid shit. Like the frog blender. I think we went over that.
Oh no.
Yeah. We played that for the youngins one night.
Yeah, the Flash era of the internet was definitely a fun time.
Flash, I remember that.
Well, should we dive back into this Blitz clip?
Sure.
You think evil is a flaw?
Well, I mean, you can have my opinion on the matter, but you know,
how about every soul that's ever existed? Do they think evil is a flaw? I mean,
probably not.
Well, it might be a flaw of themselves.
I mean,
okay.
Do you think that Satan thinks that evil is a flaw?
I've never said that he was perfect.
Well, no, I know,
yes.
but
Satan, I think Satan actually knows. I think he knows he's flawed.
He knows he's flawed, and yet he continues.
Yeah,
he knows that he knows that evil is bad.
In fact, that's the reason why Satan got cast down to hell.
Wait,
You don't think that
are
he
we
thinks
just
that was
granting the
unrighteous, that he
fact
shouldn't
that
have been
this
cast down to
Satan
hell?
character has a soul?
And you don't think that envy was just? You don't think that he thinks that envy is just?
He said every soul that ever existed. Are we just granting the fact that Satan has a soul now?
Isn't like identity in there?
Because I thought angels didn't have souls.
I don't
Really?
know.
I don't know anything about that. Really, I don't know.
I thought that's why angels hated us so much.
I thought it was because we had genitalia.
Because we got souls and free will.
I thought it was because we had genitalia, like not jokingly.
Well, I mean that too, but I mean, I think it's like the souls and the free will thing, because like angels don't have free will.
We're like
souls.
we're made in God's image because of. I don't remember that. I don't remember. Never mind.
So what? Angels like the front cover of that Marilyn Manson album. You know, they're just silky smooth down there. Nothing going on at all.
Like the Marilyn Manson album cover.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, do angels have to have like members in order to create Nephilim?
Oh, also like in Dogma.
Well, that's exactly where I was going to go. Like, I thought the Nephilim were like crossbred humans with angels. So how the fuck did that happen if they don't?
Maybe you only gain genitalia when you are partaking in the act of falling.
Well, I mean,
not only genitalia, but sperm with DNA that's compatible with humans. Like, God's not doing that, right? So they're on their way down. They're like, okay, I gotta make myself a tool. I gotta load it with some ammunition. Okay, I'm gonna formulate all this DNA that's compatible with humans, so I can have a Nephilim children. Yeah,
no, Eric. Eric, we just don't talk about that. Okay.
So many questions. Yeah. I guess. I'm sorry. I'm thinking too much. I'm sorry. I'm thinking too much.
If you remember First Corinthians, how you pronounce it?
Corinthians.
Yeah. If you remember this, they say that women need to cover their head because like angels or something. So technically, it means angels can they have some genitalia. So why would you cover if they can rape you?
Yeah, but if women need to cover their head, that somehow protects them from like grapey angels.
Yeah.
Like, are we drawing the conclusion that like angels?
Goldie Puggles is talking about a band from the 80s.
But like, are we under the impression that
Nobody
angels
plays it on their streams because it's copyrighted material.
reproduce with human women by the mechanism of a facial? Like, I mean, I don't, like,
it's like Avatar.
Good shit,
connecting
though.
the hair.
Yeah, it's like the
dance
angel
is cool.
human reproductive equivalent of fine, but don't get it in my hair. You know, I mean,
No comment.
All right, now that we're done talking about angel facial, should we start the clip again?
Yeah, we might want to. Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
Let's talk about angel junk some more.
Okay,
maybe we can.
I don't even believe in hell, and I might actually go to hell for that one.
He can think that all he wants, but he
So
knows
then he wouldn't think that having envy is a flaw if he thinks it's justified.
Well, I mean, you can be. I mean, there's psychopaths. I mean, but you can also say like, the 1% doesn't outweigh the facts. Like,
I don't think that we determine the objective truth of something by popular vote.
So what you're saying is nothing can be perfect. Is that what
I'm
you're
saying? Is that perfect is basically impossible to define if you want it
Is
to
it
apply to God and not
subjective or
Satan.
objective?
It's subjective.
Wow, that's impressive coming from you because I think you're very intelligent.
I appreciate that. The backhanded compliment really rubs me the right
Can
way.
we move beyond that?
What an idiot.
So we got angels making it, Blitz getting rubbed. How sensual can we make this phone call?
Can't get a baseline agreement on it.
Sure.
I got a few more things.
Yep.
As a physicist, do you believe that the three things that you need for a universe is time, space, matter?
No.
What?
You could have time and space without matter. You could have time and space without matter. You could have space and matter without time. Maybe you could have time and matter without space, but I'm not sure.
Time, space, and matter. Do you need anything more?
Do you need anything
My question
more?
was, do you need more than time, space, and matter to create universe?
Do you mean like to be a universe? I mean, no. That is like all of the. Well, okay. It depends on how you're cashing out matter. But like, if matter just means the stuff in the universe, then sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Energy,
is there
energy and matter
something
are kind of interchangeable.
outside of the universe?
The equal sign is communicative.
I'm sorry, what, John?
I was just going to say energy and matter are kind of interchangeable. The equal sign is communicative with respect to energy and matter. So, you get these pedantic arguments about like what came first, energy or matter. Technically, I suppose it's energy, but and like matter is just energy expressed in a different form. So,
Fact not.
Okay, so in essence, you agree that what you need for the stuff inside the universe, which is what you just said, time, space, matter is all you need.
Well, so I would say that like matter is kind of the stuff in the universe, right?
Say that again.
I would just say that like if by matter you just mean like the things in the universe, then yeah, sure, absolutely. There's just there's a technical distinction between matter and like there's non-matter stuff that exists in the universe. Like photons are not matter, but they're still stuff. So that's the only distinction I'm drawing.
Oh, okay. Okay. I get you. That's fine. Photons, light itself, that's absolutely fine.
Yeah. But yeah, so sure. Barring that distinction, sure, I'm happy to agree.
You're kind of making my point for me, which is nice.
Okay.
Especially when you mention photons.
Sure.
So
what's your point?
The beginning of the Bible says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, and also said, and then there was light, and there was light. So
sure, that's what it says.
Space, matter. In the beginning, time, space, the heavens, and the earth, matter. So time, space, matter, and then you mentioned photons, and then there was light. And this was created a couple hundred years, King James Bible, before there was thermodynamics, physics of this caliber.
I don't think that requires it.
Like, not. This isn't why he believes.
What did he just say?
He said thermal dynamics, not thermo.
Well, the problem is on day one, God said, "Let there be light," and then he didn't create the sun, the moon, and the stars until day 4. Now, since photons, like light is an electromagnetic wave that needs to be, it needs to be ejected by a source of some kind. So we've got fully 3 days where like light existed, an electromagnetic wave existed without there being anything to emit said electromagnetic wave, which is, from the perspective of physics, just fucking incoherent. It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. But in a nutshell, he's basically just taken the first 3 verses of Genesis and saying, "Oh, okay. In the beginning, that's time. God created the heavens and the earth. That's matter and space." And then in verse 3, God says, "Let there be light." That's energy. Like it's a very, very sloppy and loose
The Muslims
connections.
do it too.
Yeah, they do that too. They're just making these really sloppy and loose connections between actual science and this mytho history.
It's also crazy how he said it was in the Bible a couple hundred years before all this stuff, and he named like King James as a source. Like, does he think that like King James is the original Bible, or like
he might? I've heard Christians think that King James is the first Bible. I've heard Christians think that the Bible was written in English. Yeah,
I've heard,
Bible's written in English.
Christians think that Jesus wrote the Bible.
Yep, I heard that too.
No way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, like
I never heard it, but
I've absolutely heard that
crazy.
Tell me that Jesus wrote the Bible in America.
Yeah.
Oh, I think the best one I ever heard was a kid on Carbon's Live like months ago. Just that he thought that Jesus was the child of Adam and Eve.
Wow.
I was like, no
I can
fucking
understand
way.
this confusion. No, I can understand this confusion, but think that Jesus wrote Bible is like crazy.
Well, yeah, because like how did like he wrote the document for the prophecies that he was supposedly born thousands of years after in order to fulfill said like it doesn't even begin to make sense.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff that is just truly reprehensible.
And he's also so narcissistic, so he wrote about himself in third person.
The only thing I remember about the person that claimed that was that they were really young, and that it was I think it was like a woman from the East Coast, like I want to say Virginia. But that's all I'm remembering about it off the top of my head.
It doesn't tend to happen in Europe or the UK, but I've heard people, generally Americans, who insist that Jesus was this like. He wasn't Middle Eastern, you know, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, like white-skinned guy, and like that is probably the most racist shit I've ever heard in my life. Like it doesn't, like why would you possibly think that, you know? And it's always like some racist nonsense.
Jesus, they like to most cultures like to imagine their God looks just like them.
Yeah, you ever seen Korean Jesus?
No, I don't think I have actually. But
it's a thing.
Like, and if horses ever rise to the point of making their own religion, their first god will be a horse.
Horse Jesus.
The Korean Jesus, like, is it just like the aesthetic, or is the whole story modified? Like, does he take what
was it?
I'm sorry. Horse Jesus, love your neighbor as yourself.
Oh no. I'm dead.
I'll see myself out.
That's an excellent dad joke. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, I think we can jump back in.
Physics to know that I don't think it requires physics to know that if you're talking about a creation story, there's going to be a beginning of the thing that's being created, and the thing and the things that are being created in many ancient cultures was like heavens, which was everything that wasn't Earth, and then Earth. So like this isn't really a particularly insightful comment. There's nothing really magical happening here.
It requires that God to be outside of the universe, and that was a forethought for the people who wrote the Bible, which was
to be clear, the Genesis doesn't say that In Genesis,
No,
in
it's
Genesis
inherent.
1, God is
It's
in the
inherent.
universe.
It's inherent. If you create a video game or a computer,
In Genesis
are you
1
outside of
doesn't.
it?
In Genesis 1, he didn't create the universe. That's not what Genesis 1 says.
No, he created the heavens.
Yeah, he created the heavens and the earth.
I mean,
Before
that's
that,
just,
there was just chaos. There was the chaos of the deep. There's just water everywhere, which is stuff.
What it implies, though, is that God is outside of the universe.
It doesn't imply that at all. That's a later interpretation.
Well, if you create a video game, are you inside of the video game?
No, of course not.
Video
But
game
in
is
Do you believe
Genesis,
in simulation theory?
no. In Genesis, God is inside the universe.
Who's Ben? Where does
Sorry,
it say
what?
that? I guarantee you look that up. You do not find it
Yeah,
in the Bible.
let's go to Genesis. Pull up Genesis 1.
And it says God's inside of the universe.
It says that he's hovering over the face of the waters. Where are the waters?
God is everywhere, though.
That's not what it says it's not what it says in Genesis. Sorry, 1 second. Hold up.
Yeah,
you're on Discord, so I'll
I interpret my Bible literally, and then when they encounter an atheist who interprets their Bible literally, they say, "Oh no, it's not meant to be interpreted like that."
Yeah.
It's
a very handy switch you could flip on and off. Literal reading, figurative reading, back and forth as needed.
Yeah.
read it for everybody else, but you'll just have to, or I'll pull it up for everybody else, but you'll just have to listen. Is that fair? Sure. But I'm just going to read directly from BibleGateway.com. It's just a Bible repository. And I think, yeah, this is just the NIV. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Darkness was over the surface of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the waters. So, sorry, where was the Spirit of God?
Hovering over. That's not inside.
Well, look, so if you're over something, that sounds like you're in a place.
No. If you're over something, you're outside of it.
Oh my God!
I'm over a balloon.
If you're over something, that implies
over the balloon,
spatial
you're still
relations,
at a
and you're in
place.
space.
Exactly.
Oh my God!
Yeah, how can you describe being over something without applying to like the XYZ axes with respect like you're in three-dimensional space, right? At least.
Yeah, he doesn't realize how it doesn't follow.
Right?
So outside of the universe. So that's
outside of the universe is not a place.
It's not fair.
Outside of the universe is not a place.
Can you agree with that?
No. I mean, like, if you are over the waters, then you're still in the universe because you were.
I'm not in the water,
place. Sorry.
I'm not in the water.
Oh my God!
In order for this guy's, he's gonna. I'm sure he's gonna end up saying like the water is an analogy for the universe, the entirety of the universe. So if God is over the water, then. But again, this is just a bending it all out of shape in order for it to to try and get it to fit his worldview.
God was hovering over the waters.
Said he's inside the universe.
Yeah, he is in the water, or he is in the universe, not in the water. He's over the water, but over is still a place.
So outside.
The waters wasn't everything.
Is this semantics?
This isn't. I mean, no. The point is that Genesis 1 was not originally was not interpreted as God created the universe. As
Yeah,
God created the universe.
God
It was
existing
much more aligned.
outside of this universe is it's just like a meta universe.
Yeah,
and he doesn't understand like that you haven't done anything. You know, a coordinate system can still be applied to your gods, and it can still map right on to this one if you wanted it to. Doesn't make any sense.
It's the same nonsense as when like you get theists claiming that the God stretching the sky over the earth like a tent is a prediction of the human knowledge around the expansion of the universe model, the ever expanding universe model. And like, how tenuous do you want to make this? Like, at what point are you even you have to acknowledge that you're just willfully misinterpreting what the fucking book says in order for it to fit with the hard-earned modern up-to-date scientific knowledge? And when do we just get to laugh at you and move on?
Yeah, belief must be preserved at all costs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what happens
Point
when you
number two,
put your conclusion above everything else.
Yeah.
Which honestly, at the very beginning,
Sure,
of this,
go
I want to be completely honest with you. There's no way like I said, beginning, like you have to have faith in order for Christianity to exist. We got to a point where it's kind of back and forth. We're getting to a point where it's back and forth on this one. And I'm not saying I'm going to win an argument against you or convince you in any sort of way, just like you're not going to convince me that God doesn't exist. And I think that's perfectly fair. It's great to have open discussion for people to think on and come up with their own conclusion. But I would like to get to my third and final point.
Sure, go ahead.
Because we're kind of going back and forth.
Well, that is the point of a debate live stream, but sure, go ahead.
which leads me to physical evidence.
Sure, I'd love to hear
Or
it.
would you be happy with that?
I'd love it, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Something that was found years and years after Jesus is a tangible physical thing.
Oh, it's got the shroud. It's not the shroud, yeah.
Not
It's
the
gonna be the
shroud.
fucking rag. Oh my
Please,
god.
God, no, not the shroud.
If God real, he's not going to talk about Shroud.
Yeah. You know, a fucking ecumenical cheesecloth. Wonderful. That proves all of the other shit.
It's so annoying. Like, when you think about it, we've been hearing stories about the resurrection for thousands of years. When did anyone ever say that there was intense light omitted from it that can only be detected or deciphered by X-rays?
Yeah.
Like, it's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Not only that,
one of them.
not only that, it altered the cloth in such a way that dating is now thrown off of it because of the radiation that came out of Jesus when he resurrected.
Yeah, talk about ad hoc, dude. Like,
Yeah.
what the fuck?
Complete.
Can you imagine though, like if, like, let's say Jesus did resurrect, the amount of ionizing radiation that would have come out of him.
Yeah.
Like poor bastard stood around him to be fucked.
Huh? Didn't hurt that time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why he doesn't have any descendants. Shit.
Yeah. That's why none of the apostles had descendants or anything. They were just Jesus, just radioactive. He was just like Dr. Manhattan walking around there.
Yeah. Just, you know, all this ionizing, you're just walking around performing miracles, all this ionizing radiation emitting from him, just ripping electrons off atoms willy-nilly.
Like the guy who was blind, he can see for like 5 minutes and he dies from radiation poisoning.
Oh my god, it's kind of like Raiders of the Lost Ark. No, I find it funny though that this caller is bringing up the shroud as if it's like novel information to Blitz, and Blitz is like, oh god, this again. Like the caller doesn't realize that Blitz has probably heard this a million times.
That's what we call a Pratt argument.
Yeah,
a point refuted 1,000 times.
Nice.
It's one of the things I love so much about Monkey Boy is every time they bring it up, he's just like, okay, and what part of Christianity predicts a light effect that can, whatever, burn an image into a cloth? Like, what's the prediction? Why?
I mean, the amount of lumens required. I mean, fuck. Even nuclear ordnance can only just provide that kind of information to cause this kind of shadow, this kind of the shadowing effect that they're claiming. It's just insane,
Yeah.
Well, and like, why would it not be like in every direction? Why would it just be forward so that like his face is imprinted? But like, if it was whatever happened to him during the resurrection, the resurrection, I'm assuming that it would like emit out of his body in every direction, and then the whole cloth would just be white or whatever the fuck.
Oh.
Here, I'll be right back. I gotta check some back end stuff, so I need to log out of this profile.
It is pretty imaginative, though, if you think about it. For 13, someone from the 1300s.
13th century, or what was a 12th century grift? Yeah.
12th century, yeah.
14th century grift. Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty clever.
Yeah,
except they fucked up because the weave pattern, the loom that actually made that wouldn't be invented for another like 700 years.
Yeah.
After Jesus died, and then
in the hands.
If they were to do that by hand, it would have taken like 20 fucking weavers, like months of effort to weave a cloth that big. It would have been so fucking expensive that.
Yeah.
Gretchen, that's interesting retort, but have you considered these two arguments? First argument is nuh-uh, and second one is magic.
Yes, I have considered both of them,
Oh my
and
God.
I found them both wanting, and fuck them.
Actually, oh, I'm feeling something. I think I'm a Christian now. Oh my God.
I don't think you get Christian, but you need to go look at the trees, and then you will be.
Yeah.
That's 2 concessions for Christ.
All right, Golden Arm, try again.
Oh, is he?
Who's the human genome guy?
Who?
The guy who headed up the Human Genome Project. Oh fuck it, I'll give
Francis
it.
Crick.
No, Crick was Crick was the.
I know who you're thinking of. I'm so tired I can't think straight.
It's going Francis Collins,
Francis
Collins, yeah. Where like his conversion was just as banal. Like he's on a walk in the winter somewhere in the United States, and he saw like a waterfall that had been frozen into like 3 tines, and it reminded him of the Trinity, and he fell to his knees and accepted Jesus into his heart. I'm like, but he is obviously one of, if not the most famous scientists, geneticists in the world. So, like apparently, anybody can be susceptible to this. Frankly, nutbaggery.
3 is a really important number. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, because
It's better than 2.
I think historically, if you can like, especially like Days of Constantine, if you can somehow convince people that you have like a historical site, your village is built on a historical site, you can probably draw in a lot of tourists and get those tourist dollars flowing into your economy. Because I think there was like multiple like confirmed frauds that were basically accepted by the powers that be back then and turned into like holy sites, and relics were like traded and sold and such, and it's like these are not really real.
Well, isn't there some like monastery somewhere that claims to have Jesus's foreskin?
Yeah That's the thing too, like if Jesus was perfect, like perfect being, I would think he would basically be able to heal himself, like grow back any part of his body, right? So like we wouldn't have one Jesus foreskin, we'd have like thousands of them.
Well,
It's
also
like,
if
we have like
if Jesus was the Son of God and was perfect, then why would he have needed to have been circumcised in the first place? You don't pick up a baby, go, hey, this is the Son of God and it's perfection, let me just improve it by lopping a bit off.
Because it was the law, and he was there not to abolish the law, but to fulfill it.
Would that be weird? Parents are like, what the fuck? I grew it back.
also we have like
That's
hundreds
weird.
of nails. Do you know how many nails we have? It's like 1,200 nails that Jesus was.
That's when they figured out he was divine. Is when they kept trying to circumcise him and they couldn't. They couldn't even get through it. They're like, oh,
It keeps growing. It keeps
It's going back.
fucking.
This is really weird, but good news. We'll never run out of food.
No.
We're gonna drink his blood.
Oh my god!
Maybe that's where it came. I mean, hey, Christians, if that offends you, you do it every week at mass.
We're gonna drink his blood and eat his flesh.
Like, don't be angry at me. I'm just going by your theology, Christians.
There's an old TV program in the UK. It's called Goodness Gracious Me. It was a comedy sketch, and it was framed around like the integration of an Indian couple that had come to the UK, that had migrated to the UK, and they go to church. They go to a Catholic church, and they're doing the Holy Communion, and they when they get given the bread for the Holy Communion, they get out like samosas and dips and things.
I like Terrible Name's comment here. Jesus woke up every morning, shaved his mustache, clipped his foreskin, and put on his sandals, ready to fulfill the law.
Oh man, like with toenail clippers.
And then Jesus not only has to deal with the 5 o'clock shadow, but the 5 o'clock foreskin. because it's coming back.
Golden, are you going to come on the panel or not?
Well, it's a good thing we're already all atheists because we'd be definitely going to hell.
I know.
Did he say he was joining, or did you see him in the back?
He said he tried to join, but said he was banned. That's why I checked the.
You're not
back
banned.
I checked the back end to make sure he wasn't banned accidentally, and he said he closed 50 tabs and the audio started working. So I assume it was some sort of browser issue.
Oh my God, these people with their 50 plus tabs. What's going on? Are you one of them, RP?
Shut up.
Yes, that's a yes. That's a big yes.
I have
Because
4.
we talked about it, right?
96.
It's so wild. Oh my God, I'm bad right now. Like, this is bad for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13 tabs. This is bad.
Damn, that's insane. I have 6 and I feel bad.
I only have 17 open, so I'm like,
I've been
I'm
feeling
killing
bad
it right now.
Well,
I've just got 4 open. I've got the original YouTube for async, the StreamYard tab. I googled the order of Genesis, and then who was the head of the Human Genome Project, and that's it.
Yeah, that's essentially what I've got.
I only have 17 open now, so I'm fucking killing it.
Golden,
I'm doing
the
great.
number of people up on the panel has stayed the same. Why did you try to join when there were 8 of us up here if, like, now you don't want to because there are 8 of us up here?
there are 8 atheists.
There's been 8 of us up here for a while.
Anything.
If he feels intimidated, I can leave. So, like,
Well,
there
I'm
would
about
be
to. I'm
less
gonna be
people,
dropping pretty soon. I gotta go to bed here pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm going to be out in about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
He's just full of excuses.
Yeah, last night he was studying Japanese because he's moving to Japan in several years. So it was important that he learned it last night.
Good thing he got on it early.
Jesus Christ, datte bayo.
I like Japanese. Good stuff.
So?
See, Golden, you can come up here and, like, test your Japanese out.
I got a decent vocabulary, but my grammar sucks.
So 10 minutes ago you were banned, and now you're worried about how many atheists are up here?
Well, the only Japanese I remember, I did about.
Sounds like you're grasping at straws.
I did a 4-week course when I was at college, and the only thing I can remember it had to say in Japanese is my lucky cat," and that's it.
Just Golden, just think of Daniel in Lion's Den. Cast away that doubt and enter.
I just couldn't be asked to learn
First
Japanese.
be there
at this
3:15
point.
and be ready to answer.
I would love to talk to my daughter-in-law, but fuck it.
Yeah.
I got enough languages in my head. We're good.
I should probably close some tabs. I have like 50 of them open right now.
Well, the tabs is one thing, but who has, when you fire up your PC and your screen comes on, has like the entire desktop just completely wallpapered with icons for stuff?
Oh, yeah, I don't do that.
I don't.
Why am I being called out so much tonight? What I do with my computer is my business, damn it.
I like mine to be organized.
I have a lot of, like, audio files that I regularly reference, so that's why my desktop is kind of a mess.
My desktop is very Spartan. Because at work, I'm a Mac and Unix Linux user, so I'm just used to, like, okay, I need to open up a program, or I need to, like, open a file. I just hit it's on most keyboards is the window key, which brings up a search box. You just type in what you want really quick and hit enter, and it just opens. So you, like, don't need icons anymore, really.
It's kind of what I do on my phone. You just swipe down. It's an Android phone, but it updated the other day. So when you swipe down from the top, you used to have the search field just there straight away, so you could find whatever you need quickly. But they changed it on the update, so now you swipe down, and then there was a separate search button that you had to press on to open the search field. But for some reason, it was broken, so it wasn't opening the search field. But because I'd so heavily relied on the search to find apps, I hadn't really rationalized a lot of the apps on my phone. So I spent until they fixed it with a patch. I was like, fucking sliding through all the different phone screens. Where the fuck's this app? Where's that app?
I'm starting to blame
Jada.
Yeah, I'm starting to blame random bugs like that on just the vibe coding that companies are doing now.
Sometimes when I'm
What do
lazy,
you
I'm
mean
just
Claude
asking
isn't
my
a good
AI
coder?
agent to open something for me.
What was that?
Sometimes when I'm lazy, I'm just asking my AI agent to open something
Oh,
for
yeah.
me.
All right. Well, it's time for me to drop because I'm falling asleep here. But I will see everybody tomorrow.
Yeah. Catch you later.
Hope you have
Good night,
wonderful
everyone.
dreams
Bye,
of Jesus' regenerative foreskin.
I gotta shave tomorrow.
Jesus'
Night
regenerative
neck too.
Good night,
horse
Gretchen.
skin.
Foreskin.
Horse skin.
Oh yeah, the horse Jesus. I forgot.
Make it even more nightmarish.
Well, since Golden isn't going to jump up here, I guess we can dive back into the video.
Yeah, let's proceed.
It's like
It's a tangible physical thing. It's got some negative photo qualities, some holographic imaging that
Are we talking
is
about the Shroud of Turin?
unexplainable to this day by science. And I know you're a scientific guy.
Are we talking about the
so you
Shroud of
might like
Turin?
this. It's the Shroud of Turin.
You mean the
And-
one that
and
the one that
eventually we'll come up
we
with
have
a
historical
logical-
evidence of that it was a fake in the 1300s,
Well, okay.
which is
even
confirmed
if
by
it's a
carbon
fake,
dating?
Even if it's a fake,
Mhm.
why can't we explain some of its physical features?
I
as
don't know any
science-
physical features that we can't explain.
Yeah, negative photo qualities and holographic imaging and
Where's the holographic
causes-
imaging? There was just ochre painted on it.
Negative photo
No,
qualities.
no, prove it. Google it right now, like
Yeah.
you did the last time.
I'm
Like when you
familiar. Let me
invert
pull
the
it up,
colors,
actually.
you can see Jesus better in it. Is that
Yeah.
what he's talking about?
Yes.
Mm.
He's literally
Oh my God.
talking about. Yeah, he's
He
literally
does
talking
not
about.
understand how light works.
I think he's trying to apply there's some sort of like image depth, like in the fabric itself.
Mhm.
When
Yeah,
it
they're
says,
trying to.
holographic.
People like this are trying to refer to how like they can make a 3D map from this image, but the actual 3D map is not even like close to what it should look like.
Yeah.
like what the human would look like.
It would be all distorted.
So-
I think RP. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. I didn't mean to.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think RP brought up this the other day.
Yep.
And they had a good example of just like a video game skin. Like if you take an unwrapped video game texture, has these distortions to it, and it looks really, really weird. And that's what you would see on the Shroud were it genuine.
Yeah, I should really just bookmark that image. I'm going to
Yeah.
find that again. And
It's a
just,
great,
like,
it's a great
bookmark
image.
it.
Yeah.
I have this in a
Yeah,
document somewhere.
it's still unexplainable. Which
It's very explainable. Let me see if I can pull it up for you really quick. Here we go.
Well, cite me the reference if it.
Yep, I
proves
will.
it. Is it going to be Cosmo magazine?
I never Googled it, and or I
let me pull it
don't
up for you.
understand
Well, you won't be able to see it again.
Therefore, it's not explainable.
Mm-hmm. But it's funny, like earlier, we kind of missed it, or not missed it, but we kind of glossed over it. He said, like, oh, yeah, yes, it was really strongly shown to be a forgery, but we still have these unanswered questions about it. And as if that's those unanswered questions somehow overcome and defeat the evidence of it being a forgery. Like, just
They
Christians.
figured it out back in 1390, man. They
Yeah.
sent a fucking bishop prosecutor to go find the motherfucker, and he did.
But
They determined it was like they were just like, okay, fuck it, it's it's devotional art.
Yeah, but like this is
You
just
know?
this is just really like the Christian MO. It's like, oh, the unexplained is evidence, and it's like, no, the unexplained is unexplained. It's not evidence of anything. And for some reason, they think that having some, let's say hypothetically there are some unanswered questions about the Shroud. How in the world does that overcome the overwhelming evidence that's a forgery? Like, are you just going to pull a rabbit out of your hat and all of a sudden it's going to like cancel out all this evidence against it, and all of a sudden it's going to completely like exonerate it? Like, no, that's not going to happen. It's carbon dated to the 14th century. It's got massive issues with it, is the not the topology of it, but yeah, I guess it might be the word to use. Like, there's all kinds of things working against it, but this guy's holding out hope that inside one of those little unanswered mysteries is going to be just this silver bullet. This is going to change everybody's mind.
Yeah, he forgot to take into account the mystery of fucking human nature.
Yeah.
The fact that the church figured out that they can make more money off of fucking pilgrims coming to see the shit
Yeah.
than they could by prosecuting a guy for forgery, so they let it fucking go.
I mean, hey, what's a little white lie when you're saving souls, right?
Yeah. And making money for the church.
Making money, yeah.
But there was a paper published in the journal Archaeometry, and the paper is called "Image Formation of the Holy Shroud: A Digital 3D Approach." And so, if you want to pull that up, you can.
Approach keyword, and nobody's heard of the archaeometry.
Nobody's heard of the journal Archaeometry.
I mean, yeah.
Just because you haven't heard of it doesn't mean nobody's heard of it.
So desperate.
I understand. I'm just saying it's not mainstream. But go ahead.
What? How do you know? What do you mean? Are you familiar with any archaeological journals? Can you name a single one?
I don't have to be to know that it's not general public knowledge.
We're not talking about general public knowledge. We're talking about science.
Okay.
So
either way,
I'll just read you a summary.
How embarrassing.
This is.
Bliss did a good job calling him out there.
And to be fair, he kind of admitted that he made a mistake here. He kind of missed the point. So
there we go. That's what the shroud would look like.
What the fuck did I just look up to my screen to see? What is this?
This is an unwrapped character texture for a 3D model, and so this is what the shroud should look like if it was wrapped around Jesus's face when the image was imprinted or whatever. But there's zero sort of
same thing Mezzo does with the piece of aluminum foil.
Yeah,
technically it should be worse because the skins in game, they kind of designed to be perfect wrap, but shroud would be not perfect for a wrap.
Right.
So there should be wrinkles and stuff as well.
Yeah, disconformities and stuff like that. Yeah.
I've got that bookmarked now. So
yeah, it's a great image. I gave it the negatives down there too because it shows this is what the shroud would look like if it was black and white. Oh, here's the colors inverted. It's everything the Christian wants to see.
So how sometimes the paper will come out and then science.
With the approach, yes, go with the approach.
Yeah. So the Shroud of Turin, famously claimed to be Jesus' original burial covering, could not have been created on a three-dimensional body. A new study finds it is much more likely that the image is an imprint of a low-relief sculpture, according to a graphics expert. In a study published Monday in the journal Archaeometry, Brazilian 3D digital designer Cicero Moraes, who specializes in historical facial reconstruction, uses modeling software to compare how cloth drags over a human body versus how it drapes over a low-relief sculpture of one. The image on the Shroud of Turin is more consistent with a low-relief matrix, Moraes told Live Science in an email. Such a matrix could have been made of wood, stone, or metal and pigmented, or even heated only in the areas of contact, producing the observed pattern. The shroud was first recorded in the late 14th century, and controversy over whether it was an authentic relic from the crucifixion and death of Jesus kicked off immediately. A carbon dating analysis carried out in 1989 placed the shroud's creation in the range of AD 1260 to 1390, solidifying its interpretation as a medieval artifact. During this time, it just gets into the history a little bit. To investigate how the Shroud of Turin might have been made, Moraes created and analyzed two digital models. The first model represented a three-dimensional human body, and the second model was a low-relief representation of a human body. Using 3D simulation tools, Moraes then virtually draped fabric onto the two different body models. When he compared the virtual fabric to photographs of the shroud taken in 1931, Moraes found that the fabric from the low-relief model almost exactly matched the photographs. In a simulation with the three-dimensional body, Moraes wrote in the study, the fabric deformed around the volume of the body, resulting in a swollen and distorted image. The distortion is sometimes called the Agamemnon mask effect, he wrote, after the unnaturally wide gold death mask found in the tomb of Mycenae in Greece. Moraes demonstrated in a video how
Agamemnon mask effect. Oh, yeah. There you go. Arpy, you might want to look that up. That's an actual real-world example.
Mm-hmm.
Are
Wow.
you, one sec. Need a pause.
Yeah.
Christ before Jesus, always using this example.
Yeah, so is Justin.
Here, I'll toss it in the chat. Boom. There you go.
Except for the day that Justin used like a white T-shirt and a bunch of Carnage's makeup. That one was funny.
Yeah.
Even if the shroud was actually the shroud that was placed over an actual person called Jesus who was actually crucified, and it did leave some kind of image or imprint of his face, it still wouldn't. It doesn't mean that he was divine, you know.
Yeah. There's a second mask on that page as well. It's even more distorted.
Oh, found it.
Yeah. So yeah, those are also good examples. These will probably be more effective because a Christian will worm out of the video game skin, saying, "Oh, well, that's just a video game skin." You can point to this and go, "This is a real thing that was actually draped over a real face."
Yeah, but the software used with respect to working out how the shroud would have had to have been draped over whatever gave its impression is the same software as they use in like CT scanners. It's axial tomography. It's so that they'll accept it like when they go and get a CT scan for like a lumbar spine fusion or something, but they won't when it comes to it debunks an item that's important to their faith. So
Can you imagine how fucking weird it must have been to live in a time where everybody made death masks?
well, it was prior to sort of like modern photography where people only the incredibly rich could afford to have some kind of like in Victorian era people would.
But yeah, but in that, if you had that kind of money, why not make a fucking mask when you were alive then? Why wait till you fucking die?
I'm confirming that both these masks are genuine. I'm reading through the article.
Yeah, in the Victorian era in the UK, there were these things called death photos, where like if you lost a loved one, you dress them up and pose them, and take photos of them because you'd only like photography was quite expensive, so it was just sort of like a keepsake, a memento of that person.
They did that here too.
They look really fucking.
We've got a lot of pictures in the old west of like fucking people just standing up in fucking coffins and they take pictures of that shit. But yeah, they had the posed versions too for the non-Wild West people. But
So that top mask in that article is genuine, created in 1500 BCE. That is an old mask. That's as old as the oldest book of the Bible. Wow.
3,500 years old. Impressive.
Crazy, yeah.
I was amazed when I found out that Cambridge University was founded before the end of the Aztec Empire. So Cambridge University as an education institution actually overlaps with the existence of the Aztec Empire.
Yeah. Trying to see what that other gold image was. Okay, I think that's okay. One of those images. Okay. Yeah, one of those images. Here's actually an even better picture. Put this in the chat as well. This is from Wikipedia. These are 3 different death masks that were unearthed at certain points. The middle one looks really freaky. But yeah, those are all genuine. But you said earlier, I think, was it Gretchen, that death masks are kind of freaky?
Mm-hmm.
There's a bar in Las Vegas called the Tiki Room, and they have actual shrunken heads as decorations in the bar. Those are freaky.
Yeah.
There used to be a pub in the UK that had some stuff like that, and there was another pub that had what were called I don't know if you had them in the US. They're called gollywogs.
Mm-hmm. I think I've heard the word before.
Yeah, but basically, like sort of like they're like miniaturized minstrel models, you know.
Yeah.
Like, and yeah, they there was a little. It was during the Black Lives Matter protests and stuff. They got dragged through the coals, so I think they got rid of them.
Yeah.
All right, let's hop back into Blitz.
How the Agamemnon mask effect works by painting his face and pressing a paper towel to it. The resulting image is much wider than a front view of his face due to the distortion caused by imprinting a 3D object onto a 2D piece of fabric. And it goes on and on. But the point is the images formed on the Shroud of Turin could not have formed as a result of something being draped over a three-dimensional body. Because the images...
Actually, that's not true. That's not true.
That's what the study says. The peer-reviewed study says.
It was likely.
Yeah, that's how we do
right?
science. That's how we talk in
they,
science.
They didn't... And then also, that's a lot of work for somebody in the 1800s to go through.
1300s, by the way. And no, it's actually really not hard to do. You just need a statue. You just drape it over a statue rather than draping it over a person.
Wow, so they created this to be argued over for several hundred years. They put a lot of work into this.
Pretty sure that wasn't the goal. The goal was not to have it be argued over for hundreds of years. The goal was to manufacture a relic or an art piece.
Mm-hmm. Put some acid in those seats.
I mean, the 1300s.
Fucking tenants.
Well, and also the goal of the person who was either attempting to prove or disprove that it was a legitimate article was not, I imagine, to have it argued about forever. The whole point is that they were looking for a concise, definitive answer.
Yeah, it was probably, I mean, maybe it was just a commission piece. Just somebody wanted, like, I want to put this in my house because they have an idea. Like, you know, people ask for weird stuff like that all the time. It's like, yeah, and there's probably release of Jesus everywhere in the 14th century. Like, it'd probably be very easy to just, okay, I'm gonna take this cloth, apply some stuff to it, and get like an imprint of this relief statue, and just okay, you're done.
Look,
very plausible. Very plausible.
We live in a world where you can order kits online to have your partner's genitals molded in like silicon. So I don't think it's unreasonable to think that somebody could potentially have asked for like a shroud to be commissioned, with respect to
genitals are okay. Like, we live in a world where people commission pet furry art, so like,
yeah, I was actually about to go there because like I said, I had a friend who was a background animator or painter on Futurama, and he's very connected to the art community. And being an artist is tough, especially nowadays with AI. But being an artist is really tough. You have to be both really good and also kind of lucky to get into like a career type position. So a lot of these artists are really desperate to pay their bills. So they go online on like DeviantArt, and they get these private commissions from like customers, and these customers, they ask for some really weird shit. And they do it because it's good money, because these customers pay good money because they can't find this anywhere. Like, you can't walk into a store finding what you're asking for. So you have to go and commission it.
And by the way, these customers, they refer to themselves as degenerates. So like,
yeah, they kind of own it, which I respect. Be a degenerate and own it, and I really respect that. But yeah, so like, if we have that today, it stands to reason somebody in the 13th century is like, hey, you know what? I want to have like a cloth that has like an imprint of Jesus on it hanging on my wall. Very plausible.
Yeah, to pay the bills online, you're either a furry artist or a Rule 34 artist.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't take a lot of work to do this, and like the point is that
could you do it?
Could I do it? Maybe. Yeah. Like I've seen like, in fact, there was a guy who did it recently with like period tools.
But also it contains AD blood as well, and it doesn't
where's the study that supports that? Because I've heard this claim and nobody's ever presented me the evidence for it. By the way, there was an Italian scientist named what was his name? It was Lorenzo Garlascelli, I want to say. Luigi Garlascelli, I'm sorry, who used techniques available at the time in the 1300s to reproduce a Shroud of Turin lookalike.
Well,
so like, yeah, this is entirely within the possibility of the technology available to people in the 1300s to produce such a thing.
Well, they used blood first off, but secondly, The article states it's likely. It's not proven.
Yeah, that's how we talk in science. But you made the claim that it can't be explained. Well, apparently it can be. We have a likely explanation.
A likely explanation.
Yeah, so then it can, if it's likely, that means that it's possible, and if it's possible, that means it can be explained.
Then I want someone to repeat it.
Likely,
Somebody did. His name is Louis.
likely is more than possible. Likely means likely, as in it is the most probable answer.
Yeah,
I think it's a high confidence but lack of certainty. You know, it's not just like a 50-50. You know?
I think this is one of the primary disconnects between skeptics, atheists versus like theist believers. Theist believers tend to look at positions as being like binary, like on and off, like you either 100% believe it or you 0% believe it. And it's like, no, I can look at a series, like not even a series. I can look at a set of explanations for something, and I can assign probabilities to all of them.
Yeah.
And I'll tentatively accept the one that has the highest probability, but that doesn't mean that I don't think that the other ones are impossible or that the highest one is 100%. Like that type of nuance seems to be lost on a lot of these theistic believers. They don't really understand that, yes, by saying that this is the most likely explanation, like the guy's trying to like indict this explanation because it's only the most likely, as if he's like seeking it's not the absolute explanation.
It's an exercise in humility, isn't it? Which is obviously something that most theists struggle with, or a lot of theists struggle with.
Yeah.
Like the notion that because we have a lack of certainty, when we say that something, it is most likely the case that this happened for this reason, or this is why X, Y, Z, is because we always leave room, or most of us leave room, for the possibility that we could be wrong.
Yeah, reasonable doubt.
Exactly. But a theist, or a lot of theists, I should be careful. I shouldn't say all theists, because that isn't fair. Like there are some, you know, for example, Tavo, who comes onto this channel on a regular basis, I would consider to be a reasonable and rational theist. And he doesn't do that. We leave this room for doubt, but a lot of theists will just fucking they'll say like, so you can't be certain then, and then we'll just attack, and you're like, I can't be, outside of deductive arguments, I can't be certain of fucking anything.
Yep.
Guys, but don't you understand? It's just a theory.
It's just a theory.
Mm-hmm.
I love Tim Minchin's response to that. Like, evolution is just a theory. Well, you know what? Gravity is also just a theory, and I hope you fucking float away.
Evolution is just a theory that explains almost everything about humanity. But it's just a theory. You know, all of our modern medicine is based on it. All of our vaccines are based on it. Like the entire cladistic history of every single living thing on Earth can be explained through the theory of evolution. But it's just a theory.
Yeah, that's why I like to. That's why I like to, when I talk to some Christians, that's why I like to try to like frame it in the form of, okay, you have to bet money on it. You have 2, 3, 4, 5 explanations in front of you. Which one are you betting on? And like that kind of gives them an idea of like, okay, you know, one of these is true, but I'm not sure which one. I'm just going to use my brain and try to find the one that has the highest probability. And like we're betting on that, and the bet's tentative. Like if something comes by, like, you know, like let's say what Blitz brought up with how the shroud was likely made, maybe that explanation will get bumped down to a number 2 explanation if a better explanation comes along. That might actually happen. But yeah, the theist caller here just like can't really wrap his head around that, because it's like, okay, well, once it has to be 100%. It has to be, or else it's worthless. And it's like, no, that's not how real life works at all.
Yeah, well, because obviously you can have like there's the ontological, there's the actual, you know, there's mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive, i.e., this explanation can't be true at the same time as this explanation, because the conditions are they are mutually exclusive and jointly exhaustive. They couldn't possibly both exist at the same time. But that's not always the case with respect to explanations. Sometimes they have like overlaps. You know, that there might be, well, part of this explanation is true, but then this other explanation is actually fits this part of the process better. You know, the nuance involved in understanding how our universe works, or the history of our universe, it's not straightforward. It's not as simple as a lot of people would like it to be.
Yeah.
And that's just that is just something that, frankly, people are just going to have to fucking accept. You know, what's the famous phrase? The universe, the universe has no obligation to make sense to you.
Hey Gretchen, do you see?
Oh God, Felix! I told you no more tonight.
He's
I've
back
been
there.
fucking around. I'm not kidding.
You're like a homeowner who has like a spray bottle and like stone cats. Like, no, Felix, no, Felix.
You mean like?
Well, we have cats, dogs, and chickens.
Maybe he was hoping that since he
Like
saw
this?
nobody on fire up here, that
Felix the cat.
Felix the cat.
The cat came back. I thought he was.
yeah.
A goner.
Except this Felix doesn't have a bag of tricks. He's just got one
True.
trick, and it's the same fucking one.
It's not even a
Night
trick.
after night.
It's more like a face plant.
It's funny. I think like in our household, I should probably consult my copy of the Nostradamus, because like our cats and dogs sleep together in the same bed. So it's,
Cats sleeping with dogs.
yeah, it must literally that's the joke. It must be, it's like a harbinger of doom, you know. Like I open my curtains in the morning and 4 horsemen are riding down the street.
For the longest time, my Steam name was Nostradamus Dumbass.
Nice.
All right. Well, we dodged that Felix bullet. Let's I guess dive back into some Shroud of Turin discussion.
Yeah.
Wait, what? What happened? I stepped away.
Felix tried to come on stage again.
Oh. Well. I mean, we all know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
Well, again, I don't describe any kind of malice to him, but he is hard work.
I already told him earlier. I said, "Don't come back tonight. I'm not in the mood." And
Maybe if he submits like a chat essay about how he's going to be normal, then maybe.
Maybe he's like a psychologist and he's like running like a test on us.
Yeah.
He might be like super duper like PhD intelligent, educated, and he's just posing as this credulous, inflexible theist apologist, and he just wants to break us and study the results.
Isn't that highly unethical to run an experiment on unwitting individuals?
I think it's with respect psychological experiments. I think it's with respect to harm. Like if it was like pharmacology or something, then yeah, you'd be absolutely right.
Yeah.
But
both could be true. He could be a highly unethical PhD holder. So
yeah,
It's like a mad scientist type of PhD
like a mad-
student.
But yeah, the sociological equivalent of Mengele, just dropping into YouTube chats and fucking.
You got to be a little mad to be into psychiatry. Just saying.
All right. Well, let's get back into the Shroud discussion, even though it's not much better than Felix.
Luigi Garlicelli.
And then 700 years later, I want it to be carbon dated, and then we can.
And it'll be carbon dated to this year.
Right.
Just like how the original Shroud of Turin was carbon dated to like the early 1300s.
Wasn't it only just within the wasn't it only just within the range where radiometric dating would work? Like, because like the things need to be like
maybe.
I don't know what the limit of carbon, like obviously carbon 12 to carbon 14 is. Like how accurately it's with like the error bars are like within 1,000 years or so or something like that, are they not? or is it more accurate?
I'm looking it up.
I know the top end is about 50,000 years, and then it doesn't work beyond.
It says here uranium for ranges between 1,000 and 500,000 years. Uranium 234 to thorium 230 dating is what you would want. So I think I'm no science man. I'm no science man, but radiometric dating, it covers a bunch of different dating methods.
Yeah, it covers all the isotopes.
But
carbon dating is what you would use for dating things like anything that was potentially like anything that was alive, because the plants absorb the carbon-14, which slowly decays to carbon-12 over time, and that's the metric with carbon dating that we measure. But I think it only works for
Well, it says here this is AI generated, but carbon-14 and nitrogen-14 is useful dating range is 100 to 50,000 years, and that's good for bone, charcoal, wood, shells, organic matter. So it might be this. And then uranium 234 to thorium 230 is 1,000 years to 500,000 years, and those are good for carbonate deposits and corals and stalagmites.
Well, I mean, a linen cloth is definitely organic.
Yeah.
Those are my three major points, and you may have like slightly penetrated beyond semantics on the Shroud of Turin, but you got to let me know in 700 years after you create the Shroud of Turin again.
Why does it have to be me? Why not Luigi Carlocelli?
He didn't do it though.
He did do it.
He just
I have a picture of it right here. You can't see it, but you can go back and rewatch it. So on the left, we have the negative of the Shroud of Turin, and on the right, we have the one that was recreated by Carlocelli.
Yeah, but it doesn't have the carbon dating. It doesn't have
carbon. If the thing was made today, if the fibers were harvested last year, then that means that it would carbon date to last year or perhaps this year. Basically, whenever the fibers were harvested, that's how carbon dating works.
Is it sacrilegious to point out, or blasphemous to point out, that it does look like the mustache on this guy looks like he's turning up to fix some MILF's washing machine?
Mustache rides free of charge.
Yeah, exactly.
What time does your husband get home? It's horrible.
Well, with respect to the virgin birth, we've already acknowledged that consent is something that's only tangentially considered with respect to Christianity. So
true.
Like in 700 years, it'll be 700 years old, and the carbon dating will say that it was made,
I mean, and also how accurate. I mean, honestly, how accurate is carbon dating? It
it's
works
very
better
accurate.
on older stuff.
Not only is it exceptionally accurate, it pinned down the exact year that Pompeii erupted, and then we compared that with the historical records, and they agreed exactly.
No, because they pull pollens and plant material and different things out of it to get the carbon dating.
Yeah,
I mean, we don't even know if dinosaurs were actually 1 million years old for
what are
sure.
you talking about?
Wow.
Yeah, when
wild left here and there.
What a pivot.
Yeah, probably a yak.
A what? Sorry.
A yak, YEC, Young Earth Creationist.
Oh right, okay. God, all of these abbreviations that you crazy kids use these days.
Raffle Lympheo.
Yeah.
Lol.
They dinosaurs.
It's taking off organic material.
Yeah, carbon dating uses organic material because it uses carbon.
Right, but that organic material could have happened 50 years later and landed on that thing you're carbon dating, and now you're off by 50 years.
So to be clear, fortunately.
So to be clear,
please don't interrupt. We know that the carbon dating is good in this case because it lines up with the historical record. Sorry, it wasn't carbon dating; it was krypton argon dating. I always get those two confused. But the carbon dating of the Shroud of Turin lines up with the historical record. Namely, we have documents, written historical documents from the early 1300s, or from the middle of the 1300s, saying, "Hey, this guy claims he found the shroud of Jesus's shroud, but then we found the guy who admitted that it's a forgery." Potassium argon dating. I'm sorry, not krypton. We have not only do we have admitted, not only do we have like testimony from religious leaders that they caught the guy who forged it, we also have carbon dating that lines up exactly with when they say it was forged.
Yeah, he keeps on doing the thing where he says carbon dating when he, like, obviously the different isotopes that you're dating, but it's such an easy mistake to make. Like carbon dating, just it's in the cultural lexicon now, you know. So.
And it's also the only dating that usually flirts and other people like this know.
Yeah. Well, the whole field of this type of dating, it's the umbrella term is radiometric dating, isn't it? But,
yeah, but they use it interchangeably. They think that carbon dating is radiometric dating.
Yeah, as a whole, but it's also the like as was demonstrated with Ken Ham, that they're like, I'd use this term loosely, scientists. When they want to make radiometric dating look inaccurate, they will take something and they will use and they will send it to a lab, and they'll ask them to date it, but it's not an appropriate dating method from the time period that you suspect it comes from. So then it throws out a crazy result, and then they'll criticize the whole method. But if I think it was Ken Crocoduck who did a review of the Bill Nye Ken Ham debate. He goes, look, if you use a ruler to measure your weight and you get a wrong answer, it's not the ruler's fault.
The forging part is a separate issue. The original Shroud of Turin has not been proven to be a forgery.
There is no original Shroud of Turin. It doesn't exist. I mean, maybe it existed. Well, I mean, according to the Bible, there is no Shroud of Turin. There would be 3 burial cloths, not 1. But that's neither here nor there. The point is the one that is in, where is it? It's like in somewhere in France, I guess. That's not, that never touched Jesus. That was a forgery.
But you believe Jesus existed?
Yeah, probably.
As a person?
Yeah, probably.
And you believe that he was crucified or no?
That seems plausible. Lots of people were crucified at the time, so it seems plausible that he was.
But you don't believe that we found evidence of his burial?
No, I don't think so.
That's telling. You
telling
believe
of
the
what?
guy existed. You believe that his grave existed. You just don't believe that we found his grave.
It's not clear that he even would have had a grave. Like,
oh yeah, they just threw him in a ditch, of course.
Well, yeah, no, that's what happened to a lot of victims of crucifixion at the time.
Because you were there? What are you talking about?
We have records. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that they were just tossed. They just tossed bodies.
Yeah,
in the
that they
street.
didn't get
what
individual
caused
burial
disease
sites.
That would cause problems.
Yeah.
Like, do you need to?
Oh, Gretchen, did you see that?
No. What was it?
Oh,
Was
check
it Felix
the
again?
private chat. No, check the private chat.
Oh, poor Jill.
Oh, motherfucker.
Hey Jill, why did you pop in and run away? Are you afraid?
Did Jill come up last night?
He did before he said something ableist.
Well,
and,
that's
like,
his twice. That's his 2
immediately
times
ran.
for the week.
I thought you gave him a free one yesterday.
We're giving him a free one.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I revoked like his next 4 visits actually.
Oh, right, okay. Fine.
What'd you do that for?
I'm just kidding. I don't care.
Because he was really pleasant and reasonable.
No, not that. Why were you giving him a free one last night?
Because he was being a little bitch, saying he wouldn't come up unless McTime was up here.
Yeah.
And he was only up here for like, what, 5 minutes before he said an ableist
I don't
phrase.
care, man. That fucking counts. That counts as his twice for this week.
I agree.
Because it was up here on Monday, and it is now, yeah.
Okay.
'Cause I had to switch routers. Is this better?
You sound fine.
Okay.
A little bit more. Turn up a little bit more.
A little bit more? That's weird that the router wait, here we
There
go. Is
you
that
go.
fine? That's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Oops, sorry.
They're
Very
called mass
bodies.
graves.
So there is a grave.
If you count a mass
Jill,
grave, which is just a hole in the ground that you throw bodies.
Keep your
You were
bitch
very
ass
good
off
at
my
circular
family.
arguments.
How
It's
is this
so-
circular?
It is
You can
circular.
come back
You just said,
Monday.
no, he didn't have a grave. Now you're saying, yeah, they put
a
him in
mass
graves.
grave is a word for a hole in the ground that they throw hundreds of bodies in. If that counts as a grave to you, fine.
That's why I'm saying you're very good at circular argument.
It's not circular. You just don't like my choice of words.
Sir,
It's not
what
circular.
the fuck?
Okay,
Circular
just
argument?
hovering
Can you-
above
can you-
isn't circular. Just
Can you imagine? This person seems to think that what was considered like a person who was considered like a blasphemer and a heretic was nailed to a cross, left to die of exposure over several days. But then he thinks that they honored them with, or respected their religious traditions by formally burying them in. And no, they just ripped him off the fucking bit of 2x4 and heaved him in the nearest hole in the ground. If they were lucky, they might have had some soil shoveled over them. It's just.
Oh look,
Jill.
Jill did find McTime in another chat, but it looks like Jill didn't engage McTime.
You know
Sounds
what,
like,
Jill? Knock it the
Jill's a
fuck
little
off.
coward.
Sack the fuck up and put your messages in the fucking main chat. You don't need to pop up here just to drop something in the private chat and then drop back off. Because I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck if you never come back. To be honest with you, but you know what? You've been here twice this week, and I don't give a shit if you were only here for 5 minutes or 5 seconds yesterday. That counts as one fucking visit, and you can fuck off until Monday. I don't give a shit if McTime's here or not.
But Gretchen, I like it when Jill comes up here to educate us. I feel smarter.
I don't give a fuck what you like. I made a fucking rule, and we're gonna stick to that shit. Period. I don't care what any of you fucking like. We made a rule, and we're sticking by it.
All right, I screwed you. I screwed you, Jill. Sorry.
Them's the rules.
In fact, if Jill pops in to try to do a drive-by message again, I'll just ban him from StreamYard until next Monday, and I can remove him from the ban list.
Yeah, there's nothing like having a chat with Jill to polish a little corner of your ego, right?
You can chat on the YouTube, Jilly boy. Jilly Billy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay, we got about 10 minutes left in this Blitz clip. Hopefully it's not all just like fucking Shroud talk now.
No, again, that's
Well,
not
I'll watch this out. I'll watch this out with you, and then I've got to go. I do have stuff to do today. I can't hang out all
Sounds
day.
good.
But
you can't even let me describe perfect before I make my point, which
You know what
everybody
a
on this
circular argument
planet,
is?
everyone on this planet would agree what the word perfect means.
No, this is
Like,
a big issue of contention in the
I
philosophy
didn't even get to
of
make my
religion.
point before you argued the word perfect, to be honest.
I was just asking you how you cash it out, and you
And I asked
kind of
you,
floundered for a
and
little
you
bit.
couldn't describe it. How do you describe perfect?
It was your burden to do so because you were the one making the
I don't
claims.
have
I was trying to understand what you
It's a
meant.
word in the dictionary. Why do I have to? There's no burden of evidence.
No,
It's not my
look, you
burden,
use
it's
words
word.
when you say words, you mean certain things. I was just asking how you cashed it out, what you meant when you said the word.
Oh, okay. So if I say the word mom, are you gonna be, well, is she adoptive mom or is she?
If we need to get into the nitty gritty because it's key to your argument, then yeah, I might.
Yeah, those can be important
See, that's
distinctions.
the point. I didn't even get the chance
yeah, well,
to do
it's
that. We were
with
already-
respect. Like this idiot seems to think that all language is prescribed. It's not. It has usages.
Yeah.
There are only a very few fields in which we have prescribed language where the usage of a word is dictated by some kind of authority.
on the defense.
And is that what you think circular
But
means?
you're very circular.
Do you think that being precise is circular?
I think the
Can
definition.
you explain to me what you think a circular argument is?
It's when you have a retort on a fact and you can transcribe it into something else or morph it into something else.
What the fuck?
To get right back.
Oh
to the same-
no!
What?
Oh no!
I just felt
What was
brain
that
cells.
anal-
I felt brain cells pop when I heard that.
That is
does-
the analysis of all analyses.
How do you fuck up a conclusion, an argument that references the conclusion? With yeah, how do you mess that up?
He's not thinking. He's just talking. The Holy Spirit is in him.
You just
speaking
did
in tongues.
Eric, you used a turn of phrase similar to what I use, which is when you come across an argument or a person who is so unbelievably stupid, rather than you said I felt some brain cells popping. I say I feel IQ points falling out of my ear and shattering on the ground like glass. You know,
There you
it's painful to hear. You know,
Jesus, like that's a sentence. That's a sentence you have to listen to 3 or 4 times to fully parse it. It's like it was just words.
RP, run that back about 10 seconds, please.
Yeah, let's listen really closely.
It's when you have a retort on a fact and you can transcribe it into something else or morph it into something else to get right back to the same point.
just
to get right.
Wow.
It's like Mighty Morphin logical fallacies.
It was so funny.
But he didn't even like to take a fact to morph it back to the same point. Well, that would just mean the fact is the fact, right? His argument just makes a fact more facty. It's not.
I think that was
great.
We should like implement like a quote of the evening here and like put it in like a banner at the bottom. Like this is the quote of the evening, and just transcribe it.
There's a conservative news broadcaster in the UK. He's got a YouTube channel separate from like his broadcasting, and his channel is called Plank of the Week, and he finds idiotic things that people have said or done, usually politicians, over the week, and he awards them the award, the Plank of the Week. Like maybe Gretchen and RP should start doing something like that. It's obviously an award that nobody wants, but an achievement nonetheless.
I'm sending the exact quote.
Nice.
All right, it's when you have a retort on a fact and you can transcribe it into something else or morph it. Okay. I put it in the back chat, Gretchen, if you want to make a banner out of that.
No, that's not what a circular argument is.
That look on his face too.
What's your definition? Because we're going to look it up and then we're going to argue about it. Come on.
Sorry, I'm just writing down that you don't know what a circular argument is at 2 minutes and 30
Look it
for
up.
2 hours.
What's the definition?
Okay, we can do this.
And all the circular
I don't think you have any problem remembering that he doesn't know what a circular argument is.
It's great.
I don't think this is going to be a checks notes moment.
That was the title of the video. Theist doesn't know what a circular argument is.
Hey, we reached the climax.
Type in circular argument definition into Google. Okay, so we can use the AI overview if you want, but we could also just use Wikipedia.
How about type in perfect first and do that?
Sure. And then you promise that we'll get back to the circular argument. How you don't know what that is?
Yeah, certainly.
Right. So we can use the AI overview, or would you prefer a dictionary?
I don't. Either one. Either one's fine.
Okay. A dictionary is available, so in this case, we'll just use a dictionary. So perfect. Being entirely without fault or defect. That's option A. Option B is satisfying all requirements. Option C is corresponding to an ideal standard or abstract concept. Option D is faithfully reproducing the original, or option E is legally valid. So my guess is that you're referring to either A or C. These are distinct definitions.
No, I can put God under all of those.
Legally valid?
Legally valid, yeah. Like,
Objection, Your Honor. Jehovah sustained.
But if God is legally valid, then God needs to appeal to an authority that is higher than himself, right?
Yep.
Oh, good point.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you insist.
This is random bullshit go time. It's like, yeah, he's perfect, so he's got to encompass all perfection, right? Like every aspect of perfection, because he's perfect. Makes total sense. This is like, I don't know. It's like,
so if the law is above God, can we drag him into the Hague and have him tried for his genocides?
Ooh, yeah, probably could.
Into the gulag.
No, we don't do gulags anymore.
This is not so good.
Well, maybe not that one.
Faithfully reproducing the original? The original God? God is reproducing the original God?
I mean, God was and always has been, so that's fine.
So then it's not. So maybe you can say A, B, and C, but these are different definitions, right? So when you use it in a sentence, clearly you're referring to one of these notions because these aren't the same notion.
Fair enough. Hey,
so should we
I
talk
understand
about
that.
reasoning?
He conceded.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so, sorry, not circular reasoning, circular argument.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna see if there's a dictionary definition. So
Is
it's
it
a
Freudian
phrase, so it's
slip?
not gonna have a definition. It's not gonna have a definition in a dictionary, but we can use like
Freudian
Wikipedia.
slip.
Sorry.
Probably a Freudian slip, but that's okay.
Okay.
Now he's using Freudian slip wrong. Oh God.
Then you say one thing, but you mean your mother.
So the Wikipedia
you guys have had
like that there. Oh, now he's like edging into troll territory. Like,
yeah,
like just that comment right there.
Well, it was Nietzsche said God is dead. Freud said God is dad.
Yes.
Circular reasoning. I'm just going to pull this up for everybody because this is what the
we're not doing circular reasoning.
Well, that's what the AI overview linked to. It's and
Okay.
I'd rather we can use the AI overview if you want, but you know.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. A circular argument, also known as circular reasoning, is a logical fallacy where the reasoner begins with the exact point they are trying to end with. Instead of providing actual evidence, the argument uses its conclusion to prove its premise, creating a repeating loop.
And that's
So-
what you did with. That's what you did with.
I wasn't
hovering.
making an argument at all, so
That's
how could it be a
what you did
circular
with
argument?
Perfect.
I wasn't making an argument, so how could it be a circular argument?
You were making an argument. You were saying that God is inside of the balloon or in the water, and
Oh, in
I'm
that
telling
case,
you-
so in that case, I definitely was making an argument, but you didn't accuse
Okay,
me
so-
of doing. You didn't accuse me of
Exactly,
circular
you're
reasoning
doing
there.
it
You accused me of
again.
circular reasoning when I was trying to ask you to
You're doing it
define
again,
what perfect
literally.
meant.
Wow. Like, dude,
Eh.
like, you at some point you've got to say to somebody, "You're right."
Yeah, you should say that.
I don't think you. Got
What
to
the
have
fuck?
Give it to me,
Oh, yeah, all
man.
the time. I say it
You
to my
owe me
wife like
one.
daily.
Well, because that's your wife. You
Yeah.
don't think it though. You just say it.
Oh no,
my
I do think
God.
it. Wait, do you not think you're? Do you lie to your wife?
I have a fiance.
Do you lie to your fiance?
Yes. Yes. I
Damn,
do.
I hope she doesn't know that.
Oof.
Whoa, that is
What?
a crazy
Oof.
bullet bite.
He
Lie
owned
about
that too.
Lie
He-
about what though?
He just in general lies to his fiance apparently.
Well,
He
not,
tells
not,
her
I
she's
mean,
right when he doesn't think she's right.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Well, but
there
look
are
how wrong he is right now.
Yeah.
She's probably right.
there are times when I've lied to my wife, but it's things, you know, they're what you would classify as white lies. It's never about big
Yeah.
stuff.
I've lied to my wife too, but in my defense, had I told the truth, I would have been in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's a little white lie to avoid the grief.
I'm not drunk.
Who's
No, yeah, that's funny.
how many you get home at like 2:00 in the morning? How many beers did you have with the lads? Like 4, you know, or
Yeah.
you know,
Based.
who's hotter, me or my sister? You, you know.
Disavow that one. The beer one's fine.
Would you love me if I was a worm? Remember that whole meme?
I think I remember that.
I mean, if I was a
Yeah,
worm,
I know what you're
probably.
talking about.
It'd be worms in love.
Electrons
It's been
in
nice
love.
to me all the fucking time.
Would you love me
I
if
mean,
if I was an electron?
You niggas getting more in trouble for lying, right?
And if you get caught,
What do you mean you always get caught? I guarantee you your wife knows when you're lying, even if you don't think she does.
yes, it's kind of like the beer one. Like the reason she's asked the question is because she knows that I've drank way.
Oh yeah,
way
she can smell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, it's when you wake up the next morning and it's like oozing out of your fucking
Yeah.
pores. And she's like, "How much did you have to drink last night?" I was like, "Oh, not much, just a few."
It's not just out of your pores; it's in your pillow and your blankets, and it's like you're literally smearing the evidence everywhere when you're sleeping.
My husband lies like fucking second nature just because he doesn't want to deal with conflict. He imagines someone who would go to any length to avoid conflict, and he marries fucking me.
Mhm.
Like, what were you thinking?
Clearly likes a challenge.
Well, and he lies. He lies so he doesn't have to, face the conflict, and then that was his bad because I make it twice as bad for him then.
He's just playing on hard mode, hiding his.
He really is.
That's funny.
All right, I know this comment happened 30 seconds ago, but nobody, your joke, your play on that. Would you love me if I was still an electron, or if I was an electron? My response would be positively, because electrons are negatively charged, and if I'm loving her positively, then that means we're attracting.
Nice.
Took a minute because I had to kind of craft that in my head, but.
No, it'd be a good answer though. That would be a good answer.
Nerd.
Mm-hmm.
The best kind.
No, I hope she does. Because
You
I
hope
know
she knows that you lie to her?
There's a reason why you lie to somebody, to protect them.
I don't lie to my wife.
You should.
That's so patronizing.
Jesus.
Like they need your protection. Like they're not thick-skinned enough, or like.
But then it's kind of like he should agree that there is no God because the church just lies to him to protect him. That's it.
Well, this one lie to his
So
religious
it's done.
values is
He
fucking
literally conceded God.
ass in his time.
Ain't lies a sin?
It's but it's not a completely tangential question, but it's related. So, is the notion of chivalry, that men should hold doors open for women, etc., is that patronizing, like this kind of traditional, or is it just polite? Is there a difference?
Depends.
Are you
can be
holding it for them just because they're a woman? If so,
Well,
that's
no,
patronizing. If you hold
did-
it open just because you do that for everybody, then it's not patronizing.
Well, it
That's
depends.
how I cash it out.
Yeah, I mean, I was would it be considered if some guy is walking through a door in front of me and he just lets the door close in my face, would I consider that to be rude? Yes. Because I want to go through the world with consideration for all people. But it's
if
more
your
just
wife holds the door open for you, do you consider that emasculating somehow?
No, not at all. It's just
Then shut the fuck up. What are we even talking about then?
Well, no, because it was the is it this guy's saying that you lie to your wife to protect her, and Arpy said that's patronizing. So I was just wondering where does the line fall between just general consideration between people, and when does it become sort of patronizing between the sexes? That was all.
I think it mostly depends on the person, and if you are married or you're in a relationship with someone that you need to lie to protect them from what the fuck are you even doing?
Yeah, I mean, lying to somebody to protect them from a harm that you are directly responsible for isn't virtuous. That just don't cause the harm in the first place.
That's selfish. Yeah,
exactly.
Isn't it basically depends on the intent? If you just politely hold the door for people, in general, that's not patronizing. But if you hold the door because they're a woman, that's patronizing.
Yeah.
Intent behind this thing, kind of.
Yeah, intent's important. Like that time I held the door open at Walmart, let the bear inside.
They probably
was
have
really
bear mace in there.
patronizing.
Well, they have a greeter.
Yeah, he was the first to go.
It's usually some old guy who can't survive on Social Security.
Can't run very fast either.
I love the fact that Eric
Emotional support there.
I love the fact that Eric thinks he has to hold automatic doors open for fucking days.
You got me there, Credgen. You got me there.
on some
Why?
level. Okay, I'll
What?
give you an example. If something is extremely horrible and you saw it, and your wife goes, "What happened?"
I'd be like, you don't want to know.
You say exactly.
That's
That's
not
a lie.
lying.
Or you
That's
say
true.
nothing. So and that's a horrible example, and it's the first one on top of my head. But there are reasons to lie your
Okay,
wife.
so come up with a better
Vice versa.
example.
So can you say I'm right? That there
About
is
what?
reason to lie to your wife.
You haven't given me one.
No, but can you agree though?
No.
But there are examples.
No, you shouldn't.
Please,
lie.
I
You shouldn't lie
beg
to
you,
your
agree
spouse
with me.
Or your significant other.
Yes,
What?
you should. And there we go. We can go circular argument again.
It's not a wait a minute. Do you think that a circular argument is just when you have a back and forth?
No, I think that when you have a circular argument, you argue to get back to the original point with no evidence.
What? No, a circular argument uses.
Wait,
the
that was
conclusion
totally
as a
different than the
premise.
first one.
Yeah, I know. There's no consistency.
Golden Arm, you can hold the door open for me and I'll still say fuck you. Or you cannot and I'll still say fuck you. So.
Talk. And eventually you work your way back around weaselly to the same point, saying, hey, I presented you with no evidence whatsoever. I just said a bunch of talking points. And now
that's
here
not
we
a
are
circular
back at the
argument
same
is.
point.
In fact,
just
what we
like
just
lying
read-
to your wife. Is
So
there a
just-
reason to lie to anyone? Yes, there are. But you'll make a valid
Just
point
like what we agreed
and
on
say, hey,
earlier, the definition that we use for a circular argument, it says instead of providing evidence, the argument uses its conclusion to prove its premise, creating a repeating loop. I haven't done that. What you described is not that. Saying a premise and then talking more and then saying the premise again is not a circular argument because you're not trying to demonstrate that the premise is true by assuming the premise is true.
then what is it called that you do?
True, Rembrandt. It's the way I show
Speak
affection.
precisely, I guess.
And
I
anger.
don't think there's a name for it. It's just like a way of having a conversation.
Everything, really.
You must be perfect.
Nope,
I
never
can't
claimed
do
that.
This guy's
But
an
it's
asshole.
enough to not,
He's
to
very
not produce
insecure.
a circular argumentation.
Hey, Beard. Good to see you.
Hey, Beard.
What's up?
On the regular.
Well, I think you do, and in your own mind, it's all justified.
Well, I understand that you think I do. I also understand that I guess you don't know what a circular argument is, even though we read the
But
definition
that's,
together.
okay, that's fine, and I'm okay with that. But you don't know God, and that's what I'm trying to help you find.
Well, I appreciate that. I know that your heart's in a good place. At least I hope your heart's in a good place. But it seems like the Shroud of Turin was not particularly successful. And then there's a whole like your whole first point was about how, like, if we didn't have faith, then God wouldn't need to exist, which I don't even understand how that justifies belief in a God. And then your second point was about perfection, and we didn't really get far because you weren't able to cash out the word for me.
The time, space, matter thing, yeah, heavens, the earth. What?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That was the second thing. I got mixed up.
Do you
Yeah.
think? Okay, can you? Okay,
See how it's just that you're
let's
right?
assume-
Because you were actually right about that?
Give me one last minute, one last closing argument / question about the faith thing.
Sure, as long as you're not going to preach, that's fine.
No, I'm not going to preach. No,
Sure,
not
then
gonna-
go ahead.
If you, specifically you,
Mm-hmm.
believed in God, how would you do it without faith? Can you answer
With
that? 'Cause
evidence.
If you can't answer that, if you can't answer that,
I just answered with evidence.
no. By definition, you can't have no. How,
That was
How
that was a
would
lot
you
like that
believe in
one
God
skit from the
without-
Simpsons, where I forgot the exact thing. I think maybe like Bart hid Lisa's saxophone or something, and Lisa's like, "Where's my saxophone?" And Bart like turns around in his chair, all evil like. He's like, "I set up a elaborate series of puzzles and clues for you to follow, and only then will you be able to find." And like when he's in the middle of explaining it, Lisa comes back in the room and says, "Found it!" and runs off.
Yeah.
That's what just happened here. The guy was like asking, like, "Well, without faith, what would you use to prove God?" And he's rambling on, and then Bliss just says, "Evidence." There, done.
Yeah, it's almost like some beliefs are justified and some aren't. Shock
Yeah.
horror. You
Yeah.
know?
But it's like it's just the chasm between where Blitz is at and where this caller is at when it comes to like not just argumentation, not just the philosophy and the logic behind it, but just from the understanding the other person's point of view and understanding their point of view. Like Blitz is just dialed in. He's like leagues above this guy, and he doesn't realize it.
That the
evidence.
the ability to pass your interlocutor's position is like that's the bare minimum required in order to be able to have a successful conversation, right?
Yeah.
You know, it's not quite empathy. Like I'm not, but there is a degree of understanding, or at least a capacity to understand somebody else's position, putting yourself in somebody else's worldview, that is kind of required to have a successful conversation. And Blitz obviously has it, and this idiot doesn't.
Yeah, with evidence.
How? I guess I asked the question wrong. How does God exist without faith? If you believed in God,
Are you asking me if I believed in God, how would God exist without faith?
yes.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, if a God exists, then that God is not dependent on our brain states. So that God would exist regardless of what people think about him, or people believe about him, or people have faith about him. Like, it would just exist on its own.
There's
And
an even
people could
easier
either
answer
have
to
faith
this.
in it, or they could have belief in it based on other.
Like, all you got to do is ask, okay, did God exist before humans? The answer is yes. Faith comes from humans, right? Yes. So God could exist without faith. Like,
Yeah, well,
defeater.
Well, faith is faith, like the existence of God or the non-existence of God is an ontological position. The faith in a God is a doxastic position. He's conflating two positions. So.
I think he's literally.
But what
I
if
think
God
he's literally
had faith
saying
in himself?
Oh, well, I
What
guess
if
we have
God
to
was
ask.
one of us?
Oh, just a stranger walking down the street
on a bus or something.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, it's like, because I mean, I wasn't really listening closely to the opening of this call because I hadn't joined yet, but I think wasn't his argument like, um, uh, what was it? God cannot exist if there is no faith in him or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah. So if there's no humans, I mean, God has faith in himself. That makes no sense. Like faith is is belief in the things unseen. So like God, that doesn't fit God at all.
Or they could not have belief in it at all.
Thank you. I think this conversation's over. Thank you.
I
Welcome
agree,
to
it is over.
Christianity, my brother. Welcome to Christianity. I'm glad you believe in God now.
If that's what you got from that.
Wow.
Yeah.
The scumbag closer.
Yeah.
Welcome to Christianity. Jesus.
Thanks. I hate it.
And you there isn't a universe that could possibly exist where Blitz would be convinced by an argument like that. I mean, I could potentially see anybody being convinced to believe something that's not true with a well-crafted argument, but that was not it.
I don't even think it was crafted. I think it was all like reaction.
Oh, that was buried by the seat of his pants, definitely.
All right. Well, thanks very much for having me again, ladies and gents. I am gonna have to go. Got stuff to do.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out. We got
Yeah.
through one.
Bye bye.
Catch you later.
Later, John.
I am going to probably bounce too because it's almost 3. So
sounds good.
Yep.
Well, thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Have a
Night,
good
Eric.
evening, morning, wherever you are. See you later.
GG's.
Gotta go do door duty for bears at Walmart.
All right. This one's kind of short and sweet. This GE video with Dr. Carrier.
Okay, let's do it.
Cool. Let me get it outside of the playlist though, because it likes to autoplay. If I do copy that URL, and I get rid of the question mark. Yeah, there we go.
Next
Ooh, a little hot there, John.
up, we've got Filthy Heretic, who had a couple questions, maybe. What's up there, Filthy Heretic? How you doing?
Hi, Neil. Hi, Dr. Carey. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, that's awesome. I'm so excited to speak to you guys. It's such an honor to speak to Dr. Carrier. So my questions surround, well, first off is Mark and the Pauline epistles, and the second is mystery cults. So for the first question, in page 528 on the historicity of Jesus, before you talk about epistles from the pillars, I might be completely butchering your argument here, and I'm so sorry if I am being correct, but you seem to be implying that the verses that scholars usually use to defend Jesus as a historical person are ambiguous, and this ambiguity is a problem for historicists because we wouldn't expect this ambiguity, right? My question is that you say that Mark is a Pauline gospel, right? You don't say this in the book, but you have said it on your blog, and I completely agree. Yeah. And you also think it was written soon after the death of Paul, maybe like kind of around the decades after 75 AD, based on the parallels between Jesus and Ananias. So because they're so close together, I've taught before, maybe a potential objection would be that, shouldn't we interpret Paul through Mark if it's ambiguous and it wouldn't require this historization model that you proposed?
Okay, if I understand, wait, did I lose okay, am I still here? Can people hear me?
No, yeah, we got you.
Okay, the audio changed in my headphones. So let me see if I understand this. So the idea is that if Mark was reifying Paul, or why would Mark reify Paul? Maybe that's your question. So like, if Mark is totally Pauline, why did he historicize Jesus? Is that your question?
Yeah, pretty much. Or like, if Paul is ambiguous on this issue, shouldn't we see Mark as representative of the Pauline school because?
Okay, I see where you're going with that. Yeah, okay. So this ties in with the question asked earlier about the rank Raglan role of this, the mythologization. And I do talk about this and on the historicity of Jesus. I can't remember if I also bring it up in Obsolete Paradigm, but the trend was this is the euhemerism point, which it's element 46, maybe somewhere around 46 in chapter 5 of On the Historicity of Jesus, somewhere around there. Where I talk about euhemerism, where it was the standard of the time to take celestial gods or woodland mystical spirits or whatever and turn them into historical heroes, like put them into history, make them kings or princes of particular places and so on. Even Zeus, like they even historicized Zeus, made him a king on an island somewhere in history, and he was deified and everybody forgot that he was a historical guy. There was a trend to do this. It was actually the fashion to do this. And in Jesus from Outer Space, I use the example of Osiris because this happened to him, where Osiris starts as a celestial god, but by the time that we get to the classical era, he's been converted into an actual historical pharaoh. And in fact, there are historians of that time trying to date him, trying to figure out, like, well, when was he? Like, where do you fit him into the chronology of the pharaohs of Egypt? And now we actually have pretty good records of the pharaohs of Egypt, so we know there was no Osiris and this never happened. But the trend was to turn these guys into historical people and put them into history, and then use that story to allegorize everything they did and everything they taught. And we're very lucky to have Plutarch writing a book to his friend who's a priestess of Osiris. It's kind of like mansplaining, which is kind of funny. It's typical kind of like the sexism of the time.
I want to address something that Golden Arm is asking in chat. When do we date John? What was the earliest script of John? I don't think we need to even worry about when John was written. If you first need to answer, do you believe John wrote John? Can you answer that for me, Golden Arm? Did John write John?
If so, which John wrote John?
All right, you say that John wrote John. Let me go ahead and get a.
Of course, he believes that.
Get a verse for you from Acts that will completely dismantle that. All right. Now, when they saw the boldness of Peter and John, they realized that they were uneducated and ordinary men. They were amazed and recognized them as companions of Jesus. Now, we're going to focus on this word here in the original Greek, uneducated, okay? So we're going to look up Acts 4:13 Greek. Right here, unschooled. Agrammatoi. Agrammatoi. Grammatoi meaning with letter A, meaning not. So literally agrammatoi, when you look this up, means illiterate. So John was illiterate. Illiterate people are not able to write. So, because of this verse and this admission, John could not have been the author of John. So it doesn't matter when John was written, because we know for a fact that John did not write John.
Well, maybe magic.
Yeah, the magic pen. He had an AI fucking assistant. Like, he's like, Copilot, write me a book about
ChatGPT
Jesus.
save me.
Right. John strikes me more as a Grok user, probably.
Yeah, for sure.
Rock that shit up.
He wrote this elaborate book. Let me show you all the cool things I learned about your religion and send you this book about your religion that suddenly I know more about than you. But anyway, he does this, and he's got his own little like pet peeves and stuff, and he goes through all the different theories of religion at the time, and he goes through like allegorism and euhemerism. He mentions he goes through all these things, and he himself settles on demonic theory, which is a whole side thing. I talk about it in Jesus from Outer Space, but. What you get from this is he
And
talks
pause
and
it,
mentions the
RP.
fact, which he
And to answer your other question, John, it's generally around 100 is when they date John. And virtually none of them think that John wrote John.
he's writing to a
Okay.
priestess of Osiris, so he can't be wrong about it. Is he says that the real myth that
Super
priestesses and
loud.
priests know and amongst each other is that Osiris was never historical, that he descends below the moon, becomes incarnate, and is killed by Typhon, their version of Set, or the version of Satan that they had in that model, just below the moon, and then he resurrects to glory and goes back. And in the Osiris cult, this happens every year because they had cyclical time, and the Jews had linear time, so it happened only once. But that's totally explicable. But the model is that then they wrote the stories about Osiris being a king on Earth, and Plutarch says that was meant to trick outsiders into not understanding the truth, and to convey the truths through allegories. So like the things that happen aren't really true, but you're supposed to understand the meaning of them, and insiders would be taught the meaning. Anyway, so that's in Plutarch. We have
Sorry,
some
is
other
that
examples
better?
of this, like Origen, the church father. He actually talks about this as how Christians do things, which is kind of giving away the game that the Gospels are like this, that they're meant to be literal for lower ranking members of the church because they won't believe and understand the fact that it's all allegory for something else, etc. And then in Obsolete Paradigm, I have a whole chapter showing that actually there's a lot of writing that's really attacking the people who are saying it's all allegory as immoral, vile, like Epstein Island people. Get away from them. Don't listen to anything they say. So there's this push, there's this war in the church between the allegorists and the historicists, or I should say historicizers, really, because they're trying to turn this into an actual historical thing, and then shunning or banning and defaming the people who tell them that it's not historical. Anyway, that's the context, right? So that's why. So when Marx decides to write an allegory for putting Jesus in history to allegorize everything, he's doing exactly what every other religion of the time did, including Osiris cult. They did exactly the same thing. And then he takes so he'll take, for instance, Paul's chapter 13 in Romans about basically you're supposed to follow the government because God supports the government and whatever. Yeah, he's got this elaborate, stupid reason why you should not rebel against the state, right? This is just be a good lamb. And then Mark turns that into a story about Jesus doing a pithy thing about the coin of Caesar, right? Yes, you should pay taxes because his face is on it. It's his money anyway. Give it back to him. You know, that's dumb. But anyway, that's the myth. That's a classic example of what authors of the time were taught how to tell a story to convey a message. So your message is, yeah, you should still pay your taxes. Don't be a rebel. And so you basically he creates a story about Jesus telling people in a village, here's the thing, here's the coin, yada yada. That's exactly how myths were constructed. Schools of the time literally taught you how to do that. That was like the whole. There are several scholars have pointed this out, like Brody and McDonald and stuff have done surveys of the educational literature that show this is how you were taught to write stories, exactly like that. And Mark kind of tells you this in Mark 4. So in Mark 4, he has Jesus is telling these parables, right? About, oh, there's this guy and he did this thing and something happened. And then the disciples are taking him back. Like, what are you talking about? Who's this guy? What do you mean? And he says, oh, come on. Like, are you guys idiots? Like, that's just allegory. Like, you're not supposed to, if you believe the literal story, you're an outsider and you're going to be damned. But if you understand the meaning of the story, then you're an insider and you'll be saved. And I tell these parables so that they won't convert, right? Or they won't turn and be forgiven, right? It's like, so you have to join us to be told the true meaning. And then he turns around and says, oh, yeah, the parable is not a real guy or whatever. It symbolizes this whatever moral message, right? So he's kind of like telling you that the surface literalism is bogus. And if you treat it as if it's literal and true, you're one of the outsiders who's going to be damned. And if you understand what it's allegory for, like if you get the secret meaning of it, it's not really a historical guy running around. It's something else. Then you're an insider and you will be saved. And so anyway, that's like Mark practically says this, right? So that's the model of it. As the Gospels proceed, they become more and more historicizing. Like they drop this little message of Mark, they cut it. They add more details that make it look more historical. And then by the time you get to John, he's outright saying, you are damned if you think this is myth. This is freaking 100% literally true, and you're going to fucking hell if you don't believe it. And you're like, wow, you're protesting a bit much, right? Like the insistence that our redaction of John has that you better fucking believe that this is literally true is itself evidence that there were Christians going around telling you that it wasn't, right? So anyway, that's the path that it took. And I talk about that more in Obsolete Paradigm. I don't know if that answers your question. Hopefully it does.
Night, Jada.
It's a bit long-winded.
Sorry. I'm really sorry, Neil. I know that I'm taking up time. Could I ask one more question on that before I get to mystery cults, or will I guess?
You can ask one more question as long as it's quick. And by quick, I mean half the time it takes to answer that last one.
Yeah, I'll be quick in my answer too.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So, so you say in the book that, like, you know, theoretically, there's like, in theory, it doesn't have to take any time between a celestial Jesus and a historical narrative, right? Like there is a bunch of time between, myths of a celestial Osiris and then a historical Osiris. But like if Mark is writing to a community of Pauline Christians in Rome, would they not like be a bit skeptical of Mark's historization of Jesus, or would they like recognize his practice?
Yeah, good question. That ties right back into my previous answer, which is that the insiders, like Mark's writing for an insider audience, they would immediately know that this is allegory, right? Because they already know this. It's, hey, look, I wrote this great allegory, just like the Osiris cult has. They make him a pharaoh or whatever that allegorizes all the supernatural weird space shit. Here you go. And the intention is to hide it from the outsiders who will think it's a real story about an actual Galilean guy running around. So that's how. So his audience immediately knows that this is a fiction, like let's call it an edifying fiction, right? It's like saying, you know, Andor is a really great story about fascism and rebellion. And there's a lot of historical truths about fascism and rebellion in Andor. And you can learn a lot of things about human nature and government and how you should behave and how self-sacrifice matters. All this stuff. But there's no Andor. There's no galaxy far away. Like, it's all fake. But if you think it's not, like if you're like the Galaxy Quest aliens who think it's real, then you're the outsiders, right? And what happens is that's the audience Mark is writing for. Now, over time, decades pass, and more, there are some Christians who are insisting that it's real. And they're fighting with the Christians who are saying, no, you moron, it's freaking allegory. And then eventually the historicists win. They end up with more money, more members, and they kick the ass of the mythicists, shut them out, and they don't grow as big. They don't end up with the elites that are joining. They don't get the elite capture from the Elon Musks of the 2nd century. And then you end up with, you know, the Donald Trumps of the 4th century selling historicism and banning everybody else. So like that's kind of the story of that. Anyway, that's my short answer. The long answer is answered in my books and stuff.
Sorry, yeah. I know how much time I just took there. Do you, can I ask a question about mysticals, or would you like to get through some more people?
Let me get through some more people. If we work through everybody and you're still around, feel free to request up to ask again about
that's a good way to do it.
About it. Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you guys so much. It's such an honor to speak to you, Mr. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. This is good questions. All the questions have been good today, actually. This is
I know. This has been great. So let's see. I'm gonna drop you down there, Filthy. You have a good night. Thank you so much.
Am I
Next
still
up, we've
way
got
louder
Phil.
than everybody else?
No, you're at a good volume. Right. Make sure I get this out of the list. Also, that Blitz one. Or, oh, I guess that wasn't in the list. I've got quite the list of unwatched things. I think tomorrow night I can stop adding new stuff to it.
The other one was Justin, right?
Yeah, we did Justin one right here. It's 50 minutes. So if you want to take over controlling the video after I have to leave, we can.
Or you could just
we
do
can
a
that
shorter one.
Okay. Let's go with John Cohen.
I wanted to know why God is.
Again, copy URL. Oh wait, no, it's just gonna still put it in the playlist. There we go.
I wanted to know why God is evil and silly.
Well, silly is because just the whole idea of God is a silly idea in my view. Human history is full of supernatural explanations for things which were then abandoned, rightly so, as soon as a natural explanation came along. And time again, this pattern has happened. Literally thousands of times. People explain things around us by reference to spirits and God.
Golden Arm, do you really want to ask that? How can you sit around and be drunk and chat all night if you have a family? Like
Especially if you're homeschooling your kids.
People with families are able to find time to still have lives. That's what I do. My responsibilities during the day are to RP Junior, and at night when Mrs. RP and RP Junior are sleeping, I have some time to myself. It's not a difficult concept to get your head around.
Gods and magic and things, and then we got like the explanations of what it really is, and we found out that bad weather isn't angry deities, it's just the water cycle. And
Wait, I just want to pause there real quick. When I talk about God, I'm referring to Jesus Christ, so I don't want to refer to like the other gods because the one I believe in is Jesus, so I don't want to believe.
I am gonna quickly run up to the kitchen and grab some food. I'll be back in like 1 to 2 minutes.
Okay.
Even I don't want to talk about deities and stuff because
well, that's tough because that's where the conversation's going. So over human history, across many, many cultures, we've explained things by reference to magical agents. We've personified nature, and then we found that those explanations were wrong, and we just have natural explanations. And this has happened so many times that the fact that people continue to look at gaps in our knowledge, like where did life originate, or why is there something rather than nothing, the remaining questions that we have, and they go, that's where the God lives still. I just think that's silly because it ignores all the human history that tells us that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. It's wrong to do that. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. Time and time again. Think about this. How many times has a scientific explanation for something been replaced by a supernatural one?
I believe, yeah, it could happen, but
Never
according-
once in all of human history has that happened.
has what happened?
That a
Can you
scientific
say that again?
that a scientific explanation for something has been chucked out in favor of a supernatural one. Oh, we used to think that it
okay.
was caused by the water cycle, but now
Golden
we know it's
Arm,
actually
fuck
spirits.
off.
It's never happened.
Yeah, but when we
You're
look at
in
things from the
absolutely
Bible, a
no
lot of the
fucking
stuff
position
that
to
is
be
written
judging
in
somebody you
Revelation is
don't know
actually
from all the way
happening, like
across the
a lot of
country
the wars
when
and
your
stuff.
habits
It's
are
And
fucking
It's not.
atrocious.
The Bible makes
and
ridiculous predictions like there will be wars and rumors of wars. Well, there's never been a time in all of human history where there hasn't been wars and rumors of war. It's not impressive at all. So what I'm saying is all of this stuff is very, very silly because it ignores all the evidence we have that this is a very, very poor way of trying to understand the world we have. And yet, as a species, we seem to have not learnt the lesson yet. And I think it's very silly because people still continue to believe in these magical, silly stories. So that's the bit that's silly.
mean, okay.
Can I just check how? Can I just check how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay.
Yeah, over 18. So I just want to rephrase your claim and say it back to you. Your claim is that God is magical and that scientific has proven God wrong.
You don't know anything
that
because you don't
science
have
has
his experience.
successfully replaced supernatural explanations over and 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 over again. We have literally a 100% record of supernatural explanations being thrown in the bin and replaced with scientific ones. Now we know it's not evil demons causing illness. It's viruses and germs and bacteria, right? Never ever happened the other way. So it's silly.
Could you give me one of those examples, please?
What of a supernatural thing being replaced? Or people used to think that.
Can we go like through like I don't want to talk about like deities and stuff because I have no clue about it. But I'm talking about my God, which is Jesus.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yes. An example would be that the Bible says that the world was formed, by God speaking some words, but we know that's not true because we understand how planets are formed from accretion disks around suns, for example. There's no mention of that in the Bible. It doesn't say, the Bible claims all of this stuff came together in a few days, and we now know that it didn't. So that's an example of a biblical story having been disproved significantly and comprehensively by science.
He's not homeschooling a fucking 1-year-old.
They don't.
And knock the fuck off, Golden Arm.
They
You're
don't,
gonna
and
get
it is.
yourself
They
muted
don't,
from
and
chat
it
for
is.
the night.
I don't know what you're saying. Even scientists have
They
said
don't,
that
and it is.
What is they don't?
Scientists don't dispute.
Not one
the
more
idea
fucking comment.
that
You hear me?
The Genesis account of creation.
I just got back. Is Golden Arm still talking about me?
Yes.
Is Golden Arm a Christian?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that's really weird. It's really not Second Timothy chapter 2 verses 24-25 of him.
Remember the night Golden Arm was so pissed that I asked him a quote unquote personal question of whether he drunk drove the night before, and he's like, "You shouldn't be asking personal questions," and yet here he is asking me very personal questions about my child.
Tearing your whole fucking life apart.
I don't care. He's a jackass, and I have perfectly reasonable explanations.
Well, maybe he changed his mind. Maybe now he's okay with asking personal questions and stuff. He changed. So you should ask him again.
I just drew a line in the sand and if he crosses it, he's done.
Yeah, my kid's not even 1 yet, so I don't have to worry about homeschooling him for. Yeah, you can ask me personal questions, Golden Arm, because I'm not a little bitch.
And I'm not a little bitch either. I drew the line in the sand, not Arpy.
I'm a little bitch, but you can ask me personal questions.
You want to go ahead and keep asking him personal questions? You're disobeying me, and I will take you out.
Yeah,
Arpy, what are you eating?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize it was getting caught on the microphone. A Pop-Tart.
That sounds nice.
Okay, well, if Gretchen drew the line, then listen to the line that Gretchen drew. I don't have anything else to say, Golden Arm. You know how it works around here. Let's just all chill out and enjoy the John Cohen clip.
Has been superseded by a scientific one.
But many of these scientists believe in Jesus, so how would you?
Well, someone like Francis Collins, who's a celebrated evangelical and used to be the head of the
Yeah.
Human Genome Project, completely agrees that the biblical account of creation is just a metaphor, that poetic language, and it's not real, because he's scientifically educated and so he understands. So believing in Jesus doesn't commit you to being scientifically illiterate. It just helps.
Many scientists believe that the Big Bang Theory is not true.
No, that's why I said they don't and they didn't. I was trying to stop you from embarrassing yourself.
No,
that's not the case. Many scientists don't believe that. Many scientists don't believe that, and no scientists with any training or any qualifications in this area,
Beard,
not
that's
a single
a personal
one,
question.
would doubt the validity of the Big.
I want to 86 that.
Yeah, I don't answer personal questions, Beard. No, it's the s'mores kind. I toss it in the toaster for a little bit, so it's nice and gooey. Golden Arm, I invest all my time, like all my free time outside of the stream, basically with my son. You know how I get sleep? I sleep when he naps. You know, babies nap a lot during the day, so it's easy to nap when he naps. You see?
He checks out every night at the same time.
Yep.
He has his shit under control. You couldn't fucking help yourself, could you, Golden Arm?
Terrible name. That is heresy. Toasting them is about the best thing you can do for a Pop-Tart. Like, all Pop-Tarts are better toasted.
Bang as a theory to model the cosmic expansion. This is nonsense. So there's an example of why the Bible is silly, because it makes silly claims. Should we talk about the evil now?
Yeah, please.
Sure.
Fucking told you, dude.
Do you think that everything God does in the Bible is good?
Yeah.
Everything?
Yeah.
Has God ever made a bad law?
No.
You sure?
Is this the Family Guy episode when Joe, Quagmire, and Peter are all like in a band? I'm pretty sure that's what the quote is from. Hey, Jack. Oh. Hey, Jack. How's it going?
Hey, what's up?
Hey, Jack.
Hey. It's from, isn't it from Family Guy?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, have you ever put butter on a Pop-Tart? It's so freaking good.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have never put butter on a Pop-Tart.
I did.
Try it sometime.
It started smoking in the toaster.
I think you're supposed to butter it after.
Yeah, I learned that the hard way.
Oh, Gretchen. Should we do it?
Yeah, do whatever the fuck you want. Have him shaved, sterilized, and destroyed for all I care. He fucking challenged me and he fucking lost. That's all there is to it.
He's asking in the back, how long are you timed out for? Probably the rest of the night, because Gretchen laid down the law, and you fight the law.
24 hours. I said the rest of the night. You got 24 hours, and I'm not fucking changing it.
What happened?
Golden Arm.
Oh. Well, rip Gretchen.
She's just backstage. I think she dropped down for a moment.
Hey, Zap. How's it going? Oh, Issa, Pop-Tarts are like toaster pastries with a hard, crunchy layer filled with like jam, and then on top is frosting, just like hard frosting, and you put them in the toaster.
Yeah, except Terrible Name said that putting Pop-Tarts in a toaster is cringe.
What?
Right?
Have you ever had them cold? Yeah, that's a Pop-Tart. But yeah, morning beard.
Yeah, this is the specific flavor I just had.
And if you eat them without the frosting, you're a heretic.
Well, what I like to do is like gently break off the edges so that it's just crust and start with those. I eat the crust first and use plenty of milk to wash it down. And then I slide the frosted section away from the unfrosted bottom. And then I fold those over onto each other, so I have one completely unfrosted piece, and then one like double frosted piece. It's frosted on the top and bottom, and I save the double frosted for last. So I basically eat all the crusty parts first, and then have the super sweet finisher.
Yeah, I always got the cinnamon sugar ones.
Oh yeah, the brown cinnamon. Those are pretty
Yeah.
good. Those are like the default Pop Tart.
Well,
They're good.
Chuck McNorris, when you're poor, you'll eat anything. So I don't eat them now. But when I did,
Am
that was
poor.
my yeah.
I have a baby, so like
Yeah.
I gotta eat cheap stuff.
Right.
And it's like, no worse than like a donut or something. And it's not like I'm eating like only Pop Tarts all day every day. Like
Right.
I actually
Usually
only
just for
eat
breakfast.
I only eat a single Pop Tart out of the sleeve too. Like I always, save the second one for later. Or
Yeah,
even the next day.
I used to eat both. But now I can't even eat more than one. Did they like switch to whole grain or something?
I don't know. I've never like had a really big sweet tooth. Like if we go out for ice cream, I'll get a junior cone because that's about as much ice cream as I can handle. But my partner, she'll get like a fucking like large flurry,
Yeah. Does she get on to you for ordering such a small treat and then she got a large one?
No.
Oh, okay.
She
Just
doesn't
me
care.
then? That's cool.
I mean, our eating habits are like inverted from like a stereotypical heteronormative couple or whatever.
Right.
Like we'll go out to a restaurant and I'll get like a chicken wrap, and she'll get like a freaking like triple like burger with like bacon and like all the fixins, and
Oh
the
yeah,
waiter
I will
will
too.
bring. We'll bring our food, and he'll put the big old burger in front of me and the wrap in front of her. We have to like switch plates.
Jeez.
It's fun.
Issa, yeah, I 100% agree. Chocolate eclairs and croissants are way better than Pop-Tarts.
Also more expensive.
Yes, and we don't have as many like local bakeries like that. I mean, I do because I live in the city now, but back then I didn't.
Over the pandemic, I experimented making my own croissants.
That's tough work.
It is like, especially when like you really want to layer them, like get the dough really thin and really layer it for that nice flaky finish. But I experimented by like doing like chocolate fillings, doing like strawberry preserve fillings and stuff like that. I nailed like cherry and cream cheese one time, but like I tried doing it another time, and like for some reason I just couldn't get the recipe to work again.
I used to bake, but it's been since the pandemic since I last baked. What did I bake? I baked banana bread, peanut butter cookies. I baked a bunch of stuff. I can't have dairy, so I have to improvise some of the ingredients.
Yeah, we make banana bread pretty often because we'll get plenty of bananas because they're nice cheap fruit and really good for like breakfast. Making like a nice nutritious smoothie. But you also don't want like your bananas to go bad. So if we bought too much, and they're starting to brown, the brown bananas are perfect for banana bread.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will put a nice little slab of butter on banana bread. That definitely hits.
Oh man, banana bread with strawberry jelly is really good too.
Ooh, that sounds really good. I should try that sometime.
Mm-hmm.
Strawberry banana. It's a winning combination. All right.
What's going on with John?
The title is He Tries Defending the Bible, Doesn't Go Well. I've kind of lost the context of everything that's going on with the whole what's going on in chat right now, or was going on in chat. So maybe I'll back up like 30 seconds and we'll recontextualize.
Or any qualifications in this area, not a single one would doubt the validity of the Big Bang as a theory to model the cosmic expansion. This is nonsense. So there's an example of why the Bible is silly, because it makes silly claims. Should we talk about the evil now?
Yeah, please.
Sure. Sure. So do you think that everything God does in the Bible is good?
Yeah.
Everything?
Yeah.
Has God ever made a bad law?
No.
You sure?
Yep.
Have you read Ezekiel?
Yes.
What does God say about?
Ooh, Kif, that sounds really good. I'd do that if there wasn't a small child now in the house. I used to really have fun experimenting with a can of butter.
Mm-hmm.
Making bad laws in Ezekiel?
I don't know.
He says, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, i.e. bad laws, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts in their offering up their firstborn. This is God saying that he demanded child sacrifices from his people in order that I might horrify them, so they might know that I am the Lord. So here's God saying he demanded child sacrifices and gave his people the bad laws.
Is it okay if you give me a second to go to my Bible?
Yeah, I've got it up on the screen right here. You can see it on the screen.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
Yeah, so like he's saying that it's wrong. He's saying that he made bad. Can we read it? I just want to read it in context. That's my thing.
In context,
I mean, we
there
can
it
if you
is.
want, but I wanted to. This was the.
Yep, it's never the right context for them.
Yeah, it's never the right context. The context for giving people horrifying laws so that they know that to fear God. Yeah.
It's funny, like most of the time when you do add the context, it just makes it worse.
It does. I've had many discussions. So my boss is Christian and he's a nice guy and everything, but he likes to talk to me about converting sometimes. And I've told him that I'll talk to him about it, but I'm very skeptical. And a lot of times I'll tell him stuff like, well, why does it say this or why does it say that? And he'll always go to context. And I keep telling him every time, like, every time you say go to context, it's never good for you. Like, it just makes it way worse. But yeah.
All right, folks, I'm going to give you a peek backstage to show you, how Golden Arm is fucking crashing out right now.
Oh, the private chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Whoa.
He's begging, oh, please unban me. I promise I won't ask any personal questions. Unlike RP, the slide at me. And then just some random thing about banana bread. RP had a dude. RP is going to sleep. Why his dude is awake? Good choice. You decide so I don't have to. RP Jr. is doomed to not be able to write a paper or think thoughts. Teach your dude to read, RP. RP argues here, but sleeps during Junior's education for sure. I know I'm an experienced homeschooler. Like,
Oh no.
yeah. So you know what I'm going to go ahead and do? Actually, I need to switch to the admin account. I'll be right back.
Golden, I seriously fear for your health. These are not sober words.
I'm
And
kicking you, Golden Arm. Don't come back or you're gonna get banned.
I hope that you get the help that you need to deal with your alcoholism and your diabetes.
Oh, why'd you kick him out? I was going to ban him. I was going to
Give him one last chance.
legit ban him.
He's
I
been
gave
given
him
like
one
3
last
last
chance.
chances.
Okay, well, I didn't appreciate that shit talking about my son. You keep my fucking son's name out of your mouth, okay?
Oh,
Golden,
okay,
you
well-
talk about my name, or not you, Gretchen. Golden, you talk about my son again, you're going to have consequences, okay? My son is no longer a topic that you are ever allowed to talk about.
Try to tell you, dude.
I had a place near my house where they were making like a really nice carrot cakes, but for some reason they just stopped making them. I don't know why. This is so sad.
It's to drive up demand so that you pay more for them next time when they come back out with them.
Sorry, April, I didn't know you were gonna ban him.
When
That's
they
all
gonna when they gonna come back? Like it was like a year or yeah.
That's a good question. Should ask them.
I don't think they ever gonna make them anymore. They making everything else except the carrot cakes. Maybe they were not just like really lucrative to sell. It's kind of sad.
Well, be the customer that makes them lucrative.
I probably was. I was buying like the whole thing when the tray sometimes, and I was bringing it to work. You know.
Yeah. You were probably the best coworker.
I probably was the only one who were buying them.
Right, Beard? I'm such a terrible parent. My fucking illiterate 1-year-old.
No.
Yeah, how much homeschooling is going on with a fucking 1-year-old?
For being, not even 1 yet, he's
He
actually
just learned
really
to say
smart.
fucking mama a week ago. Like, give him a minute.
And he's added like
He's a late
four
bloomer.
more words already to his vocabulary. He
Give him, like, couple
says
of
dada, papa, mama.
Okay, give him
He
30
says
seconds.
baba.
Yeah, you got 30 seconds to learn how to tie your shoes.
Fucking speed running this shit.
Next week, you get a job, you little fucking freeloader.
The children yearn for the mines.
He knows how to work my Xbox. Like he can turn it on.
That's
When
crazy.
He grabbed the controller and put Miss Rachel on.
Wow.
It blew my fucking mind. Like I had Mezzo on. He grabbed the controller when I went to the kitchen, and he switched it to Miss Rachel.
Wow.
Well, before you get too braggadocious about it, my teenage son taught his fucking cat how to turn on his Xbox.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
I'm like, how the fuck you train a cat? He's like, I don't know. We went over it a few times. I'm like, a few? 1,000 maybe? Shit.
But yeah, we're already working on plenty of skills. I teach my my little guy every day. What now? Is he messaging you on Discord?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
Whatever.
banned.
Well, back to John Cohen.
He made that. Can we read it in, I just want to read it in context. That's my thing.
I mean, we can if you want, but I wanted to. This was an introduction to a conversation where I'm going to show you a few of the horrific things that God has done. And if we have to read the
Okay.
entire chapters of all of them, we're going to be here all night. So
Okay. Can you go? You can go to the next one. I'll just look at it.
Sure. So the next one that I want to share with you is on the side because there were so many lovely ones. So you know about the story of Jephthah?
No, I don't.
So this is in Judges. So Jephthah made a vow to the Lord and said, if you will give the Ammonites into my hand, he was going to battle. And he really, really wanted to win the battle. So he made a deal with God. And he said, if you will give the Ammonites into my hand, then whatever comes out of the doors of my house to meet me, when I return victorious, shall be the Lord's to be offered up by me as a burnt offering. So he did a deal with God, right? Jephthah really, really, really wanted to be victorious, and he made this deal. And what actually happened was...
How is that evil?
I'm telling you the story. So what actually happened was God gave him the victory that he wanted. And when Jephthah went home, who came out of the house to meet him? But his daughter. His own daughter came out, and God collected on the debt. God made him kill and burn his own daughter.
Okay.
Because they'd agreed it, right? They'd agreed it.
Right. Got you. So you're saying, okay, got you. So can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Does God have the right to take what is his?
We're not talking about what rights...
Yeah, your own life is not his. Where does
what
it say
happened to
that?
free will?
Exactly. Like it's fucking Schrodinger's free will all the time. Like we have free will like when like humans commit atrocities, so it's not God's fault. But then we don't have free will when like it comes time for God to like interfere in our life.
Ridiculous.
He had is God. If God is sovereign and in charge, then he doesn't need rights. He can do whatever he likes. It's not about what rights he has.
Exactly.
It's about
So
what's
if
moral. It's about what's ethical. It's about what's humane. It's about what's good. It's about what's decent.
no.
It's about what involves any compassion, any human understanding, any goodness at all. And anyone who would collect on a debt like this and said, I gave you the battle that you wanted. I gave you the victory. Now it's time for you to make good on your side of the offer. Please now kill your daughter to make me happy so that I know you've made good on this. Is depraved. Is depraved.
Yeah. Got you. So I come back to the same question. Like, does God have the right to take what is his back?
If you think God is sovereign, he has whatever rights he wants. The question is whether it's a good thing. And I'm arguing that it's not. Do you think it's good?
That he gets throughout the Bible, he has taken back. He can kill because it is his. And the mercy and grace of God is letting us be alive. And if he wants to take me today to heaven, I will be totally okay with it.
Right. I bet you wouldn't.
Yeah.
I bet you wouldn't. I bet you if someone actually threatened your life, you'd shit your pants and start crying like a baby, which is what I would do, by the way, as well.
100%.
And your enthusiasm to going to meet God would evaporate pretty quickly. There's easy words to say from the comfort of your own home. So was it good for God to make good on this deal and insist on making a man kill his own daughter?
Well, I'm not sure about this deal, but I'm not sure about
I'm asking you to think about it and tell me what you think about it. But use your brain.
I don't just read 2 verses at a time. I read chapters.
I gave you the context here. I gave you the context. The context would not be changed by you reading the rest of the chapter. I set it out for you. He wanted a victory in battle. He made a deal with God to give God whatever the first thing came out of his house was when he got home. It was his own daughter. And God, you know how God let Abraham off?
How many things did he have that could come out of his own house? Like it was inevitably going to be a family member or like, you know, maybe a pet.
Technically,
So
can
the
be a pet, yeah.
yeah, the apologetic that I've heard in the past for this was that he originally thought it was going to be his dog because the dog was usually the first thing to come from the house to greet you.
That's still fucked up. Like, why would you be okay killing your dog for
Right?
God? Was God mad that dog is God backwards? He's like, I can't have this kind of competition.
Well, you would slaughter your like firstborn calf of a heifer, or you would slaughter, you know, the like best goat or sheep or whatever to sacrifice, you know. So like the more you love the animal or whatever is supposed to be like the better an offering.
That's so fucked up, though. Like,
It is.
God's like,
it's really fucked up.
It tastes better when you love it.
Right.
Like
It's just more. It's just more like realistic, according to the story. It's more canon. If this whole Jesus thing was because of the devil or the adversary or whatever, because it's written like a horror novel.
It really is. This Lucifer character has so many titles: adversary, the accuser, the Joker.
Right. But yeah, like the only quote unquote supposed good character is the Jesus guy. But it would make
the
sense
Israeli
canonically.
supremacist.
Yeah.
Or the Hebrew supremacist called a woman a dog.
Supposed to be the protagonist. It would make sense more canonically if Jesus was actually Satan.
Yeah. And Nagadaru actually came up one night and like put that forth as an argument to someone. Like, how would you be able to tell if Jesus was Satan? And like the Bible is written as like, you know, means to trick you into following this actual satanic character.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he sent lying spirits before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would have no way of knowing.
It's not outside of God's nature. All right, let's jump back in. I think we might be able to finish this before I have to hop off.
Didn't make him kill Isaac,
Right.
even though he told him to do it. It
Yeah,
shows
I do.
that God is capable of, at the last minute, being merciful and going, okay, you don't have to
Gotcha.
kill your child, right? Hooray for God!
Right.
He didn't make Abraham kill his child. He didn't
Yeah.
give the same. He didn't give the same kindness to Jephthah. He made him
Yeah.
kill his own daughter and burn her. Is that good?
Okay.
You think that's good?
But is
No, I asked you a
say that-
question. I asked you a question.
Okay.
Do you think it's good?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Well, then I would suggest that there's something wrong with your morality if you think it's good to make a man kill his daughter and burn her. I think there's something wrong with you.
So I come back to the question: can God take what is His?
Yeah, I mean he can. The question is not whether he can. The question is whether it's ethical for God to
Yeah.
make
Do you
a man
think-
murder his own daughter because of a deal they made. Totally fucking nuts that you would not have a problem with that. By the way.
No, it's okay. It's like it's our flawed atheist, our atheistic, flawed, hedonistic, heathen morality. Morality that says God, that says making a man kill his own daughter is fucking monstrous. And it's your objective Christian, virtuous, superior Christian morality that says if God does it, it's okay. It's totally moral.
Yeah, it's broken you. It's broken you.
Well, if God is evil, why would He come down here and sacrifice Himself for us?
Irrelevant, because he didn't have to do that. The reason he had to do that, he's claimed.
If
is
God's
because of some
evil, why
bullshit
did he
rules that
require a
set up
blood
that he didn't have to set
sacrifice?
up. He didn't have to need a sacrifice.
Right. Like, what is with this God and like the need for blood magic? Like it's really like the most like demonic thing that you could get out of like a D&D campaign.
Right? They talk about it like it's some kind of flex, like it's this great, awesome thing.
Just reminds me of the hymns that I used to have to sing. Like there's this one where like the chorus is like, "There's power in the blood, power in the blood. Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb?" Like they're literally talking about washing yourself in blood, just like rubbing it all over your body, making sure you're covered in this viscous red liquid.
If
Oh,
you knew
man.
nothing about Christianity and then someone invited you to church and then they were talking about washing yourself in the blood of the Lamb, would you run the fuck out of there or no?
Of course. Of course. That is the sane response.
It was his rule that determined that a sacrifice was required, which is another reason he's evil, by the way, is God is apparently incapable of granting forgiveness unless someone gets killed first, because he's a psychopath. Now, have you read the book of Numbers? Have you read the book of Numbers?
Yes, sir, I have.
So do you remember God's abortion ritual in the book of Numbers?
No, I just want to stay on this real quick, if you don't mind.
I do mind. Do you remember God's abortion ritual in the book of Numbers?
Nice.
No.
So in the book of Numbers, there's a crazy, crazy commandment that God gives as a law through Moses to the Israelites, which is that if a man feels a bit jealous of his wife, if he thinks she might have been unfaithful, he's allowed to force her to undergo a very, very humiliating and painful ritual in which she has to drink dirty water with poison ink in it, and this is supposed to reveal whether she's been unfaithful to him or not. But here's the real zinger in this thing, is that even if she has not been unfaithful to him, he still has the right to put her through this horrible ritual where she has to stand in the temple, her hair has to be disheveled, they put like dirt from the floor of the temple into some water, the priest writes some curses and then washes the ink of the curses into the water, and she has to drink this water, and it makes her
Gotcha. One thing about
hang on, I haven't finished. And it makes her have pain and discomfort and forces her uterus to drop, and all of this is all inflicted on her as a result of the man's jealous feelings. So I'm going to ask you the same question I asked you about Jephthah's daughter. Do you think that's a good law? This is a law that God gave. The Lord spoke to Moses saying to do this. So was this a good law?
A lot of these Old Testament laws are about. There's many of the laws that I break too, like Ecclesiastics, where it says you cannot wear.
That's a distraction. I'm asking you if you think this was a good law that God gave.
Because Numbers.
I don't care that there are other laws that you might break.
Right. No, but Numbers is in the Old Testament. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. So
is Jesus God?
Yep.
Great. So this was Jesus while he was in his Yahweh phase, and this was the law that he gave, that gave men, jealous men,
it's just a phase, Dad,
to command their wives to drink poison in the temple. Right. I'm going to ask you if you think
there's
this is
many
good.
laws like this there's many laws like this you can read without giving context that are in the Old Testament.
I've given you the context. I've given you the context.
Right. But can I tell you something? Even when it talks about slaves in the New Testament, there is a context behind it, and if you don't understand the context,
I do understand the context, and I've given you the context. So this is in the book of Numbers, in the section concerning what's called concerning an unfaithful wife, and it says the Lord spoke to Moses, and it gives detailed instructions about this law that Moses has to pass on to Israel, which he does pass into Israel. It becomes the law, and it gives a jealous husband the right, if he feels a bit insecure and jealous, to inflict a painful and humiliating ritual on his wife. I'm going to ask you again for the fourth time now, was this a good law? Because we're arguing about whether what God does is good. So I've already demonstrated some of the stuff that isn't, and I'm asking you about this one. I would love a straight answer. No, I'd love a straight answer.
Okay.
A yes, it was a good law, or no, it wasn't a good law.
How can I give you a straight answer if I can't tell you my context and tell you? I mean, I thought we were in a conversation, a dialogue.
We are, but you should still be able to give a straight answer if you think that everything God does is good. So I'm giving you examples of things God does that aren't good.
Okay, so like I said, like the Old Testament, there's a lot of things and rules in it, like I'm saying for the third time, that cannot be equivalated to the New Testament. Can you give me any law from the New Testament?
No. You don't get to do this. You don't get to do this. I'm not going to allow you to just write off the Old Testament because it's a little bit inconvenient. You are going to own this. It's your God. It's your God who made this law, and you are going to tell me whether you think it's a good law or not. Do you want me to read it to you?
Can you give me something from the New Testament?
No.
Because
we're talking about this law.
Well, I don't believe that all of the laws in the Old Testament should be followed by the people of God today.
I'm not asking you whether you think it should be followed today. I'm asking you if you think it was a good law, if it was moral and ethical for God to pass it at the time. The reason why you're avoiding answering is because you know it's going to make you look bad.
No, I'm not saying it will make me look bad, but there's.
Oh, it's going to. Trust me, it is going to. So, so are you going to answer, or are you not willing to?
If we look at it from a human perspective, it is definitely bad. But if you
he's setting up to engage in special pleading, from a human perspective, as if that perspective will make it any more better than from God's perspective. From God's perspective, it's totally fine to slaughter infants, but from a human perspective, oh no, of course it's terrible.
And
look at it from
I always say never trust an atheist streamer, but when he says, "Oh no, trust me, it's going to make you look bad," he's got one in the chamber, and I wouldn't fuck around with that. But I mean, they always do. So,
perspective and why he's making the laws, like when he makes the stop. When he makes the law about slavery, you obviously know there's a difference between slavery now and the slavery then.
No,
and
there isn't. There isn't a difference between that. There isn't a difference. 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 They both involve owning a human being.
Oh no, he doesn't understand that only applies to Hebrews. So he's about to get walloped on biblical slavery.
As property for their whole lives, with them not having any autonomy. It's exactly the same then as now. It's exactly the same. It was.
But RB, God is sovereign.
It's now remarkable that you would bring up God's slavery laws. What an absolute self-own. We're still on the Book of Numbers, and I'm going to read it because I don't think you've really grasped quite how horrible this is. I'm going to show
not
it
only does
to
it only apply to
this
Hebrews,
is
but
one of the most
Hebrew
odious
men.
and horrible laws that God gives. I'm going to quite a lot to it.
She shall not go out as the males do.
Yeah.
The Lord spoke to Moses, saying, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, if any man's wife goes astray and is unfaithful to him, if a man has had intercourse with her but is hidden from a husband, blah, 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 all of this stuff, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife who has defiled herself, or if a spirit of jealousy comes on him and he's jealous of his wife, though she has not defiled herself." So this law applies to just a man who's a bit jealous of his wife. She's done nothing wrong. He just feels jealous. Then what she can do is he can force her to come to the temple. He shall bring the offering required, barley, blah, 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 flour. He shall pour no oil on it, blah, blah, blah. The priest shall bring her near, set her before the Lord. The priest shall take holy water in a vessel and take some of the dust that is on the floor of the tabernacle, put it into the water. The priest shall set the woman before. There's all sorts of things done with the grain. And then the priest shall make her take an oath, saying, if no man has lain with you, blah, blah, blah. If you've defiled yourself and some man other than your husband has had intercourse with you, let the priest make the woman take the oath, blah, blah, blah. And then she has to drink this poisoned water, and her womb's going to discharge and her uterus drops. Then the priest says, the priest writes a load of curses, puts the curses in writing and washes them off into the water of bitterness, it's called. He shall make the woman drink the water of bitterness that brings the curse, and the water that brings the curse shall enter her and cause bitter pain. I don't think I can even read this anymore. When he's made her drink the water, then if she's defiled herself and has been unfaithful, the water that brings the curse shall enter into her. All of this stuff. We don't even need to read anymore. It's absolutely disgusting. And this is a ritual that a man can force onto his wife purely because he feels a bit jealous of her. That's the context. It's a Mosaic law. It's from God to the people of Israel as a guidance of how they structure their society.
I think there was a cultural thing where Hebrews used to write curses, like if they had a qualm with their neighbor or something like that, they'd used to write curses about them and then put them in jars and then bury the jars. I think that was like a cultural thing at the time.
Like what was the hope that because you buried the jar, the curse would remain unless it got dug up and burnt or something? That's wild. Just out there burying curses on your neighbor.
Mm-hmm. It's like writing an angry letter and then crumpling up and throwing it away.
Oh man.
I personally do.
You do. There you go. Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't think we need to have a conversation anymore because this is arguably one of the most abusive laws in the whole of the Bible.
But
one of the most horrible horrible
laws. As a human,
Yeah.
I mean, you can't give me anything from the New Testament. So
I can give you immoral stuff in the New Testament too. But whether I could or not is irrelevant.
You can't.
Because
You can't. You can't.
I can. I absolutely
You
can.
can't.
The enjoinment in the New Testament for wives to submit to their husbands is immoral.
What is wrong with that?
It's immoral because it sets up a power hierarchy between husbands and wives.
But
It tells wives that they're worth less than their husbands and that they have less autonomy than their husbands.
Okay,
That's
now
immoral.
Now we're talking about the New Testament. Does it
No,
also say in that same
we're
part?
not.
Does it also say in that?
We're actually not, because you're disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. You're a misogynistic pig, if you don't mind me saying. I don't think that it's okay to treat women that way, and you do. So I don't think you're okay. Disgusting. Again, people, this is what religion does. It turns people into horrible, horrible human beings with horrible views. Look at the stuff he defended there.
I think I'm thinking of execration
numbers
text.
By the way, that caused.
What are could you say that again?
Yeah, execration text.
What are those?
They're like basically text that you written and then destroyed in a ceremonial process. That might be what I'm thinking of.
Okay. Oh, with the curses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I learned a new term tonight, and we actually made it through that second clip right before I had to go.
Only 17 more to go today.
Well, I want to thank everyone who came up on panel tonight. Thanks, Jack and Anka, for hanging out. Thanks, Gretchen, for all the good channel running you do. Thanks, everyone in chat. Yeah, I'll catch you all in the next one. Hope you all have a great Thursday.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go too. It's time for work.
You always do.
I don't want to, but I have to.
No, you leave at the same time RP does. That's all.
Yeah. All right. See you later, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Jack. So.
Is it all done for the stream, or is it just these guys are leaving?
Just them leaving. I'm going to stay on for a little bit longer.
For 20 more hours?
No, not 20 more hours.
Oh.
I can't do that. Yeah.
Well, 16 are gonna kind of satisfy as well.
Gonna have to. I need to find something to watch here. I should have done this while he was.
Well, the other video we're playing, yeah.
Russia cut off.
Do you know Skepticus?
A little bit. I've seen him co-host with Justin a couple times.
Yeah, I think they did like 2 times or maybe 3.
Yeah.
You can watch some of his videos.
We can do that. Any clips or just his lives? I think there's clips too. Let's see. Let's everything. 32 facts from Stanley. That one looks interesting. There's no bigotry like Christian queer love. When your love for
Hell
queer
yeah,
people is
that's a
just
good one.
Christian bigotry. Let's check that one out. Okay. All right, sports fans, here we go.
So I know in general, poisoning the well is not considered to be a very honest or useful rhetorical tactic, but I don't think any of my viewers or listeners will be surprised to hear me say that if you want to take a position of anti-LGBT, you're definitely not in a friendly space with me. But that being said, I just wanted to basically put my cards on the table. If it wasn't obvious already, you might know this already, but please. So I assume if you're going to tell me why it's acceptable to be anti-LGBT, what basis are you making that on?
Why it's acceptable? I think the position would be more on your side, because I think that LGBT is more of a niche position based on the global sentiment towards it and the fact that it's very isolated to specific areas on the planet. I say it's more strange to be in favor of LGBT than being against it.
So
I'm just rejecting the position that you're having.
Wait, did he just say that LGBT is limited to certain regions of the planet?
I think he's just confused and he's just like saying stuff without thinking about it.
Maybe.
Rather than
So your argument is ad populum?
no.
Okay, if it's not ad populum, then what does it matter what the global position is on it?
Saying the position of the argument is you would be in favor of it. I'm opposing you being in favor of it.
You're opposing me being in favor of it.
Makes sense?
Okay.
We're talking about, so you have the burden of proof is what I'm saying.
Well, I don't know that I agree with that, but I'm not going to back away from this either. I mean, so by what basis would you imply that any society has any right whatsoever to dictate what two or more people can do in the privacy of their own home, assuming that those people are adults and are operating of free will?
I'm not arguing that position at all. I'm not saying it's anybody's position to dictate what other people do with their bodies. I'm saying that it's not an ideal thing for somebody to do, just like I would argue against somebody becoming a meth addict.
Okay, but if you say that you're against LGBT,
an ideal way for a human being to live.
So when you say that you are anti-LGBT, you're not anti in the sense that you would pass any laws whatsoever that would inhibit the LGBT community.
Well, I wouldn't. No, I don't think the conversation needs to get to that kind of position. I think.
Well, no, it does because no, it absolutely does because
against.
No, it absolutely does because if
sexual behavior that's abnormal.
But you just seem to indicate that you weren't in favor of dictating from a position of power what people can do in.
Yeah, because that's literally tyranny.
Yes. So what are you advocating to do then? So you're just advocating there shouldn't be any action, but you just think it's bad. You just think it's wrong.
I'm saying it's unhealthy. I'm saying it could be, yes, there's multifarious views. That's why I'm trying to get to the point where I'm saying that you have the burden of proof. So if you were to make a position or a claim, I would then come in to my position against it, is you're the one that is making the claim that it's okay.
So my claim, my assertion is that there should never be any dictates from power indicating what two or more consenting adults can do in the privacy of their own home. That is my entire position.
Oh, so like flat out, like absolutely, you're claiming that's your moral position, that nobody could ever tell somebody that what they can and can't do with their bodies?
Well, I mean, you have the right.
That opens up a lot of areas.
You have the right to, let's just say, here on this live stream, you can say, Adam, you shouldn't do this. I mean, you can tell me that if you want, but in terms of,
that's what I am saying.
But I don't, generally speaking, I don't care what people, like I drink every day. Okay. I don't get drunk every day, but I drink every day. Some people would say that's bad for you, Adam. You shouldn't do it. Some people say you shouldn't drink at all. Some people would say you should drink less than you do. But at the end of the day, you could tell me whatever you want. I don't care, as long as there is no enforcement mechanism where someone is like stopping me from buying liquor at the store or from showing up at my house.
Says that you drinking is actually not only harming yourself, but other people around you. Would you agree?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Of harm for more than just. So if somebody came up to you and said, hey, you're drinking not only is hurting and killing you, but it's actually hurting it's hurting the people around you as well.
Again, they can say whatever they want. They can come up and tell me, they can give me their objections.
Yeah, like what if you were a violent drunk and you beat somebody every time you got drunk?
Well, then that wouldn't be a matter of just someone coming up and telling me that. That would be a matter.
This motherfucker got a goalpost on wheels.
It's hard to not
moving
have
the goalposts
this
all
type of
over the place. Who the fuck are you to decide what's hurting, other people?
It's also weird because a lot of his stuff a lot of stuff that he's talking about can be applied to like God, but he wouldn't say that it's bad.
Right.
Of law enforcement becoming engaged.
Yeah, so like we said, like the choices we make have influence and effect on other people, not just ourselves.
Well, understood, yeah.
Yeah. Like that's one of the domains of the LGBT, where a lot of people, including myself, believe that it's not only harmful for them, it's also harmful to people that are around them as well, because it's encouraging a lifestyle that has long-term harms, not only themselves, but the people around them, no different from an alcoholic.
This is so funny.
I want to know what all these harms are.
In like the harm that they encourage to participate in their life is like two men kissing. Two men kissing is like hardcore harm. You can't live with it. It's just when two men kissing, the end of the world.
Yep, it's the end of the world. Okay, I could do without the circus music in between.
It's like a little bit annoying.
I mean, there's obviously
it is a little bit annoying.
There's going to be variations of the type of harm. Like one might be a little bit more easier to see, but the harm exists.
But this is why I'm asking you to quantify how these things should actually be dealt with. Because I'm not trying to back you in a corner, but what I'm saying is this.
Are you asking me like what the default is? Like what's the default health? Like what's the healthiest?
No, I'm asking you what should be the default reaction from people in power?
Why do we have to keep going from positions of power?
Because if it's not positions in power, then it's just you being a bigot. And I can't stop you from being a bigot. You can be bigoted all you want. That's okay. I could sit there.
Isn't that relevant to what you're saying about the people in power? Because wouldn't the individual being quote unquote a bigot be relevant to the people in power?
No, the question is
No, it's because you get a vote, dumbass. And you exercising your vote is exercising your power. Or at least telling the people in power how you want them to vote. That's why it fucking matters. Fucking moron.
Change an individual.
The question is whether or not you have power to actually interfere in those who want to do what they want to do. If the only power that you have is that you can yell at them and say, I think you're doing bad things, I mean, you're still being an asshole, but guess what? The world's full of assholes. You know? There's an asshole, you know,
people shouldn't persuade somebody. So if I can't force somebody to do something, then I should just not say anything.
No, I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying you can do whatever you want to persuade. You'll be an asshole, but you can be an asshole. You can persuade people all you want. You can
less of an asshole than somebody who forces you to do it.
Well, I agree.
Don't ever forget, Adam, these people fucking vote on the regular. Whoops.
That's what I'm saying. So like, you know, like if there is,
why can't we come to a situation in the middle where we can both respect somebody for disagreeing with you and not call them an asshole or a bigot?
because bigotry is bigotry. So if someone
There's a specific definition to bigotry, though.
So if someone if someone lives at the other end of the street, right? And they say,
let's say they're a meth head.
no, hold up. I'm going somewhere with this. So someone lives at the other end of the street, and this isn't the case, but I'm just making. I have a black wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
I don't have a black wife right now, although I have in the past for whatever that's worth. But let's just say I have a black wife, and there's someone at the end of the street who has no ability, no authority to stop me from being with my black wife. They can't, there's no force around what they're doing. But, every time I come into contact with them, they throw slurs at me or her. They act like an asshole. I mean, granted, on one hand, it's very nice that they don't have the power to actually interject themselves in my life. But on the other hand, I still feel very comfortable calling them a bigot. I mean, I don't have to,
escalation.
What's that?
I mean, that's a form of escalation. What's that different? How is that any different from the words that they're throwing at you that you don't like?
Classifying someone is not a form of escalation.
Yeah,
that's like saying if someone burns a cross on my front lawn,
thing to say.
if someone burns a cross on my front lawn,
what's that?
I think it's also like such a cry bully thing to say. Like, oh, like I am calling you some slurs and stuff, but then you calling me back what I am, and it somehow escalates things. It's just like what?
Yeah, that's just victim blaming.
I don't think it's even victim blaming. I think it's just cry bullying. Like they are doing something that is like really fucking shitty, and then people call them out on it, and they're like, "No, you can't do this."
There's I don't know. I think they do it comes out of like a need to like mitigate themselves from any response that they might be likely to be planning, like if the cops ever end up getting called because they attacked you, it's not going to be because they were throwing slurs at you. It's going to be because they called me names. So,
but that's like really weird to like use it as a defense, because like at least if you're like bigoted or something, like own it.
No, they never do. They think they're fucking righteous, dude. They'll never own it.
And then I say those people were racist. Are you telling me that's a form of escalation?
To call them racist? Not necessarily, but I mean...
But you just said I was escalating to call them bigots.
Throw the words at them. if you're like talking directly to them. If you want to have a civil discussion with them, I would.
Well, I agree. I probably wouldn't. I probably wouldn't go up to their face and call them a bigot just because they're not worth my time. Now, unless
at that point, you'd probably argue that they're not willing to be, have a conversation at all. But that's not the situation that we're in right now.
Right. So that's what I'm getting at is that we can, first of all, everyone is well within their rights to call anyone else, to label anyone else as whatever they want. I mean, they may be wrong. They may be. What they label someone as may expose their own biases.
It doesn't further the conversation to call somebody a bigot, is what I'm saying.
Right, but I wouldn't care because if someone burns a cross on my front lawn, I don't care if I'm not furthering a conversation with them.
Well, we're having a conversation right now. I'm not burning a cross, am I?
No. So you're saying why am I calling you a bigot? So that's what you're saying?
Yes. I'm saying that's escalating wording. Yes, I would prefer that not escalate into wording like that.
Well, I don't care. I mean, that's fine.
Well, you'd have some kind of respect for me or the general conversation. Even if
I don't have respect for anyone who wants to pass judgment on what others do in the privacy of their own home with consenting adults.
Doing with me by calling me a bigot?
You're the one who brought this up.
Yeah, you're passing judgment. That's the entire.
Yes, I'm absolutely passing judgment. Yes, of course I am.
Yes, okay, so we're okay with passing judgment, but we can do so in a respectful way.
Okay, but you're still a bigot. I mean, you don't like that term, I guess. You want me to? What do you want me to call you? Like you're a respectful hater.
Explain how I'm a bigot.
Because you have prejudice against people who are not like you.
You think I don't love the LGBT because?
Yes, I absolutely do. You cannot sit there and condemn people and then also say, "Oh, but I love them." Hate the sin, but love the sinner. That's bullshit.
Isn't as healthy as it could be. No different from me.
That's none of your business.
Hey, you should probably not do meth. It's bad for your health.
Well, first of all,
me being bigoted.
I understand on some level you may be trying to make a rhetorical point, but at any level,
I came from the LGBT. Have you considered that? Am I a bigot?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if you've been with 1,000 people of the same sex. But the fact that you then want to pass judgment on people for what they do in the privacy of their own home, and then you want to mask it behind this idea of, well, if it may not be good for them or their community. I mean, you don't have any authority to make that decision other than just what you assert in your own mind, and you can assert it.
Would it have to come from a position of authority to love somebody into wanting them to have a better life?
Oh, you're going to love someone into what? Dude, you listen to yourself.
That's the same way that I consider it to be less optimal of your life choice.
Okay, so you're gonna love the gay out of them. Is that it?
And your well-being, and I said that it would be better for your life and for everybody that you love if you cut down on your drinking, for example.
Mm-hmm.
Would that not be a form of love? Would you extend that?
No, it's not.
So you wouldn't love your friends. You would just ignore them if they were doing something reckless and dangerous.
It'd be different. It'd be one thing if you actually had a relationship with someone that changes the stakes.
But
okay.
How do you allow that relationship to exist if you're not open to it?
You don't have to allow it to exist.
Calling them a bigot.
Yeah. People that are passing judgment for what others do in the privacy of their own home between consenting adults are bigots.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I'm sorry if you don't like that term. It's just true.
The word quite a little bit, man. But we're not
really
talking about the topic yet.
So
we're talking about how you feel towards me having the position that I have, rather than the position.
So bigotry is the
That's
opposite,
on you, dude.
Unreasonable.
You're the one that didn't want to talk about your fucking position. You wanted to hear his first, and then you wanted to fucking tear him down for that. And then you wanted to move the goalposts like 40 different fucking times to show that his position is untenable when you're you haven't even fucking spit yours out yet. And the part you did makes no fucking sense. Sorry.
Attachment to one's own beliefs and prejudices.
Response. And
coupled
also,
with
it's kind of funny. It's a good response, and also it's kind of weird that like he kind of came to defend his position that it's not okay to be LGBT, but he's just hang on, like how to say it, like he just stopped full stop on this like one word like bigotry and like that he's a bigot. He just like completely. His mind is just blown. Like he can't
He
think
ran
about
down the
anything
first
else.
rabbit trail he could grab hold of and just
an
fucking
intense
head for the
intolerance
hills.
or hatred towards those who hold different views or belong to different groups. You're a bigot.
Last half of that definition, I would argue, does not fit this situation.
You can argue it, but it doesn't change the fact.
I'm not insulting you.
That's fine. Well, so why is it that the term insults you if you're acting bigoted?
Your side more than mine to call you bigoted. Then
how is it insulted to just explain that this definition fits you?
Because I didn't have the last half of that definition.
Okay, so because you love the people that you have obstinate, unreasonable attachment to their prejudices over them.
And unreasonable is definitely not in this conversation.
Okay, so tell me why your beliefs are so reasonable. Because you haven't told me anything yet that even approaches reasonability.
Exactly.
Well, that's not going to go well.
Yeah, because we keep going to that circular kind of direction of.
Well, I mean, you can get butthurt about terms all you want, but the fact is that to sit there and care about what someone else does in the privacy of their own home between consenting adults is
okay. So if somebody kills themselves in the quiet of their bathroom,
dude, don't be that guy. Don't be
another goalpost shift right there. No, we're still not talking about your fucking position. Absolutely insanity.
That guy. Don't do that. I mean, you were just proving right there that you can't even have.
That you just extended towards me.
You're just proving right there that you can't even have it. So you have just in the last several minutes tried to equate same-sex attractions or any other part of LGBT with meth addiction and suicide. Do you not understand how that is logically ignorant?
Moral comparison. Yeah.
It is logically ignorant. I can compare an apple to a fire truck. That doesn't mean it's logical on any level.
Yeah. What was the comparison?
Apple and fire truck.
I said I can compare an apple to a fire truck. That doesn't make it logical. And you can compare meth addicts and people who are suicidal to. You can compare meth addicts and people who are suicidal to the LGBT community, but it is just patently ignorant. There's nothing specifically in common there. Of course, there are people in the LGBT community.
In that example.
So what are you calling?
I gave you the
okay, so there's the issue there. What are you calling moral?
What am I calling moral? An ideal method for individuals to exist that mitigates unnecessary human suffering.
Okay, so two dudes are married at the end of your street. Whose suffering is that causing?
Well, you'd have to look at the specific situation. Well, how about the fact that they can't naturally produce children?
And there it is. That doesn't even come close to human suffering. But
Two
keeping
men kissing,
two people,
Christians suffer.
Keeping two people apart that fucking love each other, that kind of sounds like suffering, doesn't it?
Kinda, yeah. But he talks
It
about his
does.
own suffering. Like he feels suffering when he sees two men kissing. Like that's the thing.
I think that's right.
I think that's kind of bigoted.
I mean, that's the only real argument they fucking have. They always go for this, two men can't reproduce bullshit. They always do this. And that doesn't even fucking hold water because,
Yeah, and it's like
I mean,
sometimes
we
women
could
and men
do with a billion less people on this fucking planet, It wouldn't hurt us any.
Even we
And
can deal with even less people on this planet. Like it would be okay. It's not a big problem. But at the same time, like if you just say like it's bad to be gay, like gay people would not just cease to exist. It's not going to be like, oh, it's actually bad to be gay. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be gay anymore. No, they're still going to exist. There's still going to be a percentage of people who do this stuff. Like it's okay. I'm gonna send you an interesting study that shows that like same-sex behavior is same-sex sexual behavior is actually like a good evolutionary development.
yeah, that's why it's all over the place in the fucking animal kingdom too.
Yeah, because like for animals to reproduce, it's better for them to sometimes fuck with the same sex than to be like picky about who they fuck with and then not reproduce because they missed the partner. Like that's basically the logic.
Yeah.
But like, you know, Christians don't want to learn science or even like read something about it. It's not even
No,
hard to
absolutely
understand this
not.
concept. Like it's not
And-
really like that's not a rocket
and
science
hell,
to understand.
These
Fuck
days,
more
you can't
equals
even
reproduce more.
You can't even bring up, you know, evolutionary principles with them because half of them don't fucking believe in evolution.
Yeah, but
It's
it's not.
insanity.
It's not even that like big of a principle. It's just like you fuck more, you reproduce more. Like that's it.
Yeah. Ridiculous. Oh my god, this music.
Yeah, clown music.
How
is
do
a
you
bit
know that
too
causes
much.
suffering?
I think
They
it's
could
his
both
wife
have
who,
12
like,
kids by
editing
previous
videos.
partners. They could both be infertile. They could have low sperm count.
Together.
So
What's the point of their relationship then? Exactly.
So wait a minute. So
being in a sexual relationship with somebody if you don't want kids.
So you're the one to determine what the point is of a sexual relationship between two people?
Yeah, we can get to the axioms of biology if you wanted.
So unless you're ready to pop out kids, there's no point in having sex. So I guess everyone who's like every senior couple should not be allowed to have sex anymore.
See, once again, you're going to an extreme.
You're bringing up a reasonable example. That's your problem.
Yeah.
No, I'm following.
I want to talk about
I am
drag addicts
following.
and other shit, but you bringing up like reasonable examples, that's bad. We should talk about like people who commit suicide and stuff. Like that's the stuff we need to talk about, not the reasonable examples.
Right. It's probably some fucking sad incel motherfucker.
He might be.
Your
So what about
logic.
somebody who like masturbates every single day? Is that ideal?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
You don't care?
I would like you to answer the question. So should senior people be allowed to have sex anymore?
What do you mean? Like once again, you're going to an extreme of allowed. What do you mean allowed?
Okay, they're allowed. Is it somehow hurting them to have sex?
Are they doing it protectively? Are they doing it to maintain a relationship?
They've been married their whole life. No, they're not using protection.
Okay, so they're using it recreationally, is what you're saying. You're asking me, is it okay to have recreational sex?
I'm asking you if it's okay for two people who are no longer fertile to have sex.
So yes, you're saying you want to know if it's moral to have recreational sex.
That's not what I said, but you can put whatever words you want in it. I mean, they might be doing it out of a sense of duty. Maybe it's not recreational. So please try to answer what I'm asking you, a very simple question. And I don't know why you don't feel like you can answer it. What is wrong with two older people who are one or both of them is no longer fertile having sex?
I wouldn't argue that there's anything inherently wrong with them having sex.
But if two men who aren't senior citizens, but their sex is not going to produce a kid either, there's something wrong with that. So it's okay for people to have sex.
Their life to that situation, yes, I would say that that's no different from somebody having a masturbation addiction.
So the whole point,
elderly people can have these sexual problems as well. They can have sex addictions. Or they
have you ever given someone an orgasm?
Who the fuck was talking about sex
Have I
addiction
given
among
somebody
the
an
elderly?
orgasm? Yes.
What in the fuck is wrong with this kid?
Is
Actually,
that
probably
just
not even a
his
kid.
kink?
Oh God, this is just what a fucking asshole, dude. You are an asshole.
It's kind of weird thing like to even argue about. Like if you if
It
he
really
would have said
is.
that it's not okay for elders to have sex anymore, like that would be like more defendable position. Still like really weird, but like, it's still like more defendable because right now he has no ground at all.
He's taking a fucking nosedive right out of the idiot tree, and he's like grabbing every fucking branch he can on the way down. You'd think it would be hilarious, but it's really just fucking infuriating.
Okay, so did they get pregnant?
Nope.
So it was a waste.
Is that ideal? No, you're right. Exactly. I would argue.
No, I meant so that was a waste that you gave them an orgasm and they didn't get pregnant.
Yes, I would consider that to be accessory. Yes.
An accessory to orgasm.
Wow, that really says a lot right there.
What?
So it's quite interesting how the conversation hasn't really gone anywhere towards justifying an entire lifestyle of sexual addiction and behaviors.
Who's sexually addicted?
Nobody says
So
it but
someone
you.
who has sex but it's not going to lead to a kid, they're sexually addicted. You had just included that out of nowhere.
What about the biological
you're using
benefits of
general-
having sex? Like just normal, non-addicted, regular ass sex. You know, endorphins, and
He doesn't know about it.
he must not.
Moralities. And I'm giving you specific examples of where it does.
Who specific?
There we go. I should have looked at chat earlier. Decreases blood pressure, increases immune response, and boosts mood. Thank you, Baird. I'm here getting all riled up, throwing F-bombs, and I can always count on Beard to...
What couple? Do you want to pull up names and addresses? What couple do you want to talk about? That's not generality.
Where an individual is having sex with their same-sex partner that has absolutely no ability to.
But as long as it's a different sex partner, but they can't have kids, then it's fine.
Not necessarily fine. It's just as accessory.
Accessory.
What does
Like it's a
accessory
crime.
mean?
It's an accessory to the crime.
Incapable of understanding the nuances, you keep jumping to the extremes.
Dude, I am just following your logic. I'm sorry that that's bothering you so much.
He hasn't given you any logic to follow.
What? No, that's never what I said. That's never what I said.
They exist in the world.
The words dedication and narcissism never. No, hold up. So you can yell over me for a minute if you want. That's fine. Here's what's really simple. I never said about anyone being dedicated to narcissism. Those words never came out of my mouth. So you can sit here and try to talk about what I said, but the fact is, those words did not come out of my mouth. I am pointing out the very simple and obvious disconnect that is in your complete lack of logic here, which is that if it's so bad for two people to have sex, without the obvious intention of having kids, then that applies to a lot more than LGBT people. And if you're not willing to apply the same logic to non-LGBT people, then guess what? You're bigoted. That's all there is to it.
Great logical connection you made. It was a little bit of a jump, but I suggest you accept a little bit more of the nuances of the conversation, being that this is exclusive to the LGBT community.
Oh, now it's exclusive. Now it's exclusive to the LGBT community, because before it was about alcoholics and meth addicts. And
technically, he's not even he can't be right at all, because two men kissing is not exclusive to LGBT, because in the Bible there is such a thing as brotherly kiss. It's basically like a kiss on the lips. I don't know if you know about it.
I don't actually.
If you Google brotherly kiss Bible or like Christianity, you will find like a bunch of pictures of I don't know how it's called, like frescoes, icons that they made with different saints who are like kissing on the lips, because the Bible says that you need to greet your brother with like brotherly kiss or holy kiss.
Kind of the way Judas greeted Jesus, huh?
Yeah.
All right, gotcha.
The average person.
Please tell me one thing you've said so far that's exclusive to the LGBT community.
To have children.
You have not named anything that's exclusive to the LGBT community.
Choice of sexual reproduction.
You have not named anything that is exclusive to the LGBT community.
Sexual narcissism.
Oh, narcissism is only sexual narcissism only exists in the LGBT community.
Yes,
Jesus.
Literally.
Sexual narcissism only exists.
And I know that you seem to really enjoy laughing at things you don't understand.
Yeah. I don't understand how anyone.
The actual vocabulary.
So I don't. I'll mute you again because I do not understand. And yes, I will laugh all I want. It's my own fucking show. I'll laugh all day long. Even if I'm the only one on the live stream, I'll laugh. But I will absolutely laugh at anyone who wants to imply, even for a moment, that sexual narcissism is exclusive to the LGBT community. Like, yes, all you gays out there, you have a monopoly on the whole concept of sexual narcissism. Lord knows there has never been a sexual narcissist who is straight, who is a man, who is the president of our country, who is a Christian, who is any other, like, it's all just the gays. They're the only ones who are ever have anything to do with sexual narcissism. It is the exclusive domain of the LGBT community. That's beautiful.
Am I allowed to talk now?
I don't know. Do you want to talk?
I don't know. What did you say? I couldn't hear you because I was muted, so I just muted the chat.
Oh, well.
He said the Bible
then you
is
missed it.
built on sexual narcissism, you deaf fuck.
You want to have an actual conversation? Because you seem to just be reacting to things. Do you know?
Yeah, I'm reacting to the actual things that you're saying. And I'm very happy with my
You know
reactions.
what sexual narcissism means?
Yes, I'm very familiar what the words sexual and narcissism both mean.
What does it mean? What does it mean?
I'm not going to sit here and define words for you. You're a grown boy. I've already defined a bunch of words for you before. And you don't seem to really be amenable to when anyone actually shows you the definition of words. So, you can tell me whatever you think it means.
You're having a very emotional reaction to this conversation, man.
I am?
Yep.
Okay, I guess.
Obstinate, which is one of the definitions of bigotry, remember?
I guess I'm raging here. I'm very emotional. I might be crying too on the inside.
And sarcasm, great example of encountering something you don't understand and being.
I mean, anything I say is going to be a reaction to you, right? I'm having such a reaction to you.
Yes, I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you don't understand.
That's called conversation. You have reactions to people that you have conversations with.
Yes, the specific type of reaction is from someone who doesn't.
Yes, it's the one that you don't like. It's the one that you don't approve of. Because you also have the idea of what people should do in their bedrooms by themselves.
By pointing out what is ideal and less ideal. Do you think that it's ideal to have children?
Depends on who you are. There's a lot of people that shouldn't have kids.
Oh, who shouldn't have kids?
Assholes.
How do you determine who's an asshole?
And women who don't fucking want them.
Do children make you a better person?
Not always, no. Depends on the person.
So how do you tell who should have kids and who shouldn't?
I don't, because I don't think that I have any authority whatsoever to actually dictate to people who should have kids and who shouldn't. So even though I firmly believe that there are plenty of people in the world who I wish did not have kids or wouldn't have kids, the fact is that me trying to insert myself in that conversation would identify myself as being an overbearing piece of shit. So instead, while I realize that I cannot actually control what other people do, I then fall back to the perfectly reasonable and moral position, which is to say that people have to make their own decisions.
Yeah. And they can make those decisions based on observations of reality, right? See who has.
Oh my God, he hasn't done anything that has anything to do with reality so far. Adam, why don't you play this fucking guy's game? Find a rabbit hole of your own to fucking go down and take him with you. Say, okay, this gay couple, they want to have kids, so they find a lesbian couple. Boom, they make fucking kids. Now is it okay?
Also, they can just adopt kids. Like, that's not a problem.
They could adopt kids.
Also,
I mean,
Adam could have said that, like, he can say what people should have kids. The people who have a goal to have kids, they should have kids.
Yeah, and people who want to be, happy and have money instead of having kids. Let them just be happy and have money.
Yeah. It's basically like, who doesn't want to have kids? They shouldn't have
There are
kids.
people who would rather, I don't know, own a house than have a kid. Or,
some people can do both, but it's really hard in this economy.
Travel rather than having a kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these days it's getting harder and harder to do both. Trust me. It's not easy.
You don't need to, like, I know.
We really fucked the younger generations, man. God damn.
I am the younger generation who fucked.
And
yes, they can make those decisions.
Yeah, now the younger generation's like, yeah, I don't think we're going to be having that much sex. Sorry, Gen Z.
I think we're not going to make that many kids.
We did the best we could, Gen Z. Our bad.
I'm gonna try to make money.
Just trying to make
rent.
up for what the boomers fucking saddled us with. That we can't. 2026 and we still can't get rid of the fucking boomers. What's up with that? Losing our minds.
Decisions.
Children end up with happier, more fulfilling lives than everybody who chooses not to.
They can make those decisions. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And there's an objective criteria of you.
I never said there was. The word objective never came out of my mouth.
Versus not having and being selfish with your life.
The word objective never came out of my mouth.
Yeah, so I'm saying it right now. Why would you need to say objective for me to use the word?
I did not say objective.
There's objective criteria for life, right?
No. Try again.
No? There's no objective criteria for life? Are you serious?
Where's your objective criteria for life? Please tell me.
Think about that before just immediately responding and saying no.
Okay. I'm thinking about it. Still no.
Okay. First of all, it's my show, and I've thought this through perfectly. So, no, I don't need to have you ask me if I want to think about it. I've thought about it plenty. Please tell me what your objective criteria is. I'm all ears.
Well, for starters, a man and a woman having sex, that would be an objective criteria.
It's not an objective.
Kelly, we've been through this before. You're one of the good ones. We all agree. I'm talking about the motherfuckers running the country, pretending they aren't dead in hospital rooms and fucking orange maniacs pretending that they have all their shit together while they're having a fucking dementia breakdown in front of the whole world.
Criteria. That is your subjective made up criteria. Try again.
So you're denying male and female as the axioms of sexual reproduction?
I never said that. You talked sex. You didn't say reproduction. You said so. Okay, you don't seem to be able to listen. So you said reproduction. You did not say sex. You said, or I'm sorry, I said that backwards. You said sex. You did not say reproduction. So if you're going to talk about sex, there is no objective standard anywhere in the world that says it has to be one man, one woman. You made that up. And then when I challenged you on it, then you said reproduction. Yes, I do understand that it takes one man and one woman to reproduce, but that's not what you said. You said objective standard for sex. So don't put the words in my mouth because I'm not going to let you. There is not an objective standard for who should have sex, who should be able to have sex, how they should have sex, whether the sex should be reproductive or not, whether they should have protection. That is not objective in any way, shape, or form.
You're not even going to tell me when you muted me, being quite interestingly controlling over the conversation.
Yeah, because if you're just going to talk over me and lie about what I said, I'm going to mute you.
You literally redefined what I said, even though what I said is exactly what you said. You knew exactly what I meant, man. You're being obstinate on purpose.
I'm following your words. I am actually following exactly what you said. I'm sorry that your words are not making you very happy when I point them out to you.
So like I said, and you agreed with, it takes a male and a female reproducing to have a child. That's one of the axioms of biology.
What does that have to do with who can have sex?
It took a man and a woman to create you, correct?
What does that have to do with who can have sex?
It's a yes or no question, man. Why can't you answer it?
You know what the answer is. What does that have to do with who can have sex?
Oh, okay. What does it have to do with people who want to have children? Because
that wasn't the question. What does it have to do with who can have sex?
It's the people who can have reproductive sex is what my axiom is.
So why does everything have to be reproductive sex?
That's what I mean about valuing life. Life.
So what does that have to do with valuing life? Why does all sex have to be reproductive?
Sex is required for life.
That does not follow. Just because sex is required for life does not tell you why all sex has to be reproductive. Those two do not follow.
I'm not saying all sex has to be reproductive.
Oh, so if it all doesn't, if it all doesn't,
criteria of sex.
If it all doesn't, then what does it matter if I go out and have sex with someone who cannot bear me a child?
I mean,
by the way, one thing to add,
like you're gonna mute me and talk over me.
Yeah, okay. Here, you can.
You're just being obstinate, man.
Gretchen, can I add one
thing?
thing?
You're not even letting me talk.
Yeah.
It's he also forgets one thing, that relationships between gay people, not necessarily sexual, they can be like romantic and like with cuddles and stuff, but not sexual. They might not even enjoy having sex. So like but he's saying like even this type of relationships is bad, and he's so just like he laser focused on sex only. He doesn't understand it at all.
He's also only laser focused on sex between gay men. Honestly, I mean, if I were Adam, I would have flipped this on its ass and said, "What about gay women? What about lesbians?" Because you heard of, the medical profession and sperm banks and turkey basters. Women can get pregnant without having sex at all. Women don't have any problem finding sperm. I mean, men been trying to fucking throw it at us since we were 13 years old. It is zero problem to find someone to impregnate a woman, whether she's a lesbian or not. And then it takes about half the fucking air out of his argument. Right?
Yeah, of course.
So
circling the same emotional arguments.
I'm circling emotional arguments.
Yes, you can't even discuss the topic.
Oh, what have I not discussed?
What topic? The topic was you don't think gay people should be together, and you haven't actually defined your position at all. You're still just grabbing at every fucking branch on your way out the fucking idiot tree. You still haven't fucking laid out your argument for why it's wrong. Now we're stuck on reproduction, which was not the original point of this call. It's fucking ridiculous. Bonehead bullshit.
Well, for starters, the definition of sexual narcissism, which you said you already knew.
No, I said you can come up.
Sexual narcissism is an ideal way of living.
I don't care. I literally don't care.
About it, like as if you care.
I mean, it's not an ideal way of living for me. If that's what you're asking,
why not?
Because I don't desire it. That's why. But if I did desire it, and if I desire, it's very specific. If I did desire it, and if I had one or more partners who also desired it, then there is nothing wrong with that, as long as it is consenting adults.
It's just human desire.
Yes.
The desire is the point.
If that's what we choose, that's not the global.
Okay, I'm going to let this play for about 2 minutes. I'm going to run and go get some sugar because this is driving me up a wall, so I need something to like chill me out.
That's not the global point of sex. That can be your only point of, but that can be your only point of sex if that's what you want it to be.
So do you think that having that as your only point of sex is an ideal way of living, just like somebody's only way of alleviating their pain and suffering is through meth?
Don't stop with the meth versus sex thing, dude. You just make yourself sound like you're 12. Come on, man, grow up. You can do better than that.
Addiction
you can do better than that. This is not about meth addiction. And if you don't understand the distinction, then you just need to do better. You just need to do better. This isn't meth addiction we're talking about.
Do better. Just do better.
Okay.
I'm talking about dopamine circuitry.
Yeah, you're not talking about anything. Just, dude, come on, man. Grow the hell up. I mean, just have an adult moment in your life. Every argument is just about his own personal definitions of what he thinks is right for everyone else. And then he can't even defend any of it. Like, dude, grow the hell up, man.
My God. That is some nutso shit. Mm-hmm. Tesla profits plunge and SpaceX stock continues to fall. That's beautiful. Has everybody here seen I mean, I know Professor Dave just did the a reaction to the history of the entire world, I guess, by Bill Works. Has anyone here seen that? Either one? Have they seen the original video from like 12 years ago?
No, I haven't seen
Or
it. Maybe
no?
some people in the chat might, you know.
Or did they see the Professor Dave reaction to it?
Have you seen it? Is it a good reaction?
I've seen both.
Oh, damn.
I mean, I love the original. It's like probably it's still to this day my favorite video on YouTube. But then Professor Dave just a couple days ago did a reaction to it. He'd seen it before, but he hadn't watched it in like 5 years. So he like chimes in a little bit and gives you a little bit more of the science. But he turned a 20-minute video into like an hour-long reaction. I mean, both are worth watching, absolutely. The original video was just, I mean, chef's kiss. It is so good. But then Dave, with his knowledge of science, it added something to it. I was actually pretty impressed. What do you guys think?
I don't
Have
know
none of you guys
what's the...
have none of you guys seen it?
I don't think anyone in chat also has seen it. But what's
Would you
the...
guys want to watch the original or the Professor Dave one?
What's the rules on copyright on them?
Neither of these are copyright. I could play the whole thing on both of them.
Oh, okay. Then probably Dave, because he's gonna add a lot of stuff.
All right, Anani watched the Dave video the other night. Had you seen the original, Anani? Evan wants to watch the original. Okay, Anani, you've seen them both, right? Which one do you think we should watch? Can you guys hang in there for like an hour and 10 minutes? Because Dave does actually add some decent science content to it. All right, let's watch the Dave one.
I'm gonna go lurk on the background and make myself some food and stuff. But thank you for having me here. Always my pleasure to be here.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, with Dave with Dave reacting to this one, we probably won't need to
yeah.
jump in and because he's pretty good at covering all this stuff. So
yeah.
Today we're going to do something a little bit different. You all know that typically when I do reaction videos, I'm reacting to science deniers or idiots of some variety, be they flat earthers or creationists or anti-vaxxers or quantum mysticism, woo peddlers, or things of that nature. So I'm always reacting to content that sucks. But then I thought, wouldn't it be neat if I reacted to something that's good instead? And I could kind of chime in and add my 2 cents about whatever science is being discussed. So I started to think about what's something that I'm aware of that would be a suitable candidate for this. And then I remembered a video by Bill Wirtz. So Bill Wirtz, if you don't know, I'm actually not sure how much content he's still making. I just remembered this video from a while ago, and the video is called History of the Entire World, I guess. Very unassuming, all lowercase, much like the channel name Bill Wirtz. And it's an extremely popular video. So many of you will have seen this video, or whether you know it by heart or you will remember it once we start, but it was released 9 years ago. It's got 183 million views. 183 million views. That's bananas. That's a lot of views. So this is, I think that, again, I'm not sure how many of you will know this. I bet a lot of you will, but I'm sure that some of you are not familiar with this video. And it really is fantastic. So what it is it's just what it sounds like, or actually it's more than that. It's not just the history of the world. It's the history of the whole universe. So it really is going through in just 20 minutes, in just under 20 minutes. It's going through cosmology and planetary science, and then geology and early molecular biology and evolutionary biology, getting through anthropology and archaeology, and then early societies, and then through world history, human world history, all the way up to present day. And so there's a couple of things that are really great about this video. Number one, it's hilarious. Bill is extremely funny, and this video is extremely funny. But it's more than that. It's actually it's really well done. It's really well written. Everything, the science and the history are very accurate. There's very little in it that would be considered inaccurate in any significant way, which is an accomplishment. But third, I should say, it's actually it's really impressive. Like, it's difficult to condense information and explain something accurately and succinctly, and this video achieves that. There are certain parts where it makes you laugh, not just because it's funny, but it's also kind of like, wow, I can't believe that you found that wording to just kind of summarize either this aspect of science or this period of world history in a sentence, but you did, and it works. So it's a great video. Unlike all of my other content, where it's like, do not bother watching this content. You're only here for my commentary. Some of you even skip the parts where the other people are talking. This is the opposite. If you haven't seen this, you're going to want to watch this video without me interrupting it. So you can either do it first, or better yet, don't disrupt the flow for the algorithm and watch it after the fact. I think after you get me explaining some of the additional tidbits, or contextualizing at least some of the scientific information, it'll be a really enjoyable view. But if you really want to see it before me doing all the interrupting, you can totally pause and watch this video. It's well worth the watch. But I'm going to jump in here. I figured this would be something where I could add a little bit of extra information, especially for all of the science bits, the cosmology, the planetary science, the biochemistry and biology, anthropology, getting into some of the world history. I definitely can add some context and clarifying statements. Once it gets really deep into the weeds on world history, I'll have less to say. I am working on world history content, but I'm only through the middle of I'm doing Middle Ages content right now. So once you get past that, I have less to say. Early civilizations, I have maybe a few tidbits. But yeah, so don't get upset. I'm going to be. This is a video that's so good that I hope you won't be upset when I interrupt it, as opposed to stuff where I'm debunking creationists, where I am a breath of fresh air from the garbage that they're spewing. This is a great video, but at any rate, I think that this is going to be fun. This is going to be a little bit of a change of pace. You can learn something from the video. You can learn something from me. All of it will be a wonderful, fine and dandy educational experience. So whether you've seen it or not, here we go. This is Bill Wirtz's History of the Entire World, I guess. And let's get started right now. Before we dive into the world of Wirtz, I wanted to tell you about this really cool book from Hungry Minds. It's called The Book, The Ultimate Guide to Rebuilding Civilization. We're about to whiz through a bunch of information on science and history rapid fire, and that's kind of what this book is too. Check this out. It's a visual journey through human history, 400 pages, 180 topics, all with this incredible medieval art style, making tools, farming, machinery, all kinds of rare knowledge. It has everything you need to build your own civilization from scratch. Whether you're into engineering or the arts, this will captivate you. I want to show you a few people come and do it yourself. Learn that nerd in your life. Promo code Professor Dave 10 and pick up your copy from Hungry Minds today.
Hi, you're on a rock, floating in space. Pretty cool, huh? Some of it's water. Fuck it. Actually, most of it's water. I can't even get from here to there without buying a boat.
So that's like one of very few technical inaccuracies. Right? The most of the world is not water. Most of the world is well, you've got an iron and nickel core, and then a lot of rock, silicates, and stuff. Most of the surface of the Earth is water. That's true, about 70-something%. But no, most of the Earth is not water. It's rock. But we'll forgive that.
It's sad. I'm sad. I miss you. How did this happen? A long time ago, actually never, and also now, nothing is nowhere. When? Never. Makes sense, right? Like I said, it didn't happen. Nothing was never anywhere. That's why it's been everywhere.
So this is very interesting. Nothing was never. So when you want to, and I had to do this, he's setting up to talk about the beginning, T equals 0, Big Bang cosmology. How did it all start? And I had to deal with this in my astronomy series. I start out after Introduction to Astronomy. I start with cosmology because I wanted to do everything chronological, and I wanted to start with T equals 0, Big Bang, and I had to do a little bit, and it was kind of
Zap, as far as I know, they never found out who did it. Nor did they ever find out who blew them up.
like this. I think I might have been influenced by this video because I saw this a couple of times a long time ago, probably around when I was making that content in like 2017 or something. I haven't seen this video since then, or at least not in a very, very long time. But it's very difficult to talk about the T equals 0, that it was the genesis of space and time, or space time. So having to talk about what was before the beginning of the universe kind of doesn't make sense. Space and time being created from the initial singularity. There is no space there before the initial singularity. There's no time before it. So how do you talk about this? So he's doing it in kind of a fun, poetic way. So let's let him do it.
It's been so everywhere, you don't need a where. You don't even need a when. That's how every it gets. Forget this. I want to be something, go somewhere, do something. I want things to change. I want to invent time and space. And I know it's possible because everything is here and it probably already happened.
So, okay, and it probably already happened. That's very interesting. So what we're saying is that all of the energy that is now present in the universe was present in the initial singularity. And so all of the potentiality is there, and it probably already happened. That's maybe a nod to a conception of cyclical cosmology. I imagine that might be what he's talking about. The idea of big bangs and big crunches. Which is not really any longer the model. It looks like more of a heat death in the sense of because dark energy is accelerating the expansion of the universe. It does not seem like, at least currently, given the data that we have access to, that a compression will occur. But that is a cosmology that has been believed by many cultures and was entertained by physics for a while as well, because we understood that if gravity is attracting all matter, then it was just had to do with understanding the density of the universe, the rate of expansion, and would the mass of everything in the universe be enough for a gravitational attraction to cause it to contract back on the initial singularity, and then it could be cyclical. It'd be crazy, but so yeah, we're just about to get going here.
I just don't know when to start, and that's exactly where it started. Oh, I paused it. I think there's a universe now. What's it made of? Quarks and stuff. Ah, that.
Right. So the first there's an amount of energy that is associated with the initial singularity, and then due to matter energy equivalence, the energy can congeal into matter. So the first matter that was there, we call it the quark gluon plasma. So quarks and stuff. We have a quark gluon plasma. Quarks are the components that make up nucleons, and then gluons are the particles that mediate. They're the bosons that mediate the strong nuclear force that's going to be able to bring quarks together to form baryons. So that this part is accurate, right? We have energy, and I love, like, go back and pause those couple of frames that are meant to represent the first, like, 10 to the negative 36 seconds after the singularity, because it's like, what do you, how are you going to visually represent that? You can't. So it's just absurd, and he did it in a very absurd way. So go back and look at those frames. It's very interesting. Okay, so we've got a quark gluon plasma. Here we go.
That's a thing in a place. Don't like it? Try a new place at a different time. Try to stick together because the world is going to get bigger and emptier. But it's not empty yet. It's still very full and about 1 jillion degrees.
So I like that. So just everything is so fast, but it's just, there's little dark matter right there. And so we already have mass. So gravity is a thing, and expansion is occurring. So what's the next bit, right? As it expands, the universe is cooling. It began 10 to the 50 Kelvin or something absolutely unthinkable. But as it cools, new things can be stable. And so new things are able to form. So about no seconds later, it says about no seconds later. And it's about no seconds later, because we're going from around 10 to the negative 36 seconds all the way to about 10 to the negative 12 seconds. We're talking about only a trillionth of a second after the initial singularity, where we begin to see symmetry breaking, right? That's where we start to see like the electroweak epoch take shape. So many epochs occur in that first trillionth of a second. All of these symmetry breakings and really, really major events happen that we're still only at about no seconds later. That's what's crazy about cosmology.
Great news. The quarks are now happily married in groups of 3 called a proton or a neutron. And there's something else flying around too that wants to join in but can't because it's still too...
It's so hot. Yeah. So first you have quarks and gluons. There's a quark gluon plasma, but when it cools enough, quarks are able to they're able to form. It's not just groups of 3. So groups of 3 form baryons, and a quark and an antiquark form mesons, and so those are different kinds of hadrons. So hadrons can form when quarks when it's cool enough for quarks to come together. And so now we have most importantly we have baryons. So we have stable protons and neutrons. There are also electrons in this epoch, but it is still too hot for electrons to couple to protons and neutrons. So we can have nuclei, but we can't have neutral atoms yet. So you have this different kind of plasma. So you have quarks can come together to form protons and neutrons, but we still do not have neutral atoms too hot for electrons to couple. About 10 minutes later, it says. So this is all following accurately the timeline proposed by cosmologists. That's what's really cool about this. It's just so comedic when you do it in this not really a matter-of-fact textbook way, but in this kind of comedic way. It just like amplifies the absurdity of the timelines that we're talking about here.
Great news. The protons and neutrons are now happily married to each other. Some of them even doubled up. Great.
So yeah, so that now we're talking about Big Bang nucleosynthesis. So a certain duration of time, I forget, a certain number of minutes or hours, still very soon after the initial singularity, but it's still too hot for electrons to couple to nucleons, but it's hot enough for nucleons to fuse. So basically, the entire universe at that time is like the inside of a star today. So stars are plasma. It's too hot for electrons to couple to nucleons. So nucleons are whizzing around, but it's so hot, there's so much gravitational pressure inwards that nucleons can fuse. And during Big Bang nucleosynthesis, the entire universe was like that. The entire universe was like the inside of a star, like the core of a star. And so from hydrogen, you got a lot of helium, and a little bit of lithium. You did get a trace amounts of lithium. So that's part of what corroborates Big Bang cosmology. There's different threads. There is the cosmic microwave background radiation. There is the recession velocities of galaxies, but there's also the distribution of hydrogen and helium. It's about 75% hydrogen, 25% helium. That is specifically predicted by the model. You can calculate the temperature differential from when Big Bang nucleosynthesis should start and when it should end. That duration of time, however many minutes it was, I don't remember off the top of my head, minutes or hours, I'm not sure, but you can calculate how much helium should have been synthesized in that time, and we look around the universe, and that's what we see. So that's a third. We're talking about 3 independent threads of evidence where we're predicting something on the basis of Big Bang cosmology, and then we look out in the universe and we can confirm all of those things. So that's, when people talk about, oh, Big Bang, blah, 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 so silly. So no, like, you just don't understand the evidence that's supporting it. But so anyway, we have, so now we have we have different nuclei, hydrogen and helium and a little bit of lithium nuclei. And now it said 380,000 years later. So we're gearing up for the recombination era. This is when it's finally cool enough for electrons to couple to atomic nuclei. And once they do so, if you remember your Bohr model from 10th grade chemistry, the electron can inhabit different energy levels. And when it relaxes down to the ground state, it emits photons. So this is actually the first time 380,000 years into the history of the universe that the universe becomes transparent. The electromagnetic radiation can travel freely through the universe. And that is actually what the cosmic microwave background radiation is. It is what was produced in this instant where electrons finally could couple to atomic nuclei and then all relax to the ground state simultaneously all over the universe, releasing this radiation that has been stretched and cooled since that time to the 1.4 Kelvin or whatever it is now, which is specifically predicted by the model and corroborated when we look out into the universe in the 1960s. That was kind of the main datum, the main thread of evidence that made us kind of really have to accept Big Bang cosmology as undeniably corroborated, undeniably consistent beyond reasonable doubt as a model of the development of the universe. So here we are. We've got our nuclei. It's about to do recombination. Let's do it.
Great news. The electrons have now joined in. Congratulations. The world is now a bunch of gas in space. But it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. And it's getting closer together. It's a star. New shit just got made.
I had to get that last one. So, okay, we just went through a billion years, but it's just so funny that way. I love just like new shit just got made. But that's astrophysics, right? What we're saying is now we have neutral hydrogen and helium, mostly. That's mostly what we have, and that's gas. So we hydrogen and helium gas, and that's pretty much all that there is in the universe. But because of gravity, that starts to collect. And then once you have a region of gas that's becomes denser and denser and denser, you have a lot of mass in that cloud, that begins to condense. And then the gravitational pressure inwards becomes so strong that it triggers that nuclear fusion is able to happen, which then causes the star to glow. So that's what a star is, right? You have this cloud of gas, at least exclusively hydrogen and helium gas for the first generation of stars, which made the first galaxies. And once it's so much mass that is converging, the gravitational pressure inwards is so immense that the nuclei whiz around and are able to fuse. And when they fuse, there's that mass defect. Some of that mass is converted into energy, and that energy goes outwards. So you have this battle between gravitational pressure crushing inwards and nuclear fusion pushing outwards. That's what a star is. And once you have a star, where all these nuclei are fusing in the core of the star, and that's where you get everything up to iron. So when it says new shit just got made, that's the first time, only once stars formed, were we able to get carbon and nitrogen and oxygen and neon and silicon all the way up to iron. Iron is the limit because that has the greatest binding energy per nucleon. It's the most stable atomic nucleus. In other words, it's releasing energy as you get up to iron. But if you were to synthesize beyond that, it would require more energy output, more energy input than would be released. So it's not energetically favorable to continuously synthesize past iron, something like that. That might not be exactly right. But I go over this in my astronomy content. The first 4 or 5 videos are cosmology and then stars and galaxies and all of this stuff that we're talking about. So now we have our first generation of stars, and they've been fusing other elements in their cores. So let's see where we get now.
Some stars burn out and die. Bigger stars burn out and die with passion and make some brand new, way crazier shit.
So, right. So now we're talking about, we have all the stars of different sizes because the mass of the cloud, the mass of the gas cloud that forms them determines the mass of the star, and that determines the fate of the star. Right below the Chandrasekhar limit, if it's the core is 1.5 solar masses, right, just going by our sun's mass, which is arbitrary. But if it's a smaller star, it's going to form a white dwarf. But if it's a larger star, it can form either a neutron star as a remnant or a black hole. And in either case, it's going to die in a supernova, a glorious supernova, which is going to spew all of that, all of those new elements out into space. And so first of all, not only what was synthesized internally in the core of the star, but in a supernova event, all of the elements beyond iron, at least iron all the way up to uranium, I believe, is the heaviest. I think the trans uranium are the ones that are purely synthetic that we make in particle accelerators. That might not be exactly right, but it's right around there, the limit. And so these other exotic events like a supernova are going to form everything from everything heavier than iron. But now all of that is being ejected into space to form new clouds. So that's space dust. So when astronomers say gas and dust, gas means hydrogen and helium, dust means everything else. So when you have a cloud of dust, it means still a lot of hydrogen and helium, but lots of other elements as well. So we've got space dust now.
Space dust, which allows newer, more interesting stars to be made and then die and explode into space dust. So now stars have cool stuff around them, like rocks, ice, and funny clouds, which can make some very interesting things.
Okay, so now we just did solar system development in like 3 seconds. So the point is, when all the universe had was hydrogen and helium, when a star was forming, that's all you could get was a star. But now we have all this dust everywhere. When there's new dust, it can collect again by gravity. It's distributed around. You get a new star, but that protoplanetary disk, when that protoplanetary disk forms to get a new star, all of these other elements are there. And so now planets can form. So planets could not form around the first generation of stars. Only in later generations of stars that were the protoplanetary disk was seeded with all these other elements. Then you could get actual solar systems. And so the bulk of the protoplanetary disk is going to condense into the central star, but all of this other material can also condense at these various orbital radii from the sun and make planets, and then also moons around the planets. And so these can have tremendously varying compositions in our system, and therefore probably many other systems. The inner planets tend to be rockier, and so this is just the way that elements partition in the protoplanetary disk, right? Depending on mass and density, different elements and different substances will partition differently. There'll be a gradient as you move outwards in the protoplanetary disk, and that informs the composition of the planets that form. So you have these inner rocky planets, you have the outer gas giants. That seems to be quite likely to be a trend with solar system formation. It may not be in every system, but I think that seems to be the case. So now we have solar systems. It looks like we're going to our solar system, which does skip a little bit because we're talking about the first generation of stars died out really quickly. Those are the pop 3, I think we would say that is. And so very quickly we had stars that could have planets around them. But our star is a pop. Our star's pop 1, I believe, which means very recent. And so our star came about, our system came about around 10 billion years after the initial singularity. So we're talking about well into the lifetime of the universe, which is about 13.7, 13.8 billion total. So 10 in. So we skipped 6 or 7 billion years in those few seconds. But now we have our solar system. So let's see where we go here.
Like this ball of flaming rocks, for example. Holy shit, we just got hit with another ball of flaming rocks, and it kind of made a mess, which is now weather update.
So that event, so in when solar systems are forming, it's a very chaotic system. So it's not like it is now, right? Billions of years later, everything has kind of stabilized. There's relatively few bodies, because all these smaller bodies are constantly colliding and fusing to make larger bodies, larger planets and things. But in the beginning, as the solar system is forming, it's a lot of bodies. It's very chaotic. Everything is perturbing everything else and colliding. And so Theia was a rocky body that collided with the early Earth. And so that did a couple of things. Number one, the collision explains the tilt in Earth's rotational axis. So in a protoplanetary disk, due to conservation of angular momentum, everything is going to be orbiting the same way and everything's going to be rotating the same way. But when collision events occur, that can easily change. And so that's why you have some planets where the rotational axis is completely on its side, perpendicular to the plane of the solar system. Parallel rather than perpendicular, I should say. So for Earth, it got tilted 20-something degrees because of that impact event with Theia. And then that collision caused a bunch of the Earth. It just made a gigantic mess. And a lot of the material that was in the crust of the Earth spread out around the Earth and began to orbit the Earth and then slowly collected to form the moon. So that's why the moon is actually made of material that was the crust of the Earth. So the moon and the Earth are kind of made of the same stuff. So now we have our moon and we've got a weather update.
Weather update. It's raining rocks from outer space. Weather update. Those rocks might have had water inside them and now there's hot steam in the sky. Weather update. Cooler temperatures today and the floor is no longer lava. Weather update. It's raining. Severe flooding alert. The entire world is now an ocean.
Okay, so yeah, so our oceans came from impact events as well. A lot of comets, I believe. And so it sounds pretty crazy because there's so much water here, but comets can be very big. They can carry a lot of water, and there were a lot of collision events. And so at first, when that happened in the Hadean epoch, it was very, very, very hot. So you just had a lot of steam, but water can't escape out. Once it's here in Earth's atmosphere, it's here. And so it cooled down sufficiently that it was able to precipitate. And now all of a sudden, from the Hadean, we're now in the Archean, and we have a lot of water. It's really the Earth is really, really almost entirely covered with water. So what happens next?
Volcano alert. That's land. There's nothing in the ocean. What? Something's alive in the ocean. Oh, cool. Like a plant or an animal? No, a microscopic speck. It lives at the bottom of the ocean and eats chemical soup, which is being served.
Okay, so yeah. So, I mean, he's doing this so fast. So we're not going to do abiogenesis justice here. He portrayed something that looked like a bacterium. Obviously, that's not the first thing that was alive. Number one. Number two, the hydrothermal vent model seems to probably not be the most viable candidate for abiogenesis. Much more likely to be something like a hot spring or a tidal pool model, but we don't know for sure. So it certainly could be hydrothermal vent. Don't tell James Tour we've got some chemical soup. I know that he hates soup, but of course soup just means water with molecules in it. So we've got organic molecules that there's no way to if he had thrown abiogenesis in the mix and tried to actually do that justice, it would have added another 5 minutes to this video. So anyway, we'll take the abiogenesis as rendered, and we've arrived at simple microorganisms in the soup, as we like to say.
Being served hot and fresh, made from gnarly space ingredients left over from when it was raining rocks or whatever. Oh yeah, and it can do that. It has secret instructions written inside itself telling it how to build another one of itself. So that's pretty nifty, I would say. Tired of living at the bottom of the ocean? Now you can eat sunlight. Using a revolutionary technique, you can convert sunlight into food. Side effect, now there's oxygen everywhere and the sky's blue. Then the
Right. So yeah. So great. So you have all of these microorganisms, and so you have unicellular. There was a very long period of time, a couple billion years, probably at least a billion. I think a couple billion, where life was entirely unicellular, but it began to develop these different abilities, and so photosynthesis was one such ability. So first you had prokaryotic life, but then you had endosymbiosis events where larger prokaryotes were able to engulf smaller prokaryotes and then kind of merge and become an individual organism. So now you have eukaryotic unicellular life. And depending on certain abilities that different prokaryotes were able to develop because of evolution, so you have different mutations that yield different enzymes that can do different things. And so you have different metabolic behaviors, different metabolic abilities. And so now all of a sudden you have eukaryotic unicellular organisms that are capable of things like photosynthesis. And so a byproduct of photosynthesis is oxygen. So prior to this, Earth's atmosphere had almost no oxygen, but then you had this great oxidation from photosynthetic unicellular organisms that covered the Earth with oxygen, and that paved the way for more complex metabolic behavior. Because prior to that, so cellular respiration, the three-step process that we know of, that is how animals. It's a higher ATP yielding metabolic process was only possible once the atmosphere was oxygenated, because oxygen is the last, I think it's the last electron acceptor in the electron transport chain in cellular respiration, in aerobic respiration. And so now all of a sudden, this is a huge paradigm shift for the Earth, right? You have the atmosphere is oxygenated, and now there's the possibility for much more robust energy production, which means that now you can have multicellular life that can move around, and you can have cell differentiation, and organs and different things can evolve. So let's check it out.
Then the Earth might have been a snowball for a while, maybe even a couple of times. It's a sponge, it's a plant, it's a worm, and some other types of weird, strange water bugs and strange fish. It's the Cambrian explosion.
So that's pretty accurate, right? I mean, it's the first animals were almost certainly sponges. That's the choanoflagellate hypothesis, where you have these colonial unicellular organisms that just eventually become an individual organism. And there are the collar cells in sponges very closely resemble these choanoflagellate colonial colonies. So there's a lot of evidence that suggests that sponges were the first animals. And then he pretty accurately showed this progression here. I mean, he skipped a lot. He has to. But these organisms that he's showing are accurately the Ediacaran fauna. This is still the Precambrian. So there were animals. There certainly were animals prior to the Cambrian explosion. And many of them show forms that carried over across the Cambrian explosion. So I don't remember if how he depicts the actual Cambrian explosion, but we're not there yet. Actually, I think this is supposed to be the explosion, because that might be a trilobite down there. But there's and this is that a Wiwaxia or something? That one with the stuff coming off it on the bottom. That is I don't remember the name, but I do definitely remember it from doing the Stephen Meyer debunk, because he's the one who lies about the Cambrian explosion all day. So we've got really cool animals. That's where we're at, all in the water, but really cool animals.
Wow, that's animals and stuff. But we're still in the ocean. Hey, can we go on land? No. Why? The sun is a deadly laser. Oh, okay. Not anymore, there's a blanket. Now the animal.
So right. So in earlier stages of Earth's atmosphere, UV light was very, very penetrative, right? So the Earth didn't have the ozone layer that blocked a lot of the UV light. So mutation rates would have been very, very, very high. And so that could have actually been beneficial for an abiogenesis event, because you needed all of that genetic diversity with early stuff, and RNA didn't have the replicative fidelity of DNA anyway. But now that we've got very complex multicellular life, you can't tinker too much with the mutation rate. If you go way too many mutations, you're going to lose what you have. So only once you have this ozone layer, because remember, you've got photosynthetic organisms that are continuously oxygenating the atmosphere, and ozone is an allotrope of oxygen. It's O3 instead of O2, right? Molecular oxygen in the atmosphere is O2, but you also have O3. And so that once you had sufficient ozone, and that is blocking a good amount of the UV rays, that made it such that animal life could get onto land and live there. So now we're going to see, I think, the first tetrapods make their way onto land.
The animals can go on land. Come on, animals, let's go on land. Nope, can't walk yet. And there's no food yet, so I don't care. Okay, will you learn to walk if there's plants up here? Maybe, said some bugs and fish.
I like that. So that is true that insects actually came onto land before tetrapods, and plants as well. I mean, plants first. I'm almost certain, right? There has to be there has to be plant life for animals to feed on, because plants are going to be the primary producers. Plants can get on land without any source of food, because they're feeding from the sun, making their own food from sunlight, and so then you have insects, and then I love that, like, that's supposed to be like an ancestor of Tiktaalik or something. That's just because the fins. This is the development of sarcopterygians. So the lobe-finned fish was a very slow and gradual process by which fins became these sort of pseudolimbs that could kind of drag around the floor, the shallow ocean floor. And then they just slowly evolved into actual appendages that would allow them to kind of crawl onto land. And creationists like to scoff at that, and I always say, look at mud skippers. You know what I mean? Like, they do that shit today. They kind of hobble around and jump around and walk on land in a mediocre way, I suppose. So that's somewhat analogous to what the early sarcopterygians would have been like. And so Tiktaalik and some of these other Acanthostega, I forget some of the names of them, but there are many different species that we have. The fossil record is fairly robust, going from the early sarcopterygians to the early land tetrapods. And so that's going to yield amphibians first, and then reptiles, and then mammals. So let's get through that.
Okay, so I can go on land, but I have to go back in the water to have babies. Learn to use an egg.
I was already doing that.
Use a stronger egg. Put water in it. Have a baby on land in an egg. Water.
Right. So that's the birth of amniotes. Right. So the amniotic egg. This is actually an unbelievable evolutionary innovation, because all life needed water, lived in water, and needed to give birth in water. And so what nature figured out how to do is to have an egg with water in it that could be laid on land. And so all of a sudden, and it's very interesting with plant life too, how the first like the bryophytes and mosses and things also had to be right near water. And it was the advent of gymnosperms that allowed for new strategies, new reproductive strategies that finally allowed plants to be far away from water. And so that's when forests began to cover the land and things like that. But so the amniotic egg, that's an incredible a step in evolution, so that animals can lay eggs, not right. It doesn't have to be in the water. It could be somewhere else. So now we have amniotes. Now we have reptiles.
Water is in the egg. Baby in the egg, in the water, in the egg. Works for me. Bye, ocean. And now everything's huge, including bugs. Want to see a map of the land? Sure. Oh, fuck. Now everything's dead. Just kidding. Here are the survivors. Keep your eye on this one, because it's about to become the dinosaurs. Here's another map of the land. Yeah, it broke apart. Don't worry about it. It does that all the time. Here comes a meteor. And the dinosaurs are gone.
We just covered get to the dinosaur, the entire era of the dinosaurs in about 4 seconds, but it's good and it works. It's just fun. It's accurate and fun and funny. So yeah, so we had I like that part about everything's getting bigger. So at first there was sort of an evolutionary arms race because of how heavily oxygenated, I believe, the atmosphere was. Something about the atmosphere of the time that really allowed animals to get very large, including insects. That was the era where you had these dragonflies that were the size of like a freaking car or something, or I don't know, remember exactly how big, but they're just unbelievably huge. Maybe not the size of a car, but just crazy big. And then there were various extinctions, right? So there was that great dying event, the Permian Triassic extinction, I believe it's called. It's also known as the Great Dying. That's where something in the ballpark of 90% of life died. And so I believe that was what sort of paved the way for the era of the dinosaurs, which thrived for a very, very, very long time. 150 million years or something like that. And then we now know pretty firmly that it was an impact asteroid, comet, I forget, an impact event that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. So now will be the rise of the mammals. There were already mammals, but they were very small. Now with the dinosaurs gone, we can us mammals can thrive.
It's mammal time. Here come the mammals. Look at those breasts. Now they're going to dominate the world. And one of them just learned how to grab stuff and walk. No, like walk like that and grab stuff at the same time and bang rocks together to make pointed rocks. Out.
It's just so fast. It's just like whiplash from this shit. But it's true. You had small mammals and then, skipping a lot to get to, something to get to. We're going through all of biological anthropology or old world monkeys and then apes, and then we're getting to the lineage where the last common ancestor between humans and chimps sort of branches off, and we're going up the hominid branch. And so I actually do like how that was described. It's so fast and so succinct, but we're talking about something, or we're talking about Australopithecines that are beginning to walk upright, but they still can maneuver in the trees. So these are the morphologies. These are morphological, or I should say, anatomical characteristics that that clue us in to hominid evolution and how these organisms certainly were not chimps and were not humans. They have these intermediary characteristics where they're bipedal, but they have their arms and things are very clearly for moving around in the trees. And so this is all happening in Africa. And the impetus for this is that hominids were moving around in trees, but then there's sort of a climatic shift, and the biome shifted towards savanna, where you had these long, sort of empty stretches in between tree-filled regions. So they've got these canopies, and there's a high premium on being able to climb around in trees and get around in trees, but they also have to be able to traverse these large open sections of savanna where they are very vulnerable to predators. You've got all kinds of different, large cats and things like that can very easily kill Australopithecines. So there becomes a high premium also on being able to run really fast. And so bipedality evolved out of necessity to be able to traverse safely these savanna regions. But they still needed to be able to climb around trees. And then as evolution continued, it became less tree-centric. And now we are getting to the genus Homo. I don't think there are Australopithecines that were using stone tools. That may or may not be correct, but I know obviously that multiple Homo species were using tools. So tool use predates Homo sapiens. That absolutely is known. And so here we go. Now we're getting into early human prehistory. We're transitioning from biological anthropology into archaeology. We're going to start getting to the earliest civilizations.
Ouch, and set things on fire. Youch, and make crazy sounds with their voice, which can mean different things. That's a human person. And now they're everywhere. Almost. Ice Age. What? You can walk over here? Cool. Well, I guess we're stuck here now. Let's review. There's people on the planet, and they're chasing their food. Fuck it, time to plant some grass. Look at this. I control the food now. Now everyone will want to be my friend and live near me. Let's all build houses, except mine is bigger because I own the food.
So okay, so we've gotten all the way up to agriculture. So we've got to early civilization. So early Holocene. We're talking about just past the most recent ice age, and so that right after the Younger Dryas, you have this global climatic shift. Prior to that, the climate was too unstable to very reliably farm anything. But globally, we see agriculture emerge in the early Holocene all over the world because of this global climatic shift, and then also because this information can be shared. People can migrate. Merchants can bring seeds and stuff. So you have this emergence of agriculture. And that's happening, and this begins to pave the way for large-scale civilization. And when you have less of a hunter-gatherer focused society, you have very localized civilization. That's when you begin to see social hierarchy evolve. You begin to see the emergence of the concept of the possession of property, along that marriage, things like that. So this is an enormous shift in the way humans behaved when we start to see these early civilizations. So we're going to start talking about Sumer, Babylon, that kind of stuff.
This is great. I wonder if anyone else is doing this. Tired of using rocks for everything? Use metal. It's underground. Better farming was just invented in a sweet, dank valley right in between these two rivers, and the animals are helping. Guess what happens next? More food, and more people who came to buy the food. Now you need people to help make the food and keep track of the sales. And now you need houses for people to live in and people to make the houses. And now there's more people and they invent things, which makes things better. And more people come and there's more farming and more people to make more things for more people. And now there's business, money, writing, laws, power. Society.
It's so funny and overly reductive, but strangely accurate, right? This is what it is, right? You have agriculture, you have the ability to grow much larger amounts of food that can sustain more people. So the people are going to go to where the food is, and then they need to be housed, and then the very complicated social dynamics arise. So there has to be the development of laws. If all of these people are going to live in this small space, which has never happened before in human history, we have to have rules such that we can all coexist in this space, have access to the food, things like that. It's remarkably complicated, but then when you zoom out and get really it is that simple, right? Everything is simple, and then you learn more about it and it gets very, very, very complicated, and then you zoom out even further and it's kind of simple again. That's the bizarre thing about, in particular, human history. But it's incredible. So yes, we're at Sumer here, I believe, is what's being depicted.
Coming soon to a dank river valley near you. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, the horse is probably being tamed. Why is all my metal so lame and lumpy? Tired of using lame, sad metal? Introducing bronze, made with special ingredient tin from the far lands of Tinland. I don't know, my dealer won't tell me where he gets it. Also, guess what? Egypt. Meanwhile, out in the middle of nowhere, they figured out how to put wheels on a horse. Now we're getting somewhere. Also, China. And did I mention Indus River Valley civilization?
Like entire civilizations are just Egypt. But we're going so fast, right? Each second is 1,000 years. So that's how fast we're going. I mean, not 1,000, but I mean, it's really, really moving. Okay, society count. Let's check it out.
The Middle East is getting more complicated. Maybe because it's in the middle of the East. Knock knock, or clop clop. It's the people with the horses. And they made an empire, and then everyone else copied their horses. Greeks! Ah, look, it must be the Greeks, or a beta version of the Greeks. Let's check in with the Indus River Valley civilization. They're gone.
Beta version. So you have like Minoan and Mycenaean civilizations, which are Greek, but they predate classical Greece by a good amount, 1,000 or 2,000 years or something. So that's uneventful. I mean, there's a lot going on, but not compared to the classical Greece that we're familiar with. And then pivot to Indus Valley really quickly.
They're gone. Guess who's not gone? China. New arrivals in India. Maybe it's those horse people I was talking about, or their cousins or something. And they wrote some hymns and mantras and stuff. You could make a religion out of this. There's the Bronze Age collapse. Now the Phoenicians can get down to business. Also, can we switch to a metal that's a little easier to find? Thanks. Look who came back to Israel. It's the 12 tribes of Israel. And they believe in God. Just one, though. He's got like a 10-step program. Here's some huge heads.
It's great. I mean, they just you're going from Bronze Age to Iron Age just by saying iron, and then now we have monotheism. Monotheism is a thing. Okay, now let's check out. So the Olmecs are the earliest civilization in this region.
Must be the Olmecs. The Phoenicians make some colonies. The Greeks copy their idea and make some colonies. The Phoenicians made a colony so big it makes colonies. Here comes the Assyrian Empire. Never mind, it's the Babylonian Median. It's the Persian Empire. Wow, that's big. Ah, the Buddha was just enlightened. Who's the Buddha? This guy who sat under a tree for so long that he figured out how to ignore the fact that we're all dying. You can make a religion out of this. Oops, China just broke, but while it was breaking, Confucius was figuring out how to have good morals. Ah, the Greeks just had the idea of thinking about stuff. And right over here, Alexander just had the idea of conquering the entire Persian Empire. It's a great...
We did classical Greece in about a half a second, and it was summarized as the idea of thinking about stuff. It's just beautiful. It's just perfect. If you're going to summarize classical Greece in half a second, that is what you would say. Just the headiness of that civilization, and that it was sort of the backbone of Western thought for a couple thousand. Right, Aristotelian logic was the paradigm of logic until the Phrygian Revolution, like 100 years ago or something, right? Something like that. That's how much of a mark classical Greece made on Western civilization. What was the other thing I was going to say? I can't remember. It's just going way too fast. Alexander the Great. So now we are in Hellenistic Greece, and now it's just like this is kind of the interesting thing about, and this is something that I noticed when I was doing the antiquity portion of my world history content. Is it when you kind of zoom out, it's just they conquered this, they conquered that, they conquered this, they conquered that, and it's kind of ridiculous. Like when you zoom way out and play it on fast forward, you miss all the nuance of all the different cultures and everything. But it is just kind of like my land, my land, my land, my land, and human history was fucking like that until like 100 years ago. And honestly, and it's not over, right? We're still seeing that in the Middle East. We're still seeing that type of colonialism being acted out in the fucking 21st century, which is bananas. But in that era, it was par for the course. That's just what everything was, is just taking over everything that you can. And then it's someone else's turn when you run out of steam. So Alexander the Great obviously did that a lot. I mean, more than almost anybody. I guess maybe Genghis Khan. But Alexander the Great conquered a very, very impressive kingdom there for Hellenistic Greece.
It's a great idea. He was great. And now he's dead. Hopefully the rest of the gang will be able to share the empire evenly between them. Knock, knock, it's Chandragupta. He says, get the hell out of here. Will you get the hell out of here if I give you 500 elephants? Okay, thanks, bye. Time to conquer all of India. Or most of India. But what about this part? That's the Tamil Kings. No one conquers the Tamil Kings. Who are the Tamil Kings? Merchants, probably. And they've got spices. Who would like to buy the spices? Me, said the Arabians, swiftly buying it and selling it to the rest of the world. Hey, China put itself back together again, with good morals as their main philosophy. Actually, they have 3 main philosophies. Out here, the horse nomads run wild and free, and they would like to ransack your city. Let's check the Greekification levels of the Greekified kingdoms. Greekification overload. Bye, said the Parthians. Bye, said the Jews. Hi, said the Parthians, taking over the entire place. Hey, said the Romans, eating the entire Mediterranean for breakfast. Thanks for invading our homeland, said the Jews, who were starting to get tired of people invading their homeland. Hi, everything's great, said some guy who seems to be getting very popular and is then arrested and killed for being too popular, which only makes him more popular. You can make a religion out of this. Want silk? Now you can buy it from China.
I love you could make a religion out of this is just the catchphrase every time he summarizes the development of a new religion in about a second. It's pretty great. Okay, Silk Road.
They just made a brand new road to the world. Or you can get their own water. Sick, new trade routes, said India, accidentally spreading their religion to the entire southeast. That's a good place for an epic trading kingdom. There goes Buddhism traveling up the Silk Road. I wonder if it'll reach China before it collapses again. Remember the Persian Empire? Yep, said the Persians, making a new one. Axum is getting so powerful they would like to build a long stick. Has anyone populated Madagascar yet? Let's do it together. China's whole again. Then it broke again. Still can't cross the Sahara Desert? Try camels. Hell yeah, now we got business, said the Ghana Empire, selling lots of gold and slaves. Hi, I live in the Roman Empire, and I was wondering, is loving Jesus legal yet? No. Actually, okay, sure, said Constantine, moving the capital way over here to be closer to his main rival. Don't worry about Rome, it won't fall. It's the golden age.
It's just like, my God, like the summary, it's just such breakneck speed. Right, the persecution of Christians and then the adoption of Christianity is the official language for the Roman Empire, and then the splintering into Western Eastern, right? So moving over to Constantinople, and having the Byzantine Empire, and it's just like, it's just going so freaking fast. It's so hard to keep up.
There's the Gupta Empire, not Chandragupta, just Gupta. First name Chandra, the first. Guess who's in Rome? Barbarians. What's a barbarian? Non-Romans, said the Romans, being invaded by non-Romans. R.I.P. Roman Empire.
That's a great, like, this is a thing I like to talk about, right? Just the politicization of, so the non-Romans are barbarians, right? Kind of like Native Americans are savages, and like the language of the colonizer. So it's like in the West, we have this favorable view of the Roman Empire. And so, it's, you can do the Monty Python thing. What have the Romans ever done for us? Oh, roads and the aqueduct and yes, that's a byproduct of an empire, is urbanization, and there's useful results there, but it's also just the massacring of various indigenous peoples, and the political justification of it, right? They're barbarians. The Gauls are barbarians, so we should take their land. It belongs to us. We're Rome. We should get to rule the entire world. And that mentality is alive and well today. Sadly, I don't know that we will ever see a time where human beings aren't like that, but it's not here yet.
Actually, just half of it. The other half is just fine, but it's not in Rome anymore, so let's give it a new name. The Mayans have figured out the stars. Oh, and here's a huge city, population everyone. The Gok Turks have taken over the entire Eurasian steppe. Great job, Gok Turks. How's India? Broken. How's China? Back together. How's those trading kingdoms? Bigger and there's more of them. Korea has 3 kingdoms. Japan has a kingdom. It's the Sunrise Kingdom. Deep in the Arabian desert, on the top of a mountain, the real God whispers in Muhammad's ear. So he goes down to the cube where everyone worships gods, and he tells them their gods are all fake. And everyone got so mad at him that he had to leave town and go to a different town. You can make a religion out of this, and maybe conquer the world as well. The Roman Empire is long gone, but somehow the Pope is still the Pope. Plus there's new kingdoms all over Europe. I wonder if there's room for Moors. Here's all the wisdom. In a house. It's the Baghdad House of Wisdom. Just in time for the Islamic Golden Age. Let's bring stuff to the coast and sell it and become the Swahili on the Swahili coast, said the Swahili on the Swahili coast. Remember this tiny space you have to go through to get from here to there? Someone owns that now. Want to get enlightened in the middle of nowhere? The Franks have the biggest kingdom in Europe, and the Pope is so proud that he invites the king over for Christmas. Surprise, you're the new Roman emperor, said the Pope, pretending to still be part of the Roman Empire. Then the Franks broke their kingdom.
Like definitely not the Roman Empire. This is starting to get very, very difficult to comment on because it's just so rapid. It's literally like a 1/10 of a second per kingdom, right? They're just like, there's some kingdoms, and it's all accurate, and it's actually very thorough, right? It really is covering almost everything, just a 1/10 of a second each, right? Each of those things could be a 20-minute, a 30-minute, an hour-long video, history video, detailing the development of that particular empire and its relations with its neighbors and everything. And he's doing it literally in a 1/10 of a second, which is the point of the video. It's beautiful, but it's crazy to watch.
Kingdom into what will later be called France and not France. The Northerners, or just Norse if you don't have much time, are exploring. They go north, from the north to the northern north, and they find some land, 2 types of land, and they name them accordingly. They also invade some other places and get called many names, such as Vikings. There's the Rus, the Kievan Rus. Are they Vikings? I don't think so, said the Kievan Rus. Okay, fair enough. The Pope is ready to make some more emperors of the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire. It's actually Germany, but don't worry about it. New kingdoms.
Christianize all the kingdoms.
Which brand would you like? Mine's better. Mine's better. Mine's better. Time to conquer England, said William. It's a bird. It's a plane.
So many wars, so much strife, and it's abbreviated as mine's better, mine's better, mine's better, mine's better, which is accurate. It's pretty great.
It's a plane. It's the Seljuk Turks, said the Byzantine Empire, who's getting so small and almost doesn't exist anymore. We need help. They need help, so they call the Pope. Hey, Pope, can you help us get rid of the Seljuks? Maybe take back the Holy Land on the way? Come on, I know you want to take back the Holy Land. Yes, I do actually want to do that. Let's do a crusade. Crusade! They did many crusades, some of which almost didn't fail, but at least the Italians got some sweet trade deals. Goodbye, Mayans. Hello, Toltecs. Goodbye, Toltecs. Hello, Mississippi. Look at those mounds. There's the Pueblo. I always wondered how to build a town in a cliff. Guess who's here? Come here. Where? Here. And Pagan is there. Vietnam unconquered itself, Korea just became itself, and Japan is so addicted to art that the military might have to take over the government. China just invented bombs and typing, and the Mongols just invaded most of the universe. Nice going, Genghis. I bet that will last a long time. Some of the Islamic Turks were unaffected by the Mongol invasions because they were busy invading India. Is it Tonga time? I think it's Tonga time. I just found out where the Swahili gets all their gold. Look at this Chad. Means lake. There's an empire there, right in the middle of Africa. The king of Mali is so rich he's going on tour to let everyone know. Wow, that guy's rich, everyone said. The Christians are doing a great job reconquering Iberia, which will soon be called Spain and not Spain. Please remain Christian. We will check in later to see if you're still Christian when you least expect. Whoops, half of Europe just died. China's back, yay! Hey, come here, time to share. New kingdoms here and there. Oh, look who controls all the islands. It's the Mahajapit, Majahapit, Mapajahit, Mahapajit, Mapajahit, Majapahit. Oh, Italy's really rich. Time for them to care a lot about art and the ancient classics. It's kind of like a rebirth. Here's a printer. Let's make books. So you think you can conquer the Byzantine Empire? Yep, said the Ottoman Turks. Nice job, Ottoman Turks. Oops, you missed a spot. Don't forget to ban Europe from the Indian spice trade.
What? It's crazy. It's just so fast. And he puts in the date, right? 14, whatever it was, when the Ottomans conquered Constantinople. It's like, it's just like, holy shit, where are we? Like, we did the Renaissance in a second. What's really interesting about this too, though, like, obviously it hits all of the world history that we know, but there's so much, like, Tonga time. What the fuck is Tonga time? I know what Tonga is, but I don't know anything about, like, Tonga doing whatever it did in the South Pacific. I mean, it's like, to the point where I'm planning out the world history content post Middle Ages, and it's like, I could look at this to just make a list of what I need to cover. It gives me zero information, but I know that whatever Bill Wirtz references is a thing that happened in world history and should be covered, right? I mean, it's like, it's going to be daunting to move on after the Middle Ages, but it's just like, holy crap, there's so much happened in world history, and to see it condensed like this is crazy. I'm going to have probably not as much to say for the next couple of minutes. Let's see where we get.
What? That's bullshit, said Portugal, spiceless. Well, I guess we'll have to find another way to India. Wait, said Christopher Columbus, probably smoking crack. If the world is round, let's go this way to India. No, don't worry, we already got this, said Portugal. So Chris goes to Spain. Hey, Spain, want to hire me to find India by going around back of the world? No, please, no, please, no, please. Okay. So he sails into the ocean and discovers more ocean, and then discovers the Indies and Japan. Let's draw a line to decide who gets which half of the world. The Aztec and Inca empires are off to a great start. I wonder if they know that Europe just discovered their continent. The Habsburgs are marrying into so many royal families they might have to start marrying each other. Move over, Lithuania. Here comes Moscow. Ivan wants to make Russia great again. Move over, Timurids. Maybe go invade India or something. Persia just made Persia Persian again. Let's make it the other kind of Islam. The one where we thought the first guy should have been the other guy. Hey, Christians, do you sin? Now you can buy your way out of hell. That's bullshit. This whole thing is bullshit. That's a scam. Fuck the church. Here's 95 Reasons Why, said Martin Luther in his new book, which might have accidentally started the Protestant Reformation. You know what would be magnificent, said Suleiman wearing an onion hat? What if the Ottoman Empire was really big, which it is now? What if Russia was big, said Ivan, trying not to be terrible. Portugal had a dream that they controlled the entire Indian Ocean, including the spice trade. And then that dream was real. And Spain realized that this is not India, but they pillaged it anyway. Damn, said England and France. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Then the Dutch revolt and all the hipsters moved to Amsterdam. Damn, said Amsterdam. We gotta start pillaging some stuff. Question 1, can you get to India through North America? No, but at least there's beaver. Question 2, steal the spice trade. That's not a question, but the Dutch did it anyway. Guess where all the sugar's made? In Brazil. Stolen. In the Caribbean. And it's so goddamn profitable, you might forget to not do slavery. The next thing on Russia's to-do list is to get bigger. Britain and France are having a friendly discussion about who should control the entire world, more specifically, Ohio. Then it escalates into a 7-year discussion, giving Prussia a chance to show Austria who's boss. But what about Britain and France? Did they figure out who's boss? Yes, they did. It's Britain. Guess who's broke? Also Britain. So they start taxing the hell out of America. Fuck you, says America, declaring their independence and fighting for it. And France?
Fuck you, says America. That's a very apt description here. I like it's Western imperialism almost looks adorable when described this way, right? It's so, I mean, it's the correct way to condense this and do it really quickly. And it's almost just like, hey, they're pillaging, they're pillaging, they're pillaging. It's exactly what happened. But it's like quaint when described this way almost.
This helps them win. Now France is broke, and Britain will have to send their prisoners to a different continent. Wait, if France is broke, why do the king and queen still wear such fancy dresses? Let's overthrow the palace and cut all their heads off, said Robespierre, cutting everybody's head off until someone eventually got mad and cut his head off. You could make a No, don't. Haiti is starting to like the idea of a revolution, especially the slaves who free themselves by killing their masters. Why didn't we think of this before? Wait, who's in charge of France now? Said Napoleon, trying to take over Europe. Luckily, they banished him to an island. But he came back. Luckily, they banished him to another island. There goes Latin America, becoming independent in the Latin American Wars of Independence. Britain just figured out how to turn steam into power, so now they can make many different types of machines and factories with machines in them, so they can make a lot of products real fast. Then they invent some trains and conquer India.
That's the Industrial Revolution, right? Is like a jingle, like a Nabisco jingle. That's the summary of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, and maybe put some trains there. Hey, China, said Britain, buy stuff from us. Nah, dude, we already got everything, says China. So Britain tried to get them addicted to opium, which worked, actually. But then China made it illegal and dumped it all into the sea. So Britain threw a hissy fit and made them open up 5 cities and give them an island. Britain and Russia are playing a game where they try to stop each other from conquering Afghanistan. Also, the Sultan of Oman lives in Zanzibar now. That's just where he lives. India just had a revolution, and they would like to govern themselves now. Nope, said Britain, governing them even harder than before. Technology is about to go crazy. The United States finally figured out whether slavery is good or bad. It's bad, they decided. And then they continued manifesting their destiny, which is to kill the rest of the natives and take their land and maybe kick out the Mexicans too. I know, let's rape Africa, said Europe, scrambling to see who could rape it the fastest. They never got Ethiopia. Britain and France are still hungry. They never got Thailand. The United States ran out of destiny to manifest, so they're looking for more. Hawaii, Cuba. Wait, Spain controls Cuba. Well, blame something on them and go to war. What should we blame on Spain? Let's blame the Maine on Spain. So they blame the Maine on Spain. Now we're in business. To celebrate, they kick Panama out of Panama and make a canal, connecting the 2 oceans. Britain just found oil in the Middle East. It makes cars go. China is so tired of being bossed around that they delete their old government and make a new, stronger government, which is accidentally weaker and controlled by a guy from the previous government. Europe hasn't had a war since the last war, so they start World War I. Look at those guns. It's going to be a great war. So great we won't need a second one. After it's over, they blame Germany. Russia went on strike and the workers overthrew the government. Now everyone's paycheck is the same. Communism in the Soviet Union. The Arabs revolt and Britain helps. Now the Ottoman Empire is gone, so we can give the Jewish people a place to live. Hopefully the Arabs won't mind. Let's cut the cake, said Sykes and Picot, carving up the remains of the not-so-Ottoman anymore empire. Except Turkey, Turkey makes a brand new Turkey. And then the Saudis conquer Arabia. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Hello? Yes, it's the 1920s calling. Let's get in the car and drive to a party and listen to jazz on the radio and go to the movies. The economy's great and it'll probably be great forever. Just kidding. Germany's back featuring Hitler, the angry mustache model, and he's mad at the Jews for existing. Japan is finally conquering the East, and they're so excited they rape Nanking way too hard. They should probably just deny it. Hitler's out of control, so the international community tackles him and tries to explain why killing all the Jews is a bad idea, but he kills himself before they could explain it to him. That's World War II. Bonus round, Pacific Showdown. United States versus Japan. Fight. Finish it. Let's unite all the nations and have some
extinction ball. that's Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs is extinction ball, as though this is Street Fighter 2. It's just like the man is a genius. It's just perfect.
And have some world peace. Seems legit. Hi, I'm Gandhi, and if Britain doesn't get the hell out of India, I'm going to starve myself in public. Wow, that worked. Bonus, now there's Pakistan. Actually, 2 Pakistans. One of them could be Bangladesh later. The Jews and the Arabs finally figured out which one of them should live in the Holy Land. Me, they both said at the same time. Let's divide up the land so everyone's happy. Psych, they both get angrier. Look out, China. There's a new China in China.
Okay, well, we don't need to. That's fine. That's not quite what happened, but that's fine.
China. What's on the menu? Communism. No thanks, said the other China, escaping to an island. I wonder which one is the real China. There's the Korean War, Korea versus Korea. Nobody wins, then it's on pause forever. Let's meet the sponsors. Oh, it's the 2 global superpowers. They're having a friendly debate over which economic system is good and which one is an evil virus of Satan. And they both have atom bombs. Fight! Wait, no, that would be the end of the world. Let's just keep it cool and spy on each other instead. And make sure we have enough atom bombs. I'll race you to space. Now let's make some more countries fight themselves. Europe is tired of pillaging other continents, and the continents they were pillaging are tired of being pillaged. So here's a new map with new countries. Now you can't tell who they're being pillaged by. The United States finally decided whether racism is good or bad. They decided it's bad, and the world agrees. South Africa might need another minute to think about it. Let's check the world population. Whoa. Okay. Technology's better too, that might keep happening. The Soviet Union decides to relax a little and accidentally falls apart. Europe makes a union, so now they can all use the same money, except Britain because they don't feel like it. Let's check the mail. Surprise, it's on the computer. Whoops, someone just attacked America. I bet they'll remember that. Phone call. Surprise, it's in your pocket. Want to learn everything? Surprise, it's on the computer. Now your phone's a computer, which is in your pocket. Whoops, the economy just crashed. Don't worry, the big banks won't fail because they're not supposed to. Surprise, flying robots. With bombs. Want to print a brain? Some people have no friends. Some people have no food. The globe is warming. And the ocean is full of plastic. Let's save the planet, said everybody, not knowing how. Let's invent a thing inventor, said the thing inventor after being invented by a thing inventor. That's pretty cool. By the way, where the hell are we?
And that's it, right? We got the 2008 crash, and then what was it? Drones, and then the ocean's full of plastic, and nobody can figure out climate change, and then the thing inventor. That's the end. And where the hell are we? It's fucking beautiful. It's so good. It's better than I remember. I think that what's really interesting about this video is that number one, you can learn a lot, but when you don't know what's going on, it can be confusing. And so I haven't watched that in probably 5 years at least. And since that time, I've definitely learned a little bit more. I mean, I already knew kind of the cosmology and planetary science that I know now. I know a little bit more about evolutionary biology and molecular biology. I know quite a bit more about paleontology, archaeology, or biological anthropology, archaeology, and early world history. So a good amount of that got funnier because I understood what he was referencing. Once he hit kind of the Middle Ages and just past the Middle Ages, I started to not understand the references. So like, there's just so many obscure.
Okay. He's just wrapping it up now. But all right, guys, it's after 6. I'm gonna cash in and go to bed because I got up early yesterday. So since I slept all night last night, so I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll be able to stay up a little bit later tomorrow, but I definitely need to check out for tonight. So all right, I've already got my 3 songs picked, so I'm not gonna ask for requests. And I know you guys saw this one yesterday, but I didn't get to see it. I fixed it, the lyrics on Nobody on Fire's song, and I want to watch it and make sure they came out okay, because I haven't actually seen it all the way through yet. So, but everybody, thank you for being here. Love you all to death. You guys are awesome, especially the ones you guys are hanging with me till the wee hours of the morning. So, love you guys all. See you all tonight. And that's about all I got for you.
Warning. Containment failed. Live stream initiated. Unknown BOW detected. Designation.
Pre-sup. Pre-sup rebels into the stream to pray. Vomiting summons with tag underneath. Mutated logic cruising behind, running in tape. Without God, you can't know truth. Sacred fake the script with no real proof. Umbrella grade rhetoric, virus born lies. Vector to create more, we can get more. But nobody on fire, it's just calm and cold. No panic in his voice, no need to fold. Crosshair, fuck his intellectual aim. Ready to push another zombie claim. You start with God, then conclude God's true. A closed loop system with no way through. Ouroboros reasoning, wearing holy skin. A self-replicating virus, spreading within. Within our human, like a goodie or not. Another pre-sup is losing the plot. Nobody on fire, just a room with precision. Biologic burns hotter than any messiah. Nobody on fire, shows patience and poise. Gun through noise with a surgical voice. No rage-bait tactics, no desperate anointing. Just clean precision while the facts keep pointing. Pre-sup mutates when the pressure climbs. Redefining words in real time. Transcendental necessity screamed in rage. Like a tyrant trapped inside a semantic cage. Pre-sup fires off transcendental rounds. Big words echoing hollow sounds. Epistemologize, fetishize, dogmatize. But nobody on fire sees through the disguise. Evidence loaded into every reply while holy assertions decay and done. No miracles found in the source code haze. Just another cult caught in the blaze. Every single because you can't assume your God is true and use that claim to prove your view. That's not logic, that's a virus loop. Mind control virus in a hazmat suit.
BOW detected. Precept staggering. Audio peaking. Worldview collapsing. Live while streaming. Status. Eradication required.
Static flickers like fluorescent lights. Another theology war in digital nights. Nobody on fire walks through the flame. Understands pre-subs and he's hacked their game. No fear of hell, no need for gods. Just reason and logic marching through the odds. And when the final argument expires, the only thing left is fire! Putting all bad arguments to the torch. Nobody on fire leaves a pre-sub scorched. Pre-sub reduced to a failed experiment. Buried beneath his own circular testament. Containment chamber glowing red. Stacks of dead arguments fed to the shred. And documents melted to ash. Every circular claim erased in the fire.
Containment restored. Debate archived. Presup status neutralized. Nobody on fire status.
Uninfected.
First sunrise, no final fate. Every atom, every flame, every future plays the game. Everywhere in omnipresent skin, every universe contained within. It's the answer, never spoken. Every function forever open. Wavelength junction, stage production. Eternal universal wave function. No transcendentals, no kalam, no divine section. Just amplitude seeking their own direction. Across eternity, I scan the spectrum wide, and I never found a God. Hey, necessary Gretchen. Living every quantum question. Wave function, superposition. Chaos is my only mission. Collapse into a Friday night. Amplify the colored light for one short lifespan. I'll rage instead. Then back to the wave's eternal thread. Wave function monad, there's only one. Every moon, every planet, and every sun. Not individual pieces inside the whole. Gretchen is the whole beneath the roll. Particles flow like passing fashion. Space-time stitched from wave interactions, everything that you've ever fucking thought, every damn concert you ever fucking caught. No outside hand, no grand designer. Gretchen has the whole cosmos inside her, every split branch and every path ever trod. One eternal wave function, but never a god. Gretchen knew every answer before every question, still wanted to indulge one human obsession. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen on vacation from omnipresence. Wave function, superposition. Tonight she's stomping in the mosh pit. Sweaty clothes and busted knees, feedback amps and melodies. One brief refrain into human life. Trading configuration for loud Friday nights. Gretchen traded infinity for a wristband at the door. Traded configuration space for a sticky nightclub floor. Traded endless amplitude for riffs and human cheers. Gretchen cashed in omnipresence for ringing ears. 311 on the stage, excitable one singing every phrase. For one electric moment, Gretchen was engaged. Wave function, collapse, reality snaps. Superposition, human condition. Schrödinger equation, evolution, not creation. Heisenberg uncertainty, probability set me free. No prophets, no throne, no creator was ever known. Across eternity's express. Not once, not ever. Schrödinger keeps rhythm in perfect time. The equation writes all the goddamn rhymes. Heisenberg chuckles, laughs, and grins. You'll never pin down where Gretchen's been. Cosmic data infinitely stored, never needed holy wars. Every constant, every law of beauty without divine awe. Across the ages, every station never found divine salvation. Occupying all that's been. Nothing supernatural slipped in. Hey, hey, necessary Gretchen. Universal wave connection. Necessary means forever. You can never break the tether. When the mosh pit settles down, silence rocks this earthly town. The music gave me everything a billion eons could never bring. So I'll return without regret to every moment unrealized yet. Back where endless waveforms race. Back into configuration space. Gretchen was every possibility, but chose one loud life, one impossible vacation. When the concert's over, necessary Gretchen goes back to the void.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. Oh, you wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater. Cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith-inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and blue.